I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing.
You see, their morals, their code, it's a bad joke. Move dropped at the first sign of trouble. They're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
Cruiser 5 to 50 be advised, County Police 1 advised they're trying to breach and get into the Capitol.
Publicists, when you talk to your publicists, you know the first thing they tell you? What? Stay away from religion, stay away from politics.
Okay.
You know why?
Why?
No matter what the you say, somebody passionately disagrees with you.
Absolutely.
No matter what religion, you believe in Allah, then you're saying that's not the right way. You believe in every Christianity, that's not it, because they choosing something different. Your political party, Democrat, Republican, the disagreement completely.
Yep.
So I stay away from it. When I get pulled into politics, I go,
Yeah.
and I have nothing to say. I'm
That's
just
the same way we are. We don't no politics, none of
I'll
this.
with that. I don't stay there because I'm still entertainment. If it's not music, then it's film and television, but it's still entertainment. So why would you turn someone off by saying that?
Right.
I want everybody to enjoy what I'm doing.
Right.
Not just a selective few amount of people. I focus on diversity because it's needed.
Right.
The boxing scholar is a lover, not a fighter, but he's also a fighter, so don't get any ideas. If he pats you on the back, you'll put it in your resume. His enemy. Have him listed as an emergency contact. The scholar has an inside joke with complete strangers. If he punched you in the face, you'd have to fight the urge not to thank him. Sharks have a week dedicated to him. He's the only man alive to is parallel park. A train is count to infinity twice. In Genesis, when God said, "Let there be light," the scholars said, "Say pretty please." He is the genius of all genius and master of all masters.
And that's the trick to life. You have to be wise enough to know when you were living in your dream. And you have to be humble enough to accept when you were in someone else's.
Yo, the boxing scholar's on.
I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing.
You see, their morals, their code, it's a bad.
Okay, my bad. The video was on loop. That's why I was gonna play the intro again. What's good, people? You know. Amir, what is wrong with you? Amir is hating like a mug. Like, what's going on, sister? You good? You good? You okay? You sipping some of that haterade? So anyway, received a text message from one of my friends. He was like, "Told you Crawford's standing on business." Crawford ain't standing on no business, man. These are these boxing channels that have a narrative or agenda or want people to believe certain things. So basically what they did is they said Terrence Crawford is standing on business, and they showed an old video of Terrence Crawford checking a fan, and it made it seem like the video came out today, but that's definitely not true. And Turki Alalshikh, you know, for people who have really, really good memories, I remember when he first came into the sport and he was talking about, you know, how he wanted video games. Y'all remember all this? How, you know, how he wanted video games and how he wanted to bring boxing back. He really didn't want to be a promoter or a dictator or be the face of boxing. It's like, whoops. Well, guess you all those things now. But we got to be honest. We got to be honest. This didn't start. This didn't start with Turki Alalshikh. Turki Alalshikh. Y'all really think Turki Alalshikh knows what Tom and Jerry is? Come on, man. Come on, dude. The dude barely speak good English. Canelo speak better English than Turki Alalshikh. He don't know what Tom and Jerry is. This is a talking point that he got from YouTubers, and this is why I was about to say. This is why I had to say this. Remember when I said the last episode that YouTubers are only as smart as the people that they follow and educated as the people they follow in boxing? Because people follow showbiz, they're not that educated on the sport because he's all entertainment. You know, the Scooby-Doo noises, the Raggy Rilma, all that stuff. Block, all that bullshit is why people don't know anything about boxing that follow him, because he doesn't know. But he is doing it at a high level. You can't hate on showbiz with that. But this is what we get. We get him actually influencing boxing. It is bigger than Scooby-Doo noises. He's actually influencing boxing. He got Turki Alalshikh out there, you know, following his lead because he thinks that he really knows boxing. And that's the danger. That's the danger I was telling you about. You got a rapper. There's a rapper named Sauce Walker from Houston. He said, you know, I do a little boxing because he be at the J Prince gym. He was like, you know, I follow people like Showbiz Adult. You're like, oh my God. You know what I mean? And that's why they so misinformed. So anyway, without further ado, let's go with where this starts, right? So this started with Showbiz the Adult. If you don't know, you've been living under a rock. Showbiz the Adult has had a petition signed with 3,000 signatures called the No Running Rule in Boxing. It's the silliest stuff I've ever heard of in my life. The No Running Rule in boxing is absolutely absurd, right? But you know, and he claims that Mayweather is his favorite boxer of all time, and Mayweather was boring, but he wasn't. But I don't know, showbiz. Like I said, uneducated fans. But so here's the actual audio of the clip that he played, like which started this whole petition stuff, which led to Turki Alalshikh, who never watched Tom and Jerry a day in his life, refer to Tom and Jerry in the ring. But here we go.
Or encourage a no running rule to be added to the official rules of boxing. All right. So this video is to explain that and why. But first, I want to say this. Happy Mother's Day to all of you beautiful mothers out there. Happy Mother's Day to my mother, to Ms. Biz, to my ex-wife, to my sisters, to the mothers in my family, and to the mothers around the world. So happy Mother's Day, first and foremost. Second, congratulations to Kakache for beating Leigh Woods. And thirdly, Navarrete with a punch, but they said it was a headbutt play. You could also see it in the still shots. You could actually see blood on Suarez's glove when the moment it impacted Navarrete's eye. It was definitely this here. The fight was stopped, period. Now, let's talk about the no running rule. All right. Now, I introduced this to my socials, to X, to Instagram, to YouTube here, the War Room. All of you guys, many of you voted. I have thousands of votes across all platforms, most of you in approval of this rule being implemented to the official rules of boxing. Now, here's the rule. The rule is the no running rule. So this is how I describe it. Similar to excessive clinching, that is very key. The no running rule will prevent excessive avoidance of engagement by giving the referee the option to deduct a point from a fighter who chooses excessive movement over engagement. This is the referee's discretion. And I added His Excellency Turki Alalshikh 66% of you voted that it is a great rule. That's out of 3,764 votes. And views, this got over 200,000 views on this X post. So people are definitely interested. Now on Instagram, I think we had, over 2,000 votes, and over 80% is in agreement with the rule. And then on YouTube, we have over 3,000 votes there, I think, as well. And over 80%, just like Instagram, is in agreement with the rule. Now, the lowest percentage in agreement is actually on X. I do think that this must be explained a bit more because there's a lot of questions, definitely. Rule will prevent here the war room to X bleeding. So it was up to the judges or up to the officiating at that point to say why the cut was made, and it was actually due to a punch. So you can overrule that, hopefully. Now, let's talk about the no running rule, right? Now, I introduced this to my socials, to X.
See who he tagged? Turki Alalshikh. Right there. That's why I took the thing out the screen. I wanted y'all to see the tag. I want y'all to see the actual poll. You know, this is a great rule. 66%. 3,700 people voted.
To Instagram, to YouTube here, the war room. All of you guys, many of you voted. I have thousands of votes across all platforms. Most of you in approval of this rule being implemented to the official rules of boxing. Now, here's the rule. The rule is the no running rule. So this is how I describe it. Similar to excessive clinching.
Now, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of in my life. So with all the corruption in boxing, right, we're going to leave it up to referees' discretion to be more corrupt. For instance, we know Canelo up 3 rounds in a fight, right? Suppose you go to fight Canelo, right, and you're Skull, and you're running from Canelo, and Canelo can't catch you. Do you stop the fight and take a point from Skull? Because if you're in a Canelo fight, like the level of corruption is so corrupt, like people will start getting 2-point rounds in a Canelo fight. Like, can you go under 7? I don't think you can go under 7. I'm speaking of hyperbole, but that is absolutely insane. The referee stops the fight and say, I'm going to take a point from you from running. What? We already are in a sport where referees don't understand the sport. Give them more power in a corrupt sport to do more things that affect the fight. That is absolute madness.
That is very key. The no running rule will prevent excessive avoidance of engagement by giving the referee the option to deduct a point from a fighter who chooses excessive movement over engagement. This is the referee's discretion. And I added His Excellency Turki Alalshikh. 66% of you voted that it is a great rule. That's out of 3,764 votes. And views, this got over 200,000 views on this X post. So people are definitely interested. Now on Instagram, I think we had, over 2,000 votes, and over 80% is in agreement with the rule. And then on YouTube, we have over 3,000 votes there, I think, as well. And over 80%, just like Instagram, is in agreement with the rule. Now, the lowest percentage in agreement is actually on X. I do think that this must be explained a bit more because there's a lot of questions, definitely, across all platforms.
It doesn't have to be explained. Fans should be fans. It's just that simple. Showbiz isn't a fan of the sport of boxing that just got popular. You know, not a lot of credentials, just grinding on, the entertainment side. And he should be that, the entertainment side. He shouldn't be making policy. And then it defeats the whole purpose of what Turki said. He said he didn't want to be a dictator. He wanted to let boxing promoters be boxing promoters. But now he's monopolized the game. He's the biggest game in town. And then he's being influenced by influencer YouTuber while saying he hates YouTubers because he didn't want to make the Jake Paul versus Canelo fight on Netflix. He stole that fight and then put Bud versus Crawford on Netflix. This is stuff you can't make up. What's up, Mo? Say it.
Of this rule, and I think a lot of people are missing certain things, and maybe we can talk this through in the war room. First and foremost, why do I want to implement this rule? The reason is last weekend was arguably the worst weekend of boxing, all right, ever. And it's mostly due to the expectations. You have Canelo Alvarez, you have Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, you have some of the biggest names.
Hilarious. He talked about the worst weekend of boxing, and it's like, bro, did you forget that Mayweather Pacquiao fight? Did y'all forget that? You remember how everybody came out, casuals and hardcore fans, and how that fight was what a lot of people said it was boring. There was nobody that left that fight that said it was exciting. What is he talking about? The worst weekend of boxing? And listen, if y'all stay tuned up, y'all know how I do. Y'all know I'm a cook on this topic. Just stay tuned, man, because we gonna connect some dots, right? We're gonna connect some dots. Remember, he said that worst weekend of boxing.
Teofimo Lopez, all in one weekend, and the weekend ended up being a huge disappointment. And what stands out is the running that William Skull was doing against Canelo Alvarez, and the running from Devin Haney, what he was doing with Ramirez. All right, but it doesn't exclude the other boring fights that happened. Ryan Garcia versus Rolly Romero was not the best fight, but it still was a shocker because Rolly Romero beat Ryan Garcia by decision. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the fact that you have two of the most historically worst bouts ever on the same weekend. Devin Haney, William Skull, and the way that they performed. Now, it's important to note that the poster child of running and boring was Shakur Stevenson's performance against De Los Santos, where a total of 105 punches were landed in that fight, making that fight a snooze fest. Devin Haney versus Ramirez, a total of 110 punches were landed that fight. That's only 5 punches more than the snooze fest of Shakur Stevenson versus De Los Santos. And Canelo Alvarez versus William Skull, only 1 punch more than the Haney fight, which was 111 total punches landed by Canelo Alvarez and William Skull in their fight. All right, so you have the poster child of boring fights in Shakur Stevenson versus De Los Santos, and similar numbers happened twice in the same weekend, which encouraged me to think of a way for this to not happen again. We definitely don't.
So Showbiz is over there looking at CompuBox numbers, which is not a real science. Oh man, what as big as his eyes is, you gotta use CompuBox numbers, and then he's influencing. It's like he's brainstorming in real time, you know, and being a businessman with Showbiz. Like Showbiz, Keyshawn, the businessman, all these business ideas that are just absolutely awful. Keyshawn's was awful for Top Rank, and his is awful for the sport of boxing. The no running rule is absolutely insane, but he's gonna tell you, you know, what it is and the how he came up with it, etc.
I want fighters to see this way of winning and start training to that because there's no rules in place. Now, let's talk about the rule.
People use proping jabs, and you're not supposed to leave your lead hand out there. People are gonna do whatever it takes to win. That's what fighting is. That is what fighting is. Listen. Remember when Mike Tyson bit Holyfield? He's like, I was fighting in my life in there. You know, you guys don't understand. You have no idea. It's like people are going to do whatever they do to get you up off of them. What did Bruce Lee say? You know, when you're in a position, use your teeth and bite. But if you make a plan to bite, you'll lose your teeth. Basically, when you fighting for your life, you got to do whatever you got to do. And that's what they in there doing, fighting for their life.
Let's say this, side note. Shakur Stevenson, he actually responded. On my X post, a lot of people are like, "Oh my God, Shakur Stevenson, you know, he felt touched by this possible rule." No, I think he's the perfect person to respond to it. Let me tell you what he said. So Shakur Stevenson, he responded and he said, "So when Sugar Ray fought Roberto Duran, the second fight, which was the no mas fight, would this rule have applied to that?" All right. So which was a fantastic question. So I responded to that by saying, yes, if this rule was in place, the ref would have had grounds to verbally encourage engagement, just like.
And see, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. The no mas fight. The no mas fight became a slogan and a slang of its own. Just like down goes Frazier, down goes like all of that stuff. Like monumental moments in boxing, right? And that's crazy to me. Showbiz the adult wants, based on his rules, he admits that we would have never got the no mas fight. That is absolutely insane. So Sugar Ray would have been forced to go toe to toe with Roberto Durant, which is why he lost it the first time. He wouldn't have been able to make the adjustments outside the ring. That's crazy work, man. That is crazy.
Excessive clinching. There's verbal engagement, then a warning, then hard warning, then possibly a point deduction. Of course, it wouldn't have been an automatic deduction. Understand what I'm saying here. It is very similar to the excessive clinching.
So there's hard warnings, hard warning. What is a hard warning? Means the warning before you take a punch. A point. But that's neither here nor there. So you give a bunch of warnings and they don't have to comply, but you have the power to take a point away from the scorecard. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Oh my, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I'm gonna just be honest with you. Listen, I know I said I was gonna turn over a new leaf, but stuff had got to be critiqued and stuff got to be put in perspective, man. We gotta do better as content creators. All Positive says, Scholar, what are you trying to make sense of this? You know what? It ain't even so much that All Positive. He put out a rule and Turkey responded to it, and Turkey has power. This ain't just a random YouTuber's opinion now. This like they trying to implement it, so it can become law.
Rule. Now, the clinching rule was put into place because of how boxing was. All right, if you look at the days of Jack Johnson and Joe Gans, Jim Jeffries, all those guys back then, Harry Greb even, those guys would implement clinching as a tactic in the bout, twisting your arms, doing certain things, kind of like wrestling while boxing.
It's so funny that he would go all the way back to explain this, but he wouldn't explain the actuality of the situation. Like a lot of rules was put into place because they didn't want a Jack Johnson to be dominant. They didn't want, they would try to favor the rules of the non-black fighter. Those are just facts. Those are just facts. The Murderers Black Road was a real thing. They didn't like Jack Johnson because Jack Johnson was their nightmare. He was a guy that was not afraid of death. He was a guy that used to stuff socks in his drawers, in his middle part, and then go a white man and tell him, I give you $10,000 if you cut me. He was like, I see a girl over there. She's looking at me. You know what she's looking at? Like stuff like that. He was really, really disrespectful. So they implemented a lot of rules. Even the referees would cheat. You go back and look at some of the old fights. You see the referees picking the fighters up off the ground and trying to get them back in there. I want to say Jim Jeffries got picked back up when Jack Johnson knocked him down the first time. I want to say that. Then he ended up knocking his tooth out. Something like that. I can't remember. Don't take me at face value. It's been a while.
All right. And that clinching portion, though, was very boring to the boxing fan. It stopped the boxing match from being all hands to a bit of wrestling, a little bit more wrestling than desired. So the boxing world decided to implement excessive clinching to encourage more punching than wrestling. That's what this is. Now that people are deciding to avoid engagement by not clinching.
I remember one time there was a YouTuber, I don't even know if this video is still up, but he would go and find actual articles of how they talked about Jack Johnson, and they would say he was boring, he was, he's hurting the game. Even Muhammad Ali, they would say, there's a video of Rocky Marciano saying, when he first came into the game, he was good for the game, but then he started talking too much and it became obsessive. Like, they used to be really, really negative and derogatory towards black fighters. It's not a secret. I mean, anybody who knows, right? Who knows boxing is aware of this. And it's just funny to me because whenever other fighters would do it, they would make it the greatest thing that you've ever seen, right? When Willie Pep was out there running around, they would say, Willie Pep was the GOAT for doing that. And it's just, they never looked at these situations the the same. They were never. I don't know if they wasn't able to, or if they just didn't care to do it. But that's the reality of the situation.
Clinching, but by running, it's still the same thing. You're still excessively avoiding engagement, making a snooze fest, stopping from this being more of a boxing match or a fight with fists to more of a track meet, just like it was more of a wrestling match when there was excessive clinching. I'm saying it's the same idea. Instead of just too much clinching, you can do too much running as well, because what we want is a fight. So I think people have to understand excessive. It does not mean what Muhammad Ali was doing. Muhammad Ali was boxing. He was on his toes. He was on his back foot, yes, many times, but he was still flicking the jab and letting his hands go. That's a style, all right? But he was definitely engaging. What Sugar Ray Leonard do mostly is engaging. Hell, what Devin Haney does mostly, he's boxing and engaging. The only time I've seen Devin Haney fight like that was against Jose Ramirez. I think people are trying to act like they don't really know the difference between running and boxing, all right? We're not talking about boxing, we're talking about running, when you're avoiding engagement. Now, what you have to understand is this. This rule that I'm trying to implement here isn't a rule where
this rule that he's trying to implement, it's so crazy that this man, that's crazy, man. Look, if Turkey got a problem with YouTubers having influence over boxing to where they actually stepping inside the ring. What's up, Q? They actually stepping inside the ring. You know, they're making historical paydays, and Jake Paul make more money than Bud, even though Bud gave his whole life to boxing. If he got a problem with that, then why don't we have a problem with YouTubers, you know, overstepping their boundaries, creating rules? Look, say what you want about Bob Arum, Don King, Eddie Hearns. Those guys is not inventing new rules for boxing. You know what I mean? They agreeing to the same rules that's already there. They signing fighters. They doing all this stuff on the business side because that's where they are. They're not trying to implement new rules into boxing to affect the outcome. Showbiz, like he's overstepping his boundaries. And Turki Alalshikh, if he think Jake Paul is, he definitely got to think Showbiz is.
As soon as somebody runs around, the ref deducts a point. No, but it allows the referee to have grounds to encourage engagement, right? So because this rule in place, the ref can say, hey, mix it up, and tell him again while he's running around, the crowd is booing, boo, you know what's going on. He's just running. He's not engaging. He say, hey, warning, mix it up. It's just like the clinching, right? When Rolly Romero fought Pitbull, he was excessively clinching, and it was making for a bad bout. The referee's job is to manage a.
Rolly got knocked out by Pitbull Cruz. That's the craziest part about it. He said that was a boring fight. Like, bro, what happened? What happened to what about the people who's doing the chasing? What is their job? I don't understand. Like, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand his mindset. But like I said, he overstepping his boundaries, and he getting actual policy passed. That's crazy. This is like Elon Musk and Turkey is Donald Trump or something. Like, this is insane. But I wanted to show you something. Hold on, give me a second.
Brother, but Haney, I want to see.
So this is when Turkey first came to boxing. They asked him in the interview what fighters did he like and what fighters did he want to see. And this is what he had to say. Check this out. Pretty interesting. Because remember, Showbiz made the rule up, you know, by brainstorming while watching the Devin Haney fight. And that's the conclusion he came up with. But this is Turki Alalshikh, totally independent of Showbiz, the entertainer.
Brother, but Haney, I want to see Haney in my country. And I send message from you now to him. I will try to do it in 24. And David, of course, we want him in my country.
He wanted Devin Haney in his country. Devin Haney ain't no knockout puncher. Devin Haney ain't known to be no knockout puncher. People criticize Devin Haney all day for being pillow fisted. And this is when Devin Haney was about to fight Regis, I believe. And he requested for Devin Haney to be in his country. He requested that. He wasn't worried about Tom and Jerry, a cartoon he's never seen. He wasn't worried about none of that.
Doesn't want to do.
it's just funny to me. Like I said, the YouTubers that they're overstepping their boundaries. And you want me to be honest with you? Turki Alalshikh doesn't have anything that's successful. That's really what this is, right? Y'all, if y'all wondering what this is, it's a guy who should not be in boxing. Turki Alalshikh. He's only relevant in boxing because of his money, but he's actually an amateur when it comes to promoting bouts. When it comes to what he expects, it's equivalent to. You remember they used to ask you back in the day, what would you do with $1 million if you won the lottery? That's what he's doing. He's a guy that has a unlimited piggy bank, and he's out there. He's making failure cards. All the cards, Showbiz went and brainstormed on the card and said the card was a dud. It was a dud because Turki Alalshikh is not an experienced matchmaker. PBC, say what you want about PBC. The cards that they had recently, that every card that they've had on Amazon Prime has been a good card because they have experienced matchmakers. Turki Alalshikh is doing what you do on Madden or something, where you just take all these hypothetical names and throw them on paper and say, well, that makes sense on paper. And that's the real reality of the situation. Turki Alalshikh is failing because he doesn't know what he's doing. And then his cancel is Showbiz the Adult. That's why these cards are failing. That's why they're flopping. He doesn't understand styles. He doesn't understand any of that stuff. Matchmakers do. That's why they make it to the Hall of Fame. Turki got an honorary Hall of Fame just for having money. Let that sink in. So you remember when he talked about his plans for the sport of boxing? This was one of them. Check it out.
To game for boxing for different reasons, for supporting another sport.
Yes.
Now we are doing the Undisputed and sponsor the Undisputed, and it will be huge in Riyadh season, and we support it. This is the most important thing, and we will do and support TV series, and movies, and the documentary. And you are one of the
I'm in the documentary.
Yeah,
Joe Calzaghe.
Yeah, to make documentary about the greatest 40 legend in boxing, to make the people see it and have 1.5 hours to learn, and the talent to learn how they deal with their life.
Yeah.
That game was awful. For anybody who got that game, I was one of the people that played bought the deluxe, you know what I mean, before it came out, bought all the characters. That game was so awful that Jake Paul, the guy who he doesn't like, is downloadable content. That's how awful that game was. Movies never came out, none of that stuff. He partnered with TKO. TKO, they ain't got nothing going on. It's just like Turki is just, he got to bring in more experienced people. Dana White is a failed himself. So boxing promoter himself. So that's not gonna work. But like I said, it's just funny to me. The game flopped. You know what I mean? Everything that Turki touching is flopping, and everybody still think Turki, Big Bang Turki is gonna save the day. I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. That Crawford versus Canelo fight, I think Crawford gonna get stretched, and I don't think it's gonna be that exciting. But that's neither here nor there. Let's continue through this interview because I remember highlighting moments like this. So let me react to this as well.
And the second part, please, sir, we don't want any YouTuber fight again.
No more? No more KSI? No more?
I don't talk about names.
Yes.
I want fighters.
Real fighters.
I want fighters. This is what I support. Maybe another section in GIA will do something like this for the fans to make them happy. Okay, but me, from inside my heart, I want the fighters.
So many things to unpack so little time. He wants fighters, he don't want YouTubers, but he'll consult with the YouTuber about the business of boxing where he's a rookie at. Makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Then on top of that,
I like.
Then on top of that, he said, we might have a separate league for them, but I don't want to name names, but we know who he's talking about. We know who they blackballed. Remember the guy that was about to fight on Netflix? He was about to fight Canelo, the guy that they went and stole from and put the same fight on Netflix. That guy. Yeah. Turki Alalshikh is actually like, even the look he gave him looked like was like the reporter got a little bit scared there. You know, we know what happened to reporters over there in Saudi Arabia. But it's funny because they asked him a question about Mayweather. This is what he had to say.
I like him a lot.
Floyd Mayweather.
Of course, no.
Who? I can't think. Who?
Two.
Lennox Lewis.
I like him as a brother, but not.
Sugar Ray Leonard.
I like him as a brother, but not.
Evander Holyfield.
I like him like a brother, but not. I will tell you. Larry Holmes and Roberto Duran.
Larry Holmes
and Roberto Duran.
Both good guys.
Bro, Larry Holmes used to pump that jab and get up on his back foot and fight a very defensive fight. So according to the rules that Showbiz just gave you, would the referee be able to tell Larry Holmes no excessive running whenever Ernie Schaefer's knocked him down? You see what I'm saying? This is how silly this mess is. Like, bro, if you're not going to take YouTube boxers serious, like a Jake Paul who's actually taking punches, you know what I mean, is a rich guy who chose boxing even though he was rich, then you can't take these YouTubers serious who don't know the sport of boxing. Like you putting yourself in a dilemma. Like that is absolutely insane. One thing I wanted to show y'all too, right? Since we go down the history of boxing and address this running stuff. You remember I told you about you know how they used to talk about black fighters and how they used to talk about black fighters versus the white fighters who did certain stuff. The sweet science is to hit and not get hit. It just is what it is, right? Here's a video right here of Willie Pep, one of the guys who they say is great, had really, really good footwork. Muhammad Ali talked about him as well. He did a documentary with Angelo Diddy. Check this out.
I just trained hard. I had to because I was very thin, and a good punch would kill me. So the idea was, he who hits and runs away lives to fight another day. And I just got to be
buy that. I buy
fighter.
that.
I hit and run for 29 years.
He who hits and runs away lives to fight another day. That was Willie Pep's slogan. Like, how many fights will Willie Pep have lost based on Showbiz, the adult rule? That is absolutely insane, right?
What is the most powerful trait we have?
Canelo.
I wanted to show y'all this because remember I talked about Turki Alalshikh cards being a failure, right? He throw the big names on. He got Eminem coming out. He handing out cards. He doesn't understand the market of boxing. He don't understand Americans neither. He thinks he does because, you know, he's rich, but he doesn't. He doesn't understand how this goes. All the boxing promoters you work with, the Arams, the Eddie Hearns, you need to start consulting with those guys and stop consulting with YouTubers, right? You know, get those guys and hire a couple of matchmakers from there. Why would you bring in Dana White, who don't know anything about boxing? Dana White has brought his UFC stars over to boxing to get stretched. You know what I mean? And took them, well, that only happened once with Conor McGregor, and then took a majority of Conor McGregor's money, you know, for getting knocked out. And he was never the same fighter after that. Go look at Conor McGregor's record. After Mayweather knocked him out, he was never the same. Francis Ngannou came over to boxing to risk his undefeated record to get knocked out because of the lack of payment that Dana White was providing for him as well. But look at this. Look at this right here. Still trying to promote that sorry game.
It's happened. Canelo-Crawford, 13th of September in Las Vegas. Thank you for everyone. Thank you, Canelo. Thank you, Crawford. Thank you, Netflix. Bella. Thank you, Bella. Thank you, all your team.
Thank you, Death Row. All of you.
And Netflix. Thank you, Nick Khan. TKO. Thank you, Dana, my brother, who he will promote this fight with me. Thank you for Sila, Dr. Rakan, my old friend, Dr. Rakan. Thank you to Riyadh Season, Faisal. Thank you to Fatal Fury, SNK. Thank you to The Ring Magazine. Thank you for everyone. This is the biggest fight in boxing and in the history in the last 10 years and maybe more. Thank you, Shefford.
from the team of Canelo. Thank you, Ash, the Hunters. And this is very good opportunity for the talent in boxing. We will make the undercard, all the undercard, about talent, because we have the biggest fight. We don't need big fight in the undercard. For that, we will give the chance for the talent. If you think you are ready to be in the undercard of Canelo-Crawford, come talk with us.
So his theory is the guy that's moving up in weight that a lot of us think don't have a chance of winning, or really a good chance of winning, right? Especially being an older guy, legs being gone, etc., right? That fight is going to be so good that they don't even need an undercard. Basically some street beast type stuff. Come one, come all. Put your applications in. You could potentially fight on Riyadh season, etc., right? I think that this is why his business venture sucks in boxing. This is why. It's why he keep losing money. That is such a stupid thing to do. And because everybody around him see that he had a bag, nobody tells him when he does stupid ideas like this. Like, what are you doing? You just wasting money at that point. So the idea is, this sounds like Dana. I'm just being honest with you. The idea is, listen, we gave Crawford and Canelo so much money that all we got to do is just invite people over here the opportunity to fight on Riyadh season, and they'll just put on a fight. And it's like, no, styles make fights. MMA is bigger than UFC. UFC is a promotional company, so they're able to mix and match and do all this within their company. Like, just inviting random people, not even knowing the styles of those people, is a recipe for disaster. That card, look for that card to be another dud. Turki Alalshikh has showed us one thing, is that money don't give you smarts. All of his cards have been straight duds.
And maybe you will have chance. Thank you, and see you in Vegas the 13th of September, inshallah.
What is the most powerful?
Yeah, and this is why Turki Alalshikh his cards are awful, because he doesn't think them through. He don't have experienced people. Everybody around him kisses his butt. Listen, if we able to point that out with Keyshawn, we should be able to do it with Turki. Why everybody can't see it when it comes to Turki? What's different between Keyshawn Davis and Turki? Just saying, man, we gotta do better. But yes, look for that fight to be a dud. Don't expect nothing. Like, I'm gonna try to go to that event, the Bud versus Canelo. But I'm looking forward to just the experience. I don't think that fight is gonna be all that. I'm just being honest with you. Let me show you something. Remember the video I showed you of Willie Pep? Let me show you this video right here of Mike Tyson. Cuts the bottom. Check this out.
Punches are not made, they are born.
Old age is great. If you live long enough, that's right. You're a little bit too square. Your right shoulder, you see, a little bit this way. It should be more this way. So when you're driving it, nothing to hold that blow. You're going to do real damage. You might drop the guy with one punch. But you aim it here and bring the same hand. When he hits here, he's liable to bring it down. Even if he's got his life, bring down, bang, over here. Bang, with the left hook here or here. See? You got a chance to put in 3 perfect punches if he's upstanding. That's it. See, ain't no way he's going to hit you then, right? And remember, it's always good to throw the punch where you could hit him and he can't hit you. That's what the science of boxing is all about. Remember, from the side, you can let that punch go with the worst kind of intention, because you know he can't hit you back, so you can throw the bomb with all the power you can generate.
That's Custom Model breaking down what the sweet science of boxing is about. To hit and not get hit, you know. And God forbid they put a referee in there who don't understand that, and they think like showbiz. They just want action, action, action. Like, it's so funny to me. It's so funny to me that for years, I've watched Larry Merchant and Jim Lampley and those guys receive complaints from fans, right? All the fans will say they don't know anything about boxing, that, they got to stop this, that, they should be replaced, they should be fired, only for the fans to get on YouTube and start echoing their sentiments. That is absolutely insane. Jim Lampley and Larry Merchant have been saying stuff like that for years, and everybody would just roll their eyes at them and be like, oh my God, they don't know anything about boxing. Only for everybody to start, like the 3,000 signatures to say don't to stand in front of a fighter and don't have excessive running is absolutely insane. But that's how it normally goes. Let me and I'll positive talk about this all the time. Boxers, fighters become promoters just to treat fighters like they was treated by their promoters. Like this is a nasty game. The boxing fighter, the fighters, whenever the media's talking crap about them, they're really mad about it. But then whenever they retire, they start talking crap about fight. Like, it's just a game of, listen, it's okay when I do it, but it's bad when you do it. I want to be the one holding the gun. But look, check this out. Do y'all remember this? Y'all remember this? Jim Lampley and these guys? Check this out.
But he fought his heart out. I fought my heart out. And we put on a pleasing performance tonight. You've often talked about boxing as entertainment. You came to the ring as a gladiator. But do you think this was particularly entertaining? I mean, there were people booing, there were people leaving after the 10th and 11th round. And since you've brought the subject up, I want your response. Well, you always give me a hard time. You don't ever give me the credit I really deserve. You got a shutout. You got a shutout. We all give you credit for that. Yeah, but I appreciate it. But you'll never give me the credit I really deserve. I mean, you're good at commentating, so stick to commentating. Let me do the fighting. I'm the best at what I do. That's why I'm with HBO. HBO is my family. HBO is my home. And like I said before, you can learn boxing, cutting my cap. You can learn boxing from Pretty Boy Floyd. You're just a commentator. Stick to commentating. Well, that's exactly what I'm doing, and I'm asking you the question. It's more like this. Don't always be a critic and be so negative. Let's be positive. I got the victory tonight under any circumstance. So all you can do is respect me for that. Every time a fighter come out there, I know you keep your fingers crossed. We do. You hoping and wishing that a fighter can beat me. No, I'm the king of the throne, and Floyd Mayweather is here to stay. I can win under any circumstances. You always talk. Let me do the talking. Everybody wants. That's what you always do. Let me do the talking. See you in a good fight. HBO, I love you. This Pretty Boy Floyd, the best of the best, the creme de la creme. Filthy Rich Records.
Shout out to Floyd Mayweather for never making it with Filthy Rich Records. But in all seriousness, that's how they used to be, and everybody complained about it. They said, man, Larry Merchant and those guys suck. They need to do their jobs better. I cannot believe that. It's just like only to become them. Like I said, look, hey, we got a long history of it. Let's go down. Let's go down to consensus. Because like now, in hindsight, everybody listen. They called Mayweather born for years, but the pay-per-view numbers that he did was historic, and he wasn't a heavyweight. So obviously he was doing something right. Like, why y'all want to go? Why you want to go see a born coward? I wouldn't want to go see a boy. He told everybody. They still went to go see him. Check this out.
I'm so happy to report this. Floyd Mayweather's farewell fight over the weekend was the worst selling of his 6 Showtime pay-per-view fights.
She air quoted Floyd. Let's run that back. What's with the air quotes?
Farewell fight.
Why was it farewell fight? Like, that's crazy to me.
Over the weekend was the worst selling of his 6 Showtime pay-per-view fights. The LA Times reported it drew.
You see how excited it was that Floyd Mayweather versus Andre Berto didn't sell like his other ones, and it's only his worst compared to him, but he was number one.
Just over 500,000 buys compared to
500,000 buys. That would be considered a decent pay-per-view for a fighter today. Anyway.
4 million for the Pacquiao fight.
I'm surprised he got 500,000. You know the thing about Mayweather, forget the braggadocio, forget all the money mongering and that stuff. I don't find his fights to be compelling. He's a defensive fighter. He's a counter puncher. If you can afford to spend $70 to watch that stuff, then go for it. But I don't find him the least bit entertaining. Pacquiao in his prime was tremendously entertaining. So was De La Hoya. So was.
You see how they try to say Pacquiao in his prime, because he was trying to insinuate that he was out of his prime when Mayweather beat him.
Tyson. So was Sugar Ray, Hagler. Most great fighters have been entertaining. I think Mayweather is a yawn, is a snooze.
And why would anyone pay to watch some guy who lugs around a Louis Vuitton filled with cash and beats up women?
Just he's not my guy.
No.
World champion Floyd Mayweather.
That's crazy. Why would anybody watch a guy who walks around with Louis V bag and beats up women? I mean, maybe they prefer their fighters to grab them by the peak. But anyway, like I think that's absolutely insane. They trying to trick people out of buying the fight. You know, Stephen A. Smith. Not Stephen A. Smith. For years, you know, you got Skip Bayless talking about how Pacquiao was going to beat him and how he was scared. You know, even in his fights that he had up and coming, they would try to show up and paint the narrative that he was born, which is crazy because it's like he's the one selling. Nobody went to go buy a ticket for Marcos Maidana. They went to go buy a ticket because they thought Marcos Maidana might possibly beat Floyd.
If Mayweather sits down with his kids to watch a fight, by the third round, his kids are sleeping already. Because you guys know that's what's going to happen. The kids are going to fall asleep because they're not going to enjoy that fight. Whichever fight it is, they're going to fall asleep.
September the 13th on Showtime from the Mayweather Grand Garden Arena. What's going to happen?
If I tell you what's going to happen, then the fans is not going to want to buy the fight. So,
world champion Floyd Mayweather with us in a fight that, you know, to most.
Now, Floyd. Now, everybody was trying to convince us that Floyd Mayweather was a boring fighter, while they could not stop watching him whatsoever. You know, Skip Bayless, Stephen A. Smith on air. You had before his fights, Marcos Maidana telling and Robert Garcia and them telling us that he was boring. Then you got this crazy stuff. You know, the Manny Pacquiao fight, that was a mirage, right? Manny Pacquiao's coming back at 46 years old to fight. That's what he had to say. Check this out. This is absolutely insane.
What's up, Manny? Okay. Manny.
Chuck.
good? Guys, fire away.
Manny, how do you feel returning to the ring?
I'm excited and happy. I'm back.
What's the difference this time returning to Wild Card from the first time you stepped foot at the Wild Card to now?
The same. I feel the same, and I feel that hungriness of training, work hard, but it kinds of there's a adjustment for body recovery. It's not like before that just overnight. So we're thinking sometimes we have to rest. We're taking time to let my body recover, like that we can. But the training intense, hard work, discipline is still there. It's the same.
Manny, I know that after the Ugas fight was a little difficult for your family. Your eyes were closed and your wife fed you and everything. Was that tough in this part of coming back? Did you have to? Was there a talk you had to have with your family before coming back in Jinky? Or?
Yeah, they saw that, but they're the one. They're very supportive because they saw my speed, my power, and then the body condition, like that. The last fight I had with Ugas, you know me, because I'm not really 100% focused on that fight because there's a distraction. I encounter a lot of cases with Paradigm. Paradigm is distracting me so much on that fight. They did a lot of things in training camp to distract me 100%. But I study about it and thinking about it, like, God is good all the time.
Manny,
If you win this fight against Darius, are you planning on defending it and staying active in boxing?
Yeah, right now focus on the fight against Barrios one at a time, and let's talk about the next one.
They keep Manny, just Gervonta Davis. They keep talking about Gervonta Davis as a possible fight, Manny. You like that fight because he's little, like he's your size.
I like that. I like that. I mean, I like that, but let's finish first this one because this one is a taller champion like that. So I have a lot of things to do in training camp. Talk about the after the fight.
Manny, you look amazing in camp. You fought De La Hoya, who was a giant. You fought Margarito, who was a giant. We saw those two fights. And the same thing happened on July 19th.
I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best.
Why Barrios? Would you see in his style?
It just happened that he's a champion. I was 115, 122, 118.
Manny, how was
Put hatred, grievances against someone like that. I always love the people, but doing the things in the ring, that's different. Like I don't know. A division is hard to accomplish.
How would you describe your career? How would you describe your career?
Marquez. I don't want to raise my own chair.
Manny, who are the top 5 fighters you ever fought, you think?
Barrera, Morales, Marquez, De La Hoya, Cotto, what else? Cotto, Margarito.
Why no Floyd Mayweather? Why not Floyd Mayweather? Why isn't he in the top 5?
Floyd Mayweather, he's running the whole 12 rounds and he won the fight. How is that? I mean, I feel sorry to the fans because the fight is boring. The fight is boring. Like that's not the fans are expecting to us. I mean, as a fighter, if I'm a fan, of course I want to see a good fight, like Chin fight, not a passion show.
Is that rematch still
right? We need action. Like,
let's get a question from Christopher Sloan.
Hi, Manny Pacquiao. So.
I couldn't picture MMA fan talking about how boring they sport was because they had wrestling in it. Matter of fact, I was gonna make a short. Whenever I went to this place to go eat with my wife, when we was there, it was UFC on one TV, UFC on the other TV, and it was boring. They were just wrestling and humping each other in panties. Like it was awful in my opinion. But I could never picture them saying that about their sport because they know better, right? They know better. They know better. They know better stuff than that. They biasness to their sport. Manny Pacquiao, it won't even put Floyd as one of the best fighters he fought. Manny Pacquiao, what were you doing during the time that Floyd Mayweather was running? Why you couldn't do nothing about it? Why were you powerless? Why does him running make you powerless? That's the questions they should ask somebody like who keep talking about boring stuff. They knew Floyd's style before they ever got in the ring, and still get in the ring with him and complain about his style. That is the craziest thing in the world. My bad, bro. That was an accident, KP. I didn't mean to do that. Try to put your comment on the screen. I hate the way StreamYard got these new comments. You can put it again, bro. My bad. But yeah, man, it's crazy. But look, I remember this. I think this is it. Hold on. I think this is it. Give me a second.
A generation ago, boxing was an integral part of American culture. Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier, George Foreman, they were all household names and magazine cover boys. But as the years have passed, boxing has disappeared from the headlines amid scandals and recently the rise of mixed martial arts. But there are still some figures that command big TV ratings and even bigger paychecks. And one of those men...
It's just, it's all entertainment. It's about being the best at what you do.
Oh. We got your microphone.
I'm sorry.
Coming off. That's all right. There we go.
Well, boxing is entertainment.
Boy, they wanted Floyd to lose bad. You see what the title is, The Decline of Boxing, but Floyd Mayweather pay-per-view numbers is healthy. That's crazy. They still trying to convince people, oh, he's a woman beater. Oh, now y'all care about woman beaters. But Dana White slaps his woman on camera and he's promoting the Terrence Crawford versus Canelo fight.
And it's about going out and entertaining. And I think I've done a great job entertaining outside the ring. You know, all I'm looking forward to doing is expanding my business portfolio, you know, with several Fortune 500 companies, because, you know, in the last 3 fights, I've generated over 300 million, and that's in 90 minutes.
So we were talking about this during the break. You've done very well in your last few fights,
and that's something.
But you don't have another one scheduled right now. And somebody, one of the fans in the control room, was just asking me about Manny Pacquiao. I know this is something we asked you about last time you were on.
He's absolutely a good fighter. He's a good fighter.
So are you going to fight him?
We take one day at a time. I can't say. You know, the thing about Floyd Mayweather, he's his own boss, and Manny Pacquiao has a boss. And so it's going to be hard to negotiate that fight, but hopefully, you know, we can get it done. But we just take
what would you need to see to make it happen?
It takes a lot of things. It takes a lot of things to make a fight of that magnitude happen. And, you know, we must see eye to eye and look at things on certain terms to get the fight done.
Now, you are a busy guy beyond fighting, of course, beyond boxing, of course. You've talked a little bit about mixed martial arts. There have been some sort of conflicting reports because you made some disparaging comments about those fighters on the one hand. On the other hand, talking about potential partnership with HDNet. So tell us what's going on.
Lately, I've reached out to Dana White. I've been knowing Dana White since 1996. I've reached out to Dana White and talked to him and said, let's just get along and be positive. It's enough war going on. It's enough with our country, you know, being a recession in this country at war. You know, let's just have peace and get along. Hopefully we can work together someday.
Well, get along and work together. That's pretty vague. Yeah. Is there anything that's more specific in the works? I know maybe you talked to Mark Cuban about getting involved with him as well.
Of course, I talked to Mark Cuban. He's a very, very close friend of mine, Mark Cuban. And that's the guy that I look up to in business. Very, very sharp, smart, intelligent. And, you know, hopefully someday, you know, I want to take, you know, my companies to that level.
Also, I'm curious, when you've talked about mixed martial arts, at the same time, I was surprised to see that you actually did some stuff with wrestling, the WWE.
Those are two different fields. You know, I have a good relationship with the McMahon family.
Okay, that wasn't the clip. But yeah, they wanted Floyd Mayweather to lose bad. What the clip that I was looking for, that I thought this was it, was basically a clip where Floyd Mayweather basically went on TV the next day after everybody called him boring, and he was like, "Listen, y'all mad at me? Blame Pacquiao." And I remember whenever he said that, it was on World Star, and I remember laughing like, "Bro, Mayweather is crazy." But in actuality, Mayweather was right. Pacquiao was supposed to be everything they said he was. He was going to be a challenge. He was going to do this to Floyd. He was going, you know what I mean? He was going to knock Floyd out, and Floyd was scared of him. But then he gets in the ring and he doesn't make a good account of himself. He don't make a good account of himself. Like, he knew Floyd was going to run before he got in the ring. Like, it wasn't a surprise. Floyd Mayweather didn't automatically like get in there and just start boxing that day, but he's normally a slugger. We knew this going in, and you had months to prepare for this. You had years to prepare for this, because that fight didn't happen until what? That fight brewed for like what, 5 years, 6 years, something like that. Same thing with Spence versus Bud. But yeah, you knew. So we're not finna give you. I'm not finna give you no grace or shoot you no bell. Like the same thing with Canelo. Oh man, Skull ran from me. Man, there was times where you trapped Skull on the ropes, Canelo, and you didn't do nothing, man. Listen, it takes 2 fighters to make a fight. Some fighters get in there and run. There were people that were running for Mike Tyson. What happened to them? You know, y'all seen Jurassic World. What happened when they run from the T-Rex? Do the T-Rex stop chasing them and say, oh, well, you know, they need to agree to the rules that they're going to stay in front of me and let me catch them? No. Do lions make that argument with gazelles? It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. But look, I wanted to show y'all this because this is pretty interesting. I want to show you Bud talking, and then I want to give you a little history. Give me a second. Now, if y'all don't know, like I said, there's some YouTubers out there. Okay. So, like I said, for those who don't know, there were YouTubers and they were reacting to this clip, right? And like I said, like Tupac said, go ahead and get your money. I ain't mad at you. You know what I mean? You know, the LDBC and those people were spinning the race narrative. And it's like, you know, to deny that there's a race element here would be being disingenuous. So, but the way they were spinning it wasn't truthful. Bud didn't respond to Turki Alalshikh. That's clickbait title. Bud is over there living comfortable. You remember Day, we over here living good. We eating steaks and shrimps. Bud is over there living good, man. He went over there, marketed his payday. His dream fight. Got his dream fight out of Turki Alalshikh. To be honest with you, Bud is over there playing the art of war. I just don't think it's going to end up good for him. But yeah, he definitely is over there. He's not going to speak out to Turki Alalshikh. He's not going to come out and try to explain boxing to him or any of that. But it's pretty fun. Like I said, it's pretty funny to me that Turki Alalshikh doesn't like YouTubers, but he would actually accept business advice from them. That doesn't make any sense to me. Because if you one way where YouTubers that are coming over to boxing are not like shouldn't be taken seriously, then why should showbiz be taken seriously? He's just a guy with a camera. That's essentially it. A guy with a camera and an opinion. You know, he called himself showbiz the adult, you know. But like I said, man, the biz don't stand for business. You know what I mean? The boxing business, because inventing rules that don't make no sense. But let's put it like this: he's the entertainment part of boxing. He should not be taken seriously as well. He's the equivalent of Jake Paul, a guy that got famous, blew up on YouTube, and got eyes and ears to listen to them because of their platform on YouTube. That's essentially what Jake Paul is in boxing, and that's what Showbiz the Adult is. So I don't know why he would be accepting business decision advice from Showbiz the Adult. But anyway, I say all that to say this. There is a video of Terrence Crawford checking somebody on the sweet science, but it had nothing to do with Turki Alalshikh. So we'll go over that, like I said, information station, and we'll break it down. Here we go. So Terrence Bud Crawford had to educate somebody about the sweet science, and listen to the back and forth.
Yeah, he moved. Okay, so when Ali say flow like a butterfly, sting like a bee, what that mean?
Without being biased, Shakur or Tank? Shakur.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a reason why you don't want to fight him.
Ali, there's a reason why, buddy.
He said he's going to run. See, that's why he don't know much about boxing. It's levels.
It's levels. What is boxing? Where you at? Where you at? Come here. Where you at? Let me see. Let me see. I see. What is?
Sit right to see. Sit right to see.
You a bodybuilder. You ain't no boxer. What is the definition of boxing?
Hitting up your head.
I didn't ask you. I asked him.
Yeah, that's good.
What is it?
Can you guys fighting?
No, that's not fighting. Fighting ain't even in the definition of boxing. What is boxing?
I'm not telling.
Hit and not get hit. It's a sign. Okay, so tell me this. Because I'm gonna support my little brother.
Of course you are.
Okay, so what's easier? Me standing in front of you, going blow for blow, or me hitting you and making sure that you can't hit me? What's harder?
Well, moving, hit and run.
Huh?
Hit and run.
Okay, so if that's harder, then what's so bad?
But you did to win the fight, not running around.
No, it's harder.
Hey, Bud is up there trying to explain what most fighters know. If you go to a gym, right? This is how you know that you're in a good gym or a sorry gym. If you go to a gym and they start you feet first, it's a good gym. If you go inside a gym and they throw you in sparring right away or do it like that, is a horrible gym. Every gym is going to teach you feet first, then defense. A good gym, right? And they're going to teach you because, listen, we can say all this stuff. It reminds me of like people that watch Marvel movies, so they don't really understand the ramifications of things. They think like life is like Westerns and stuff. Like they can go out there and do whatever, say whatever, and there'd be no repercussions or, for the actions. But there are fighters who are messed up. There are fighters who drool on themselves. There are fighters that don't remember. Jerry McCullum. There are fighters who are really, really messed up. You can lose your life in the ring, and that's the reality of it. So when fighters want to get in there and not lose their life, but still make the money because they're taking the risk, people are just like they're crapping all over. Now look, we already know where I lie on this, right? I do not like Shakur. I think Shakur is an overrated fighter. Everybody already know how I feel about Shakur. I've been saying this for a long time. Now everybody's starting to come to my side. Before they criticize me for saying all this, now they're starting to see the world the way I see it. But like this, boring boxing stuff is getting a little silly because the alternative that they're giving, because they don't even understand what they're watching, right? First off, in order to call somebody boring, you have to understand the sport of boxing, in my opinion, right? If you're gonna be out there speaking on a public platform. Now, if you're just in the confines of your home, if you're just in the confines of your home, spend your money how you want to spend your money. It's up to you. But if you out there on public platforms or showing up to boxing events, calling Shakur boring, bro, that's the problem with boxing right there. Listen, if we're going to hold high standards to YouTubers and criticize them for participating in the sport, should we not do the same in media? Because I know a bunch of qualified people that really love the sport, that really respect the sport and learn the sweet science of the sport, and they don't be making it to these fights, right? The fights is overwhelmingly a majority of people that don't even know boxing. I remember one time when Ugas was about to fight, and one of the presser people asked Errol Spence, how does he feel now fighting a southpaw? And Errol Spence like, what? Looking around. He was like, yeah, Ugas is a southpaw. And then he was like, nah, he ain't no southpaw. He was like, oh. And that's why I'm like, bro, what? How do you not know that? You're at the fight to ask questions to the fighters and you don't even know what stance they're in? We got to, listen, T.O. got a corny slang that would, from Donald Trump, make fighters great again. We got to make boxing media great again. The balance has tilted. We got too much of the Lampleys and Larry Merchants. We need more than Emmanuel Stewarts, and the way we do that is staying around channels that can inform us about the sweet science. Because like I said, the name of the game is to hit and not get hit. That's that's it in a nutshell. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. The game is to hit and not get hit. Now, I will say this, there are certain styles that are acquired taste, right? Like counterpunching is not an acquired taste. Counterpunching is not a desired taste from the average fan. I will give them that. But I mean, I'll slander Shakur, but I mean, I don't think Shakur should have points taken away from his the scorecard because he's not engaging at all times. Like that's retarded. That's retarded. Like that. Like I say, stuff like that is so stupid. You can't even make it up. Like this is something that you do. Like how people got like stoner thoughts. Like they hit the weed and be like, we call flies flies. Do flies call us walks? That's that type of talk. You know what we should do? We should make a rule in boxing where you can't run. Yeah. Pretty soon it's just gonna be like the slap league. You know how they just stand in front of each other and let people slap them? It's gonna be that. It's gonna be that pretty soon because people don't understand. Like Terrence Bud Crawford was trying to tell them, it take more skill to be in front of somebody and make a miss than it do to just slug it out and then may the best man win and may the odds be in your favor. That's crazy. But what's up, Rob G?
Hey, what up, Skull? Man, I think that's a good point. Exactly what you just said with Crawford said. It takes a lot more skill to make someone miss in front of you, like while they're right in front of you, and I completely agree. I do think that there's a lot of, whenever they talk about running, I think about so my opinion on running. I this is just my personal opinion, but I would consider running like when you're taking consistent like 2 to 3 steps back at almost every time of engagement, and I mean back, not lateral, not to the side, not cutting the angle. I mean back. When you're consistently taking steps back, and if your defense is every time they throw is to take steps back. But just like you said, Terrence Crawford say, whenever you can stand in the pocket and make them miss and not get hit, that's what I think the true sweet science is being able to stand in the pocket, slip, dodge. And that's what I believe is the whole thing of being able to hit and not get hit, being able to swim without getting wet, right? But I think that oftentimes people like, and I mean people, I mean like maybe like boxers even, but you see folks that like they'll use that term of being hit and not getting hit, but I think they'll use it to their own style. And what I think certain people that would say that to their style, I'll even say it like Shakur or Devin. And I think those are two fighters that I see that are their defense is taking steps back, and it's not always like that, but a lot of times I see it as their consecutive steps backwards versus not lateral, not standing in the pocket and you can dodge. It's taking steps backwards, and that's what I would consider running. And it's crazy whenever I've even heard some people say like, well, why wouldn't like you cut the ring off and force him to fight? And it's like, oh shit. Or I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say this. I mean, my bad, Scarlett. It's like, oh crap, we're now going to a fight to where now we're gonna have to see someone force someone to fight. Like, but I mean, but then that comes down. That's subjective. That part was subjective. But yeah. So that's how I feel about that as far as running. Now, as far as with the rule. Now, I think you can't be doing that, because what's going to happen is once you make a rule, then now it's going to be corrupt, and now it's going to be taken out of context, and now you're going to see you're going to be able to see corruption, and they're going to fall back on that rule. So I don't think the rule was a right move. I don't agree with the whole running rule. You should be able to take a point away. I agree with, hey, if he's running, then you should be able to cut the ring off. You should be able to force the fight and this and that. And I think that the only scrutiny that would come to the fighter should be maybe just disapproval from certain fans that don't like that style, I don't think it should come to taking a point away. So I don't agree with that whole rule and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, it's, when they talk about running, I feel that, and I don't I don't think a lot of these fighters that say that they're slick and this and that. And I'm specifically talking about Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney. I think that they're running style fighters, and like I said, I explained earlier, I just don't think they stand in the pocket. And that's it.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what I was gonna say, Raji. This is what I was gonna say. Bro, like I said, when I seen that Mayweather clip and Mayweather was like, you Blake Pacquiao, everybody already know what I do. I've been in the game, 20 years. Everybody know I know how to box. Mayweather know how to box. Blake Pacquiao. I remember I died laughing, bro. I grew to realize, like, bro, that's part of the game, bro. Fighters are gonna do whatever they gotta do, bro. We didn't see fighters bite people. We didn't see love throw people out the ring. We didn't see tripping people. We didn't see tackling people outside the ring. We didn't see it all, bro, because it's fighting, right? And I feel like if you know, because it take two to tango, bro. But if the other guy has skills and he knows the other guy's gonna run, he's supposed to prepare for that and get him out of there or slow him down. The Lord versus Canelo fight, bro. Canelo was able to slow Lord down with hip pointer shots. He was able to implement his game plan on Laura. And I feel like that's part of the game, bro. Like everybody criticizes Shakur for the De Los Santos fight. What did De Los Santos do? He didn't do his job. Everybody who fought Mike Tyson ran. They knew, bro. They knew. They came in scared, wide eyed. Once they seen that sweat dripping and him coming from the locker room, no Diddy, they was already running in their head, bro. Mike Tyson still knocked the majority of his opponents out, bro. He either was gonna knock you out or knock them out. Rarely did they make it to the final belt. That is a skill, bro. That's part of the art. Like Terrence Bud Crawford said later in the video, he was like, they don't even mention fighting in boxing because it's boxing. It's not fighting. I feel like when you study in the styles of boxing, you have a style like a Willie Pep who's gonna stay on the outside, do what he got to do, pump the jab, run you into shots, but he gonna dip up under. He not gonna exchange with you in the inside. Then you have some fighters who know the sweet science who gonna stand right in front of you like a James Toney, make you miss every single shot and just beat you to death. You had those type of fighters. Like you can't penalize one fighter for not being like the other. Everybody, usually your legs is a part of defense, is a part of boxing. Like if you look at Mayweather's shoulder roll, you look at James Toney's shoulder roll. Two different shoulder rolls. Same method. Make you throw the right hand, roll it, and come over the top, right? Come back with the right hand. But one of them stand in front of you, draw it out, and the other uses their legs. I wouldn't penalize Mayweather for using his legs with the shoulder roll. It's part of the game. Everybody gonna take what the old school people did and build on it. They're gonna give their own unique perspective from it. But there are fighters who are just strictly defensive minded, and I wouldn't penalize them for being defensive minded. Like you said, the corruption element. If you get, like, we already have a sport where we see people eyeball hanging out. You know, we see their ear falling off, and the referee like, and the new, and will raise their hand like we didn't just see them get beat up in front of everybody, right? If you give them the power to start taking points for lack of engagement, because let's be honest, even if a fighter's not defensive minded, there still could be lack of action. They could just be tired. This is the sport of boxing, you know. People get tired. They're not machines in there, so they could just be sheer fatigue, and referee could just, hey, hold up, let me take a point from you, Canelo. You go over there and fight Canelo. Stand in front of, like, that is crazy. Next they're gonna be saying like you can only fight with your right hand if you're an orthodox fighter. You can't use your jab. Like, come on, bro. People probe. That's part of the game. People step on feet. That's part of the game. People bite. That's part of the game. People hit you low, below the belt. That's part of the game. People will knee you. Bernard Hopkins would do really, really dirty tactics. It's part of the game.
Yeah, I agree. It's all part of the game. That's basically why I said I don't think they should be penalized, and I completely am against the rule. But I do think that there's runners, and I think they're running. They ain't doing that sweet science. They're running, and that's my opinion. But I completely disagree with the rule. It's part of the game, and you got to adapt to it.
Who's a fighter you would say is a runner?
Oh, I said earlier, I think Devin Haney, he runs a lot, and I think Shakur Stevenson runs a lot. And I was gonna say this earlier, Scholar, but I didn't want to cut you off. But when you were talking about your Shakur, like Shakur is something part of the game, I'm pretty positive. Like, I'm not trying to make this of a gotcha moment, because that's definitely not what I'm trying to do. But I'm pretty positive, like, at one point you had posted a screenshot of Shakur running backwards, and you did a whole show out of it.
Yeah, I don't. This is what I'm trying to explain to you, Raji.
So that kind of sounds a little bit different than what you're saying right now.
Well, hold up. No, it's not different. It's not different. If Shakur is a runner, and we know Shakur is a runner, is his opponent aware of it or not? Is his opponent getting paid to beat Shakur?
Yeah, that's what he's getting.
It's his opponent's job to stop Shakur from running.
100%.
Okay, when I'm speaking about Shakur running and making fun of Shakur, it's because I'm not a fan of his style. I'm not facing Shakur. It's not my job to stop Shakur from running.
Right.
It's the opponent's job. Like, it takes two. See, like I said, fighters will even get inside the ring and follow the opponent around, like Canelo did with Skull, just so they can say he ran. I mean, look, check this out. I remember one fight I was commentating. I don't even remember who it was, but I was commentating the fight, and I said, "Watch, he finna follow him around, and at the end of the fight, say he just ran." And then at the end of the fight, he was like, "Well, I couldn't do anything because he just ran." No, bro. It's in your job description to win. If your opponent is going to run from you and you're aware of it, and your job is to win, formulate a game plan to win against that. Otherwise, you lying. You lying to yourself. You cheating the public because you're not giving your best foot forward. You're basically saying that if running is a part of the game, you know your opponent is gonna run, but you're hoping that he doesn't for that fight. That's the stupidest stuff I ever heard of in my life.
Oh, you're saying that's basically what I'm saying?
No.
Oh.
No, I'm saying in general. With runners. Like I said, bro, you already know how I feel about Shakur, bro. It's three fighters now. You know, Keyshawn to add himself to the list. It's Boots, Shakur, and Keyshawn. I don't like them for different reasons, but I don't like them. But I still try to be fair with my critique. Just because I don't like Shakur doesn't mean I'm in favor of a rule that's gonna prevent him from running, or I'm gonna give his opponents bail for not doing their job. They're supposed to do their job, bro.
Exactly.
They signed their contract. They signed on that contract to do their job. They can't get in there and make an excuse like, well, he just ran. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Like, I don't agree with the rule. I'm completely against the rule. And I do think that it's like I said, even though I do think that they're runners, and that's my opinion, but it shouldn't be based on a rule to make it easier because you can't adapt to that. I think that's what you got to go in there and you got to figure that stuff out. And if you can't figure it out, you don't use it as an excuse. I just also don't like when fighters use that as an excuse to, like, oh, well, he didn't engage. He didn't. Well, you got to figure it out, man. And like I said, the only detriment, I think, and this is to a fighter, and this is, based on it's subjective because, there's people that like that style. The only detriment I think a fighter should have is just scrutiny. Like, oh, I don't like this fighter. I don't like that style. I don't think it should come down to what's going to affect a fight when it comes down to points and stuff like that. So, I mean, yeah, I disagree with the rule 100%.
You know when I brought up Mayweather earlier, I remember, like I said, I just remember this vividly. I remember, Teddy Atlas was the only person that was warning that this could be a mirage, and he was saying because, Manny Pacquiao has to make the fight. He's a smaller guy. Floyd was the bigger, better boxer. He could control range. He warned everybody of this, and still stars came out. I remember they were having like where you could pay to just get in the weigh-ins. They milked the hell out of that fight, right? And then when they went in there, like Pacquiao and Freddie Roach. Oh, my shoulder, I had a bum shoulder. Oh, all Mayweather did was run. Manny Pacquiao even said after that fight, he'll fight him for free. And you just face palm like, bro, you got paid to fight him and you didn't do your job. So now you finna fight him for free? That remind me of Jamel. Oh, I'll fight anybody I want after the Canelo performance, like let down. But that fight being a dud had nothing to do with Mayweather. We understood his style. Everybody already know I'm more a fan of Pacquiao than I am Mayweather, but I still got to call it like I see it, bro. And how I see it is, it was Pacquiao's job. Like when styles match up, when you got a boxer or a runner, whatever the case may be, when you got, prime example, Joe Frazier, Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was considered a runner, believe it or not. You know, they love him now, but they thought Muhammad Ali was a runner. They even called him, go ahead.
Oh, my bad. I don't, well, okay, I'll make this quick because I don't want to take away from what you were going to say, but I'll just say this. I don't consider Muhammad Ali a runner because he also gave a lot of offense. I think a lot of times that, you know, you also got to consider the ratio effect of how much, what is his offense to defense ratio. And even though Muhammad Ali was very mobile, he was throwing up some offenses as well. So that's all.
So I was gonna say, well, the people who, when Muhammad Ali boxed, they called him like yellow. They called him, you know, they said he was a runner. They saw all these negative things that people are saying now. So it seems like to me, runner is just subjective. If you don't like the fighter, you're gonna call him a runner. You know, if Canelo showed up his next fight and boxed like Shakur, they would be saying, oh, it's magnificent. Because I've even seen Lomachenko, like ESPN, just gargling his nuts, bro, when he running or on his bicycle doing defense. But they wouldn't get it. It's too subjective to throw the term out there because there's no real criteria. Because what you say is not running, they said was running back then was Muhammad Ali. But I was gonna say this: if you take the style of a Muhammad Ali, right, and you put him in with a Joe Frazier knows Muhammad Ali is the more skilled boxer. He know Muhammad Ali gonna be on his back foot trying to probe and keep that jab out there, measure him, and hit him in the top of the head. What does Joe Frazier do? He goes in there and just bombards Muhammad Ali and makes it an ugly fight and gives us some of the best fights that we've ever seen in history. That's how you're supposed to do whenever you do your job. He knew Muhammad Ali would run, but he signed his name with that contract. He got paid and he wanted to win. See, that's the overall point today. Listen, when I be playing online, bro, when I play Madden online and I play people, they always try to change the rules when I'm up, right? All you do is pass. That's all you do. All you do is pass. All you do is run. Man, you calling the timeout. They complain the entire time because they want the rules to be in their favor. And you know what I do? I just laugh at them, clown on them, and then take my W, bro. Because at the end of the day, the W's is all that matter. They can call Mayweather boring. They can call him whatever they want to call him. The man ain't lost no fight. They can call Shakur whatever they want. Ain't the man alive that beat Shakur in the ring.
I disagree. Well, I would disagree with the W's. That's what matter. I would have to say the sales is what's matter. Because I think Floyd was able to market. Floyd was such a good marketer. And I don't think that Devin was quite that. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, Devin Haney is always in the algorithm. Devin Haney, like, just took a loss. You know what I mean? Had it erased from his record and came back to a big event. Devin Haney's youngest undisputed. Devin Haney owns his own promotional company. Devin Haney is the wrong guy to look at and say, nah. It's like this. Because the outrage that the gamers have whenever we playing, the outrage that they have trying to change the rules is the same outrage that fans be having. The fans have the same outrage. What they'll try to do is they'll say, look, Mayweather only undefeated because he ain't fought so-and-so. You know, so-and-so is the guy that can cut the ring off and beat Mayweather. You know, and then when Mayweather fights those guys and he beats them, they'll show up to see him lose. Then when he beats them, they just say, oh, he's a runner. They even try to give Mayweather a hypothetical loss where, you know, he really lost to Castillo. No, he didn't really lose to Castillo. He beat him. You know, it's on film and then it's documented forever. you know. But the fighters who have those running styles, they get popular for the wrong reasons. They get popular because people try to say they don't want it in our sport, which is essentially what Showbiz was saying. Like, it's bad for our sport, get it out of our sport. And it's just like, bro, you know how to beat them. You got 2 hands. You got 2 hands, 2 feet. Get in there and beat them. You know Shakur gonna run. Feint them, put them against the ropes. Do certain things to favor you getting a stoppage or getting a win, but they won't do it. They'll just complain. That's some Karen stuff to me, where you try to complain to everybody else to get them to see the world you want, the way you want to see it, versus just going in there and beating the guy that you know is a runner.
Yeah.
It's like I be watching Street Beats sometimes, and it's so funny to me because everybody always talk about toe to toe. You know, what Manny Pacquiao said, "Oh, I like to see the fighters go toe to toe." You know, and then and I watch Street Beats, bro. Them fighters will get in there and start running like they claim that they don't like to see out of other people, bro. Especially when they get tired, bro. They turn their back on their opponent. They start bending over, like, bro. They be mentally submitting in there, bro. And you like, oh yeah, it ain't as easy as you thought it was gonna be, you know. And that's how I look at that, bro. I look at it this like you gonna have favoritism in boxing, like favorite styles. My style is like a James Toney or a Mike Tyson, those two. Because even James Toney's counters he could knock you out with, you know. And that's my favorite. But I appreciate all styles of boxing. I don't like Shakur's style. I don't like Shakur as a person. Everybody knows this, but everybody that fights him have access to film. They know what he's gonna do. They're not gonna trick Shakur into fighting the fight that they want him to fight to try to beat him. They're gonna have to go in there, accept that Shakur is a runner, and have to stop him from running. Because nobody's gonna care at the end of the day. If Shakur next fight he fight whoever, Keyshawn, and he beat him, running.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. As far as if you know you're gonna go in with a certain style, then you should, you know, prepare for that style, even if it's gonna be very, very unfavorable to you. You know, you got, hey man, you know what you signed up for, so hey, figure it out.
All positive, you there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Scholar.
Yeah.
Hey, I gotta touch back on because whenever I said Floyd is a better marketer than Devin Haney, I remember you had said something about the algorithm, but the reason, okay, so whenever I made that comment, I wasn't kind of talking about, you know, social media, because sometimes, you know, algorithm doesn't always equate or convert to sales, you know, so as far as when you want to talk about like boxing pay-per-view numbers, you know, Haney ain't nothing on Mayweather. So that's kind of what I was talking about. I know Haney is all in the algorithm in this because I think Bill Haney is great at what he does. I think Bill Haney is he's very on point with keeping in the algorithm, but it doesn't convert to sales, or it doesn't look like it is. It's comparison to a Mayweather, and that's kind of what I was talking about with marketing.
Devin's problem is that he has the same problem a lot of other fighters now. Like, yo, they don't want to embrace the role of the villain. People don't like you, so don't try to get them to like you. Embrace the role of the villain, and they'll pay just as many people to pay to see you lose as they would to see you win. Being a villain is fun.
Yeah. Floyd. That's what Floyd did. Floyd, and he marketed that very well.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You gotta, you know what I'm saying, stop trying to get people to like you. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, being a villain is fun. Look, the stuff I post on Facebook.
Yeah, I know every time all positive come on, hey, oh no, she got on it, man. Hey man, he's a villain to somebody.
But yeah, man, you gotta embrace that, man. You know, stop trying to get people to like you. Stop trying to be a likable figure.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I was gonna say, yeah. I don't know if it translates to sales, but I watched a YouTuber one time talk about how Bill Haney was robbing the bank, how he talks himself into really good deals and they don't deliver. And I would say, well then Bill Haney's job is done. If Devin Haney is getting these big fights, because like I said, man, Devin Haney, he making it to these cards, bro.
Yeah. But they got to equate to sales. I mean, I think Bill Haney. You know what? Okay, so my opinion on that is, I think Bill is cold when it comes to being able to manage. I think Bill Haney was involved with I forget who he was involved with, Run DMC or something like that.
Bill Haney.
Yeah, Bill Haney.
When?
Yeah, he was in the music industry.
Yeah, you must mean no, you talking about ain't you?
What's that? Yeah, before obviously we started seeing, Devin Haney get to this point. Bill Haney, he used to be in the music industry.
I don't know about that. I never heard of
but
it.
he worked with like major artists. Like I forget the resume, but I remember I think it was like Run DMC. I forget, man. It was like he was in the mix. And I believe that if he wouldn't have, had to step up and be a father, then he probably would have did his thing in the music industry. That's just my opinion. But he was doing his thing though, for real though. Like, so I think Bill knows how to navigate the entertainment industry, and that's really what it is. It's like whether it's sports entertainment, music entertainment, whatever entertainment, it's all the entertainment industry to where you're dealing with like name, likeliness, intellectual property, stuff like that. So as far as like his career and him being able to get these fights, this is just like I said, my opinion. I think Bill Haney is probably one cold G when it comes to being able to navigate, and especially once you navigate through that music industry, bro. There's nothing but, I mean, they say the boxing industry is full of crooks. Hey, I mean, I haven't gotten too much into it, but I can tell you this: the music industry is definitely full of snakes. That's like the legal streets.
Yeah, ain't nobody, man. Ain't no honest people. I can count on one hand all the honest people.
So exactly. So it's like just being in the music. When you can navigate through the music industry, I feel like you can navigate through anything. So it's as far Devin getting that, man, I think Bill is, I think he's cold, man.
I don't know, Roger. I think Floyd Mayweather done made everybody become obsessed with review numbers. That's not how fighters make their money solely.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. You're right. Especially back when Floyd was around, they didn't have these social media partnership deals with brands. So you right on that. Absolutely. I agree.
And when I say marketed themselves, but I'm not talking about this on social media, actually fighting in the rings more, it'll be bigger stars. Like, you gotta realize Mike Tyson had after he beat Michael Spinks, he didn't have another pay-per-view schedule until he was supposed to fight Holyfield. Like Mike Tyson, even at his peak, the most popular fight in the world, wasn't fighting on pay-per-view every fight in the 80s. That only happened when he came back out of prison. But even then, the first fight was on pay-per-view with Peter McNeely and TV. And then, then after that, all of them was on pay-per-view, here and there, and they was throwing some on Showtime here and there. But look, every fight doesn't have to be on pay-per-view. Like they got to stop this pay-per-view nonsense, man. Like I like what they're doing with the whole Netflix thing. This got to stop.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're throwing, like, only the big fight should be on pay-per-view. You know what I'm saying? Like, I always bring this up. and Luis Ortiz should. That's not even work. That's not even a main event on Tuesday Night Fights in the 90s. That's the undercard at. There's no way that fight should have been on pay-per-view. Yeah, this pay-per-view things is crazy. But I do like what Turki Alalshikh's doing with Netflix. But other than that, like, yeah, nah, man. I'm not feeling what the guy doing because he's coming in, he's throwing around all his money, and he's getting these up-and-coming fighters to sign with him. But once they sign with him, they're gonna sign these slave deals. They're gonna be stuck like for 5, 6, 7, 8 years making nothing. You know how it is when you see a artist, when an artist see up and coming artists, they see what a label's paying to their top act, and they're like, oh man, I got to get with that label right there. And then they sign you to a deal, and then you be in that deal for like 15, 20 years, and they ain't got a royalty check yet. Yeah, that's what.
Yo, I got a couple questions for y'all. Number one, y'all think Turki Alalshikh actually know who Tom and Jerry is, or if he was just repeating talking points?
I seriously doubt he do. I don't think in Saudi Arabia they had Tom and Jerry on
Exactly.
TV.
He ain't watching all this with Tom and Jerry. And then my second question is, do you think that he'll actually get this implemented, show business rule? And what do you think about it?
No, well, I don't think it'll be implemented, but if it does get implemented, it's like boxing's going to be in a. It probably won't be implemented in every state. Probably some states, but I can't see every state implementing a rule like, yo, you got to stand toe to toe. I don't see that. I don't see it in no state. That's dumb. I can't see nobody doing that. Like, yo, you because what? I mean, who's going to be the judge of what is or isn't running? Everybody go. Hello?
My bad. Distracted. But
Man, you distracted your own show.
man, you know, I got a little Power Rangers over here always acting.
Yeah, man, I don't think that. I think we don't know what is or isn't. Yeah, we got to clarify what is and running because what Lomachenko was doing, Floyd Mayweather was doing the same thing. They were saying Mayweather's running. So when Lomachenko in the ring, he was saying that like they ain't never seen nobody box before.
That's what I was telling Rob G. I listened to him. They was like, "Oh, Lomachenko's the greatest."
Yeah, like he ain't never seen a boxer before in his life.
Yo, Willie Pep said, "He who hits him runs away, lives to fight another day."
I mean, who was that? What was it? These guys were saying Lomachenko, Bob Arum, and these media guys were saying Lomachenko's the best boxer since Muhammad Ali. I'm like, and people were listening to that and they were repeating this over and over. Like there hasn't been decades and decades of boxers that have been criticized. Sweet Pea used to get the same criticism back in the 80s and 90s.
Now they love him. That ain't like Sweet Pea's the best thing that ever happened to boxing.
But yeah, it happens. It happens all the time, man. Like I said,
they said Sweet Pea deserved to lose against Oscar because he ran out the whole time.
Yeah, and they said even though he outpunched Oscar, dropped him. You know what I'm saying? And Oscar barely laid any gloves on him. But Comedy Box was telling us that Oscar was landing 100-some power punches. Even Roy Jones was sitting there looking at the fight. He was like, I don't see this. You don't land them kind of punches on Sweet Pea. Like these punches aren't landing. He's because Oscar would throw an 8 or 9 punch combination, miss everything, and Jim Lampley would cream his pants. That's why I don't like Jim Lampley now. Now I never liked him. And I would tell him that to his face. I would tell him you're a tool. Yeah, I don't like the guy.
So what you're telling me is you don't think Showbiz came up with a good law?
No, man. Showbiz, you know what Showbiz is, man. You know what he is. You know what he is. He one of those.
I can't believe that man got that much power. I'm just being honest with you.
He ain't got no power. He just,
man, that dude.
He has no power. He's just another. I don't want to say the word because I don't want to get you flagged or anything. But he another one of them that Turki Alalshikh's paying to He's paying to say this because Turki Alalshikh can't pay a white guy to say that.
Wait, hold up. I don't think Turkey really. I don't think he with the race relations. I don't think he really hip like that.
You don't think so? Okay.
Mm-mm.
What? Okay. All right. Okay. It is what it is, man.
He said, "I'm positive would tell Jim if he was 50 years younger, he'd whoop his."
Yeah, but yeah, look, race relations everywhere, man. Look, it's not just here in America. Don't think because those Saudis are Muslim that they don't have a disdain for black people in that country. The black Muslims as well. Don't think that. And Crawford, maybe Crawford does think he can win, but Crawford's being sacrificed. There ain't no rehydration clause. Canelo gonna come in the ring about 190 pounds. You know what I'm saying? And once Crawford feels that power, first of all, Canelo's already up four rounds to nothing right now. And once he feels that power, and them legs is gone by the 7-8 round, he's got the bite on that gum shield. He's gonna be lunch meat. But he's gonna get paid very well for. I just hope he doesn't get hurt. Because he's gonna get hit with something, with things he's never felt before.
Well, that's what he's chasing, a payday.
Yeah, that's what he wants. I mean, but I hope he's able to spin it.
Yeah, but payday is what he wants. A payday is what he got. So I mean, if he gets stretched, I mean, he already basically told us that he willing to get stretched, basically by taking this fight.
I mean, I would take the fight too. Tomorrow.
If I didn't have no legacy, yeah.
I'll pay him too. I'll take it too, man. So
If I didn't have no legacy, I'd take it.
Yeah,
I got legacy. Nah, I ain't. Because me and X was saying this, he finna be the second coming of Roy Jones Jr.
No, not Roy, because Roy just stayed too long. He's about to be Michael Spinks 2.0. Michael Spinks was an all-time great fighter, and no one remembers him for anything but getting knocked out by Mike Tyson. No one interviews him for anything. Every time they interview Michael Spinks, they like to toy around.
That's true.
What he did, and then they'll eventually go to the question of the night Mike Tyson knocked him out. That's why everybody.
Yeah, they beat around the bush. I'm like, hey, Jim, how's things going? How's the wife? So how did it feel to get knocked out by Mike Tyson?
It's a shame that the guy's career. The guy's career has been subjected to just that one fight. It's like when I leave these comments about, do you know who Van Hunt is? Van Hunt. Well, he's Halle Berry's boyfriend now. But
okay, I know the one they did that commercial for that sex stuff.
Yeah. But every time you see him now, everybody's like, oh, Halle Berry's boyfriend. But people don't realize Van Hunt was one of the hottest up-and-coming artists in 2004. He had one of the hottest songs of that year that was featured in 2 movies and love scenes in that year. One of the hottest up-and-coming. He was like going to be the next D'Angelo, next this, that. And, you know what I'm saying? It didn't pan out for him. But now people forget all about that. Now he's just, oh, that's Halle Berry's boyfriend. Forget all the great albums he done made and great songs. That's Halle Berry's boyfriend. Same with Michael Spinks. Forget all what he did. It one of the all-time great light heavyweights, top 5. Forget all that. He was knocked out with Mike Tyson in 91 seconds. This is going to be Terrence Crawford 20 years from now. No one's going to remember the Spinks fight. No one's going to remember the Spence fight. No one's going to remember the Sean Porter fight. And no one's going to remember any of that. They're going to remember, like, man, this is the guy that Canelo knocked out. That moved up and fight Canelo. 20, you know
what I just thought about?
What?
You remember when Muhammad Ali came up with the rope it up strategy?
Yeah.
You remember what George Foreman said?
What?
When George Foreman fought the 5 men in was it Toronto?
I forgot what it was, but I know the fight, yeah.
I don't remember. But when he fought those 5 men, right? Afterwards, the entire fight, he's taunting them. Muhammad Ali's taunting them.
Yeah.
George Foreman, you a bum, George Foreman. He's just on George Foreman heavy. After the match was over, George Foreman was like, what's up with these fighters think they can lay up on the ropes? You can't lay up on the rope. That's illegal. That's against the rules. You just can't lay. I don't understand how a fighter think he could win a fight, just laying on the ropes. And then he said, Muhammad Ali ain't beat no George Foreman. He beat a banana over in Africa. I want a rematch. And I just look at that like, and put it into today's times. That's how people talk about people who are quote unquote runners. Like, bro, if you can't beat them, if you're not skilled enough to stop them from running, everybody that got in the ring with Tyson was a runner. Everybody that got in the ring with Joe Frazier was a runner. They made them stop running. If you can't do that, if you're not skilled enough to do that, you're definitely not going to talk me into believing they shouldn't run. I'm not a fan of that style, but it's part of boxing. But what's up, Marcus? But yeah, that's what I thought about. He was trying to say Muhammad Ali couldn't lay on the ropes. That ain't real boxing, and that in a rematch he shouldn't be able to allow to do that. It's equivalent of what we're seeing with the running and stuff. It's like, okay, it is what it is. Like, listen, if you ask the average fan if they want to watch Brandon Rios, Mike Alvarado, or Devin Haney versus Kambosos, they'll tell you out loud Mike Alvarado, Brandon Rios. But that fight is not one of the most viewed fights of all time. And that's a good, exciting fight. You know, Arturo, it wasn't for a belt. Arturo Gotti, Mickey Ward. The only reason because they had that New York bump on it, you know? But for the most part, them pro boxing events, they be here today, gone tomorrow type stuff, you know, like.
Yeah, the Gotti Ward fights, man, they're good fights, man, but that should not have hyped these two guys up. These two guys was two punching bags going at it with each other. I mean, dude, that's not boxing.
And then they went to the same hospital. That's what I'm trying to say, man. I don't know what people be expecting for boxing.
I mean,
they became hospital mates after beating the shit out of each other in the ring.
And you got you can have a very interesting fight while sticking and moving. Now, when I think of running, like I said, I don't like the way Shakur fought against. I don't like the way Devin fought his last fight. I don't like the way Shakur fought against De Los Santos. Like I said, it is the responsibility. I don't like the way William Skull fought. But there's a tactical way of moving and countering and being efficient in the ring, like what Bernard was doing with Tito. But what William Skull was doing, he was just moving and not throwing any punches. He was flicking a jab out there and just moving and moving and moving. No, I'm not a fan of that.
Look,
but I can't
if Turki Alalshikh's favorite fighter is Larry Holmes, he should never be saying this.
Yeah.
Suppose Larry Holmes, when he got knocked down by Ernie Schaefer, the referee stopped the fight and took a point from Larry Holmes from running.
Yeah. And the same thing with Tommy Hearns, man. It's like Echo brought the other day when Tommy Hearns got dropped by Kenshin. He was hurt bad and he was holding on for dear life. And referee could have actually took a point if he wanted to. He was holding on for dear life just to make it out the round.
He said people want to see two people get in the ring and beat on each other.
That's fine. I can understand that, but I think with these boxing cards, if you know you're gonna have a Devin Haney on a boxing card, and
match them up good.
No, not only that, not just that, but if you're gonna put him in the ring with somebody that can't cut the ring off, and you know he's gonna Devin Haney or William Skull, these guys gonna be fighting.
You know why I can't subscribe to that? You know why I can't get jiggy? I just thought of something all positive. My bad. I can't subscribe to that idea because people show up to watch wrestling and they know it's fake.
Well, yeah.
They don't tell the wrestlers, no, y'all gotta have a real event today because I spent my hard-earned money.
Yeah, they know it's fake.
No, y'all really gotta hit each other. Y'all can't fake it like stuntmen because I spent my hard-earned money. But they'll say the boxers, bro, who end up drooling on themselves at the end of their life. Some of them.
But what I was trying to say, if you know you're gonna have a Devin Haney on your card, because Don King used to do this too. If you're gonna have a boxer on your card, then put the undercard, put some Rock'em Sock'em robots on the undercard. Give the people what they want. Give them two guys that are gonna beat up each other. Give them like Pitbull Cruz last fight. Give them these fights with these two guys that stand in front of each other, beating each other's brains out. If you know you're gonna have a Devin Haney on the card, you gotta match it up. You got to make it like, okay, if we know this is not going to be as good, let's at least make the undercard a build up is good. So like I said, that's the promoter's fault. When you, like you said earlier, that's their fault when they make a full card of like Teal fight. His fault. His fight. You know Teal wasn't going to stand toe to toe. You know that. Teal didn't bring that power up to 140 with it. And he's talking about going to 147. Like, nah, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, man. That is Turkey's fault. You made that whole. This is why promoters are important. This is why promoters, because they match guys up, and sometimes like when you're building a fight between two guys, you're gonna put one guy against guys you know he can beat. You're gonna put the other guy against even less competition to build him up to make it seem like he has a chance. Now, even though fighter A is way better than fighter B, you're giving fighter B a chance. We're like, oh man, he knocked out his last 3 or 4 opponents. So now you put him in the ring with fighter A, even though you know fighter A is going to beat him up, but people will be intrigued to see it because they're going to base it off his last performances. Yeah, Don King did that all the time. He would always build up Mike Tyson opponents. Like, we knew Tyson would beat these guys, but they would always talk about like, yo, his last few fights, he's done this and did this and that, and they would try to make it seem like he had a chance. That is the point of promoters. Promoters are there to build up the fighter, and that's why Roy Jones, even though he was a semi-household name, that's why Roy Jones wasn't as big as De La Hoya when he should have been during the 90s, because De La Hoya had Bob Arum building up his opponents. The Gabriel Rueles's, the Miguel Angel Gonzalez, these guys, Bob Arum was building these guys up. They was building them up with certain fights, making these guys seem like they were better than what they were. And when they get in the ring with them, De La Hoya would just play with them. But Roy Jones didn't have that. He didn't have a promoter that would build up his opponents. Like when Roy Jones got in the ring, you knew after he beat James Toney, you knew he was going to beat these guys because a lot of people didn't know his opponents anyway. And so number one, and number two, we knew he was going to beat them because they didn't have their resume built up on TV by putting them on undercards of fights like, yo, this is going to be his future opponent. Because even Don King did that with Bruce Seldon. Like, look, when Bruce Seldon won the heavyweight championship, he put him on a Mike Tyson undercard against Joe Hip, a walking punching bag. And the way he just made, like, as Mike Tyson said in the build, I mean, it was a commercial for him and Mike Tyson. Bruce Seldon, he's like, Mike Tyson's like, Bruce Seldon made Joe Hip's face look like hamburger. He just jabbed him the whole fight and stopped him on jabbing him. He closed both his eyes, messed his face up. But they built up, even though we knew Bruce Seldon wasn't that good, they built him up as one of Tyson's future opponents to put him on the undercard. And this is what fights need. Roy Jones didn't have that because Roy Jones is basically his own promoter, so he didn't build up other fighters. Yeah, my rant is over.
Man, look, if I have discussions and debates with the wrestling fans all the time, even though they know wrestling fake, they still love it. They still gonna show up and support it, you know, and they never gonna have no requirements out of them to make it real. Then let's leave the stuff to the people who do it for real. Let's give them a little bit of grace, right? Like I said, I'm not a fan of Shakur. So me defending him lets you know that it definitely is some there, you know. I can't subscribe to the idea because I've been hearing this, you know, for a long time with Mayweather. Like I said, like you said, within Lomachenko go out there and fight the same way and they praise him for it, bro. It just what's frustrating about this is the elephant in the room. They just don't like black fighters. That's it. There I said. It's because they're black. Because they're black. They, you know, when people were saying that slick black fighter style, you know, they just don't like that style. You know what I mean? And look, you could not like it, but you gotta go out there and beat it. It exists.
That is not just boxing. That is life in general. When people said, "Why you put racism in everything?" Because racism is in everything. We saw this in hip hop when Cash Money and No Limit took over hip hop in '98, and then Cannabis comes out '98, and it was like, man, we don't like all that rappity rapping. We don't like no lyricism. We don't want to hear that. We want to dance. We want to hear club music. So Eminem comes out in '99. Oh my God, he's one of the best lyricists we've heard in years. because he was a white guy doing it. It wasn't a black guy doing it, even though it was a bunch of black lyricists doing the same thing. But black lyricists didn't get the credit of it. They didn't want to hear that rapidy rapping stuff. White guy done it. A YouTuber pointed out recently, R-Truth. R-Truth was come to the ring rapping and doing all this stuff. And nobody wanted to hear it. He didn't blow up off that. But once John Cena started coming to the ring rapping, he blew up, became a household name, a fan favorite.
And corny as hell.
I'm like, so white people can get credit for stuff that we get criticized for. And that's in everything. It could be football. Same thing with Mike Vick. Oh my God, Mike Vick, he can't pass the ball. Why is he Randall Cunningham? Why is he running so much? How many white
Pause, let me ask you this. Would you put Caleb Plant in the boring category or the runner category?
I wouldn't put him in a boring category, but I don't.
What about the runner category? He boxed like Devin Haney.
Yeah, I wouldn't put him in the running category. No.
I'm just curious why Caleb Plant never make it on the running list. That's what I'm just saying. Like, I don't know, bro. Like,
Caleb Plant got the biggest knockout of his career against Darrell. That's the highlight they're gonna always show you for Caleb Plant, as if he's some
man. Devin Haney. Remember Devin Haney? But hold up, Devin Haney knocked that dude out on the ropes. I don't remember old dude's name, but I got a video.
I understand that, but these are the rules, man. You know the rules, man. The rules are the rules.
If you black, get back. That's the rules.
These are the rules. This is society. Is how it plays out. Like we can't get by on being mediocre. Well, Kendrick Lamar can, but a lot of other people can't.
But hey, to me, like I was saying, that's crazy to me because, like I said, bro, like I just be looking for a little consistency. And like I said, the only reason I'm to finish the court because the no fighting rule is absolutely absurd. But the fighters, I feel like the fighters are trying to change the rules, and that's what I have a problem with. Because like I said, I watched these fighters get in the ring. The fight not go their way. What was I supposed to do? All the guy did was run. All the guy did was this. Even Canelo, man, Canelo could have let punches off. He had Skull trapped at some point. But Canelo is rich now. He was looking forward to that Crawford fight. Why risk it? Why open up with punches? You know what I mean? When I know I'm gonna win the fight, all I gotta do is make it to a decision. So Canelo made a business decision in the ring, and he didn't throw punches. And then he stuck with that excuse. See, they'll give fighters an excuse for being weak and not forcing the guy to fight based on the narrative that he ran. And I don't like that because that running stuff is normally attached to black people. But it's only attached to black people.
Yeah, it is pretty much.
So I can't give no grace to that weak stuff. You didn't make the fight happen, and no, you didn't make the fight. Like Mayweather said, it's your job, man. You know what I was gonna do, Manny Pacquiao. Like, what was you doing in training camp? Preparing for a fighter that wasn't gonna run?
And I also predicted that Mayweather was gonna beat Pacquiao very easily. Because everybody was like, man, Mayweather's gonna get knocked out. Now, like, man, this is gonna. Like Pacquiao struggles with boxers. I mean, he basically lost every fight to Marquez, but they kept giving him decisions. They had the first one to draw, even though he knocked Marquez down 3 times in the first round. The first one, Marquez boxed his ears off for the rest of the fight. He lost the second one. He definitely lost the third one by far. You know what I'm saying? But they gave him another decision, and then Marquez is like, okay, he got on them steroids, and he knocked him out in the 4th fight, allegedly. He got on steroids, and he knocked him out in the 4th fight. So I'm like, yeah, okay, I knew Pacquiao struggled with boxers, and I just knew he's never going to beat Mayweather. But people, they fed into this, and people today they're saying like it was a bad decision. I'm like, man, he won like 9 rounds, man. It wasn't no bad decision. Easily won 9 rounds. I mean, Manny landed like 1 flush shot the entire fight, and that's the only highlight people go back to all these years later.
No, they go to shoulder excuses. That's what I'm trying, and this is what I'm trying to say. This don't happen with nobody else. If Manny Pacquiao was, if you reverse the careers or switch the careers, and Manny Pacquiao was the one that was 50-0, and Floyd, and Floyd was the black guy that was supposed to make the fight happen with Manny Pacquiao, but he didn't do it, and Manny Pacquiao went to a decision. I guarantee nobody would. They would be saying Manny Pacquiao is the greatest fighter that ever lived. I guarantee 100% all positive they would be saying Mayweather. Oh, excuse me, Manny Pacquiao. If he was 50-0,
I know what you mean. Yeah, they would be saying he's great.
they would be saying he's the greatest fighter. They do it already. I'll give you a positive. How did I let this slip my memory, man? Joe Calzaghe.
Yeah, well, I don't think they think Joe Calzaghe.
I think all positive. They always talk about Joe Calzaghe being the GOAT.
No, who said that?
You don't remember me having a whole debate about Joe Calzaghe over here?
I do think Calzaghe's a top 168 pounder because it's basically a bastard division. It ain't been many great fighters there, so I got to put him up there. This is like one of the top 3 168 pounders ever, or top 5 because Canelo probably. I think Calzaghe probably would have beat Canelo though at 168. I think he would beat Canelo.
Hell no.
No, I think he's too active. He's too active.
Man, Calzaghe sucked. Calzaghe was floored by older Bernard Hopkins and they had to rob old Bernard.
I don't think the way I scored the fight, I scored at 1 point in favor of Calzaghe, but I'm not mad at anybody who scored it for Bernard Hopkins. It really was a close fight. It was a lot of rounds. Bernard was just clinching and Calzaghe was throwing punches on the inside. So Bernard didn't do himself. Well, he was older as well. It's just the activity. He even though there was little punches never hurt Bernard, but he was landing those little slappy punches. We used to call him Joe Cal Slappy back in the day. But even though those slapping punches were landing punches.
I'm positive. Let me know what you think about this video. I was showing this video earlier. I paused it because I had to go charge the remote for my baby playing the game. Hold on. Let me show you this. So you know how positive they got narratives. People that bend the narrative to what they want to show you, And there's already enough racists in the boxing world and tribalism that you don't have to do that. But they made it seem like Bud responded to Turki Alalshikh with this response, which it wasn't. But let me know what you think about this. Hold on.
Boys, Shakur or Tank Shakur?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a reason why you don't want to fight him.
Ali, there's the reason why, buddy.
He said he's going to run. See, that's why he don't know much about boxing. It's levels.
It's levels.
What is boxing? Where you at? Where you at? Come here. Where you at? Let me see. Let me see. I see. What is? Sit right and say. Sit right and say. You a bodybuilder. You ain't no boxer. What is the definition of boxing? Hitting up your head. I didn't ask you. I asked him.
Yeah, that's good.
What is it?
Can you guys fighting?
No, that's not fighting. Fighting ain't even in the definition of boxing. What is boxing?
I'm not telling.
Hit and not get hit. It's a sign. Okay, so tell me this. Because I'm gonna support my little brother.
Of course you are.
Okay, so what's easier? Me standing in front of you, going blow for blow, or me hitting you and making sure that you can't hit me? What's harder?
Well, moving, hit and run.
Huh?
Hit and run.
Okay, so if that's harder, then what's so bad?
But you did to win the fight, not running around.
No, it's harder, right?
Look,
it's harder for me to hit you.
Devin Haney, look at Devin Haney.
It's harder for me to hit you. It's harder for me to hit you, and you not hit me back, right? But it's easier for me to sit here and anybody can do this, sit here and fight, right?
Yeah, but
can anybody? But hold up. Answer the question. It's not a fight game. It's not a fight game. It's not a fight game.
We want to watch the fight.
That's what you want to do.
Everybody wants to.
But you want to watch UFC.
No, I don't want to.
Okay, so you want to watch bare knuckle boxing.
No, none of that.
You don't want to watch boxing.
Of course we do.
No, you want to watch street fight.
Hey, that was such a great point right there, all positive. How many times do bare knuckle boxing be having an event and nobody watch it? They don't even watch the pro box events.
They don't.
So why they want to put rules in the boxing and stand toe to toe for fighters who gave their life? These people have been taking punches since they were like 5 years old. Some of them 12 years old. Like, bro, I just think that people are being unrealistic and people are being unfair and they're being crazy at the same time. Like I said, if you're not gonna show up to or do a petition to Vince McMahon that you want wrestlers to start really slamming each other and punching each other, I don't want to see you do that with boxers, because wrestlers, they may end up with messed up back and messed up knees because of the toll of their body of the stunts, but none of them end up drooling on themselves at the end of their life. You know, and like I said, listen, everybody has heard me criticize Shakur's fights repeatedly, how uninterested I was, how sleepy I was getting, et cetera, but he won those fights. And it's his opponent's job to stop him from winning. I'm not going to give them a way out, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to create an environment that gives them excuses to lose. If you're fighting a fighter, black fighter, right, normally, and their style is hit and not get hit, and they're going to use their athleticism and their legs like a Devin Haney, it's your job to stop them. And, you know, Ryan Garcia had to use Osterine to try to stop Devin Haney, but nobody before that stopped him. You know what I mean? It's your job. You sign your name on a contract. That's what you're supposed to do. Don't get in there. Then after the fight, say, hey, well, you know, I tried to make the fight happen, but he ran. We're not going to do that. Listen, there's been fights where fighters have quit in the ring. You remember when Jess Willard got hit by Jack Dempsey and he had an illegal object in his glove, and people were saying he was yellow for quitting? So quitting has always not been permissible in the sport, is the point that I'm making, right? So if it's not permissible in the sport, then neither is making built-in excuses to runners. We're not gonna create an environment of misinformed boxing fans that you know want you to fight the way they want you to fight, or they're gonna give you a loss, or the referee's gonna step in and deduct a point. That's the silliest stuff I've ever heard. But the referee doesn't even give headbutt calls right. How many times on positive do we see knockdowns get counted and should get counted or don't get counted? The Tank situation with the hair grease. You get what I mean? Like, that wasn't a knockdown and it should have been counted a knockdown. Suppose, and we've seen it because of the favoritism towards Tank. Now, suppose we have this rule in boxing now that you could take a point away from the guy that's not making action, and the referee takes it away from Lamont Roach. He don't even got to count the knockdown. If he takes a point away from Lamont Roach,
put that. It's a bunch of bull. No commission is gonna agree to that rule, man. It's just a bunch of crap that showbiz is talking to get.
But here's the problem. The commission now is. Remember, Don King told Tim Witherspoon, "Well, Tim, the WBC is me, and I am the WBC." That's what's happening with Turkey. Turkey is boxing. Bob Bam said it. He said T.O. should shut up, stop talking about Riyadh season, because basically all the boxing promoters are Riyadh season now. He literally said that. So with that being said, they fighting over there where Turkey's from. You know, they flying referees out, same way Floyd Mayweather would fly out Kenny Bayless. They going over there telling them you only need 2 more.
He got a little money. It's not gonna last long, man. They're gonna get this guy. First of all, for you to be a successful boxing, you're gonna need fighters. And guys is not going to be signing with him under these circumstances. He was like, yo, you signed with him, but now you got to fight toe to toe. Like,
hold on. I'll pause. Hold up. I just thought of something. I didn't get to ask you this. Turki Alalshikh had a video where he was basically saying that the big fight with Canelo and Crawford's already made. The undercard, if you think you're going to be good and it's going to be a good matchup, basically.
That's saying you post.
How stupid is that? So the idea that some people that fight on street beefs could just sit in a video and be on undercard is laughable, but it's like, it's not gonna be successful. This is it, the elephant in the room is that Turkey sucks at this boxing promoting stuff, and he's so egotistical because he has so much money. He won't take advice from the people who he should, the Eddie Hearns. He's so interested in making them bend the knee that he's taking advice from showbiz, which is like what? And then, but he did take stuff from Dana, which I don't understand either because Dana's a failed boxing promoter. But listen, we already put all the money in the main event. You know, let's just pay the other guys. That's the UFC stuff right there.
Yeah.
Let's pay the prelim people, the other people, just whatever, because you know they're not the main attraction, so they're gonna fight hard because a lot of them still got jobs. That's the idea of this card with TKO. But this is what I don't understand, all positive. Why TKO just don't become a media company in the sport of boxing? That way they can license all the fights to the promoters.
Yeah.
That would solve everything. Become the big. You're already in soccer. You're already an entity and a force already. Well, Riyadh season, excuse me. Why not just license the fight? Become the licensing for the fight, and then let everything else play like fall into motion. You could do the pay-per-view thing. You could you'll be the only game in town. Turkey shows the fights for free on YouTube. Like he'll stream them sometimes. Why not just make people pay a certain amount of money so they can use it on YouTube? You know what I mean? You got the licenses. You could just charge them a percentage anytime they show it or play it. Like the same deal that y'all had with Showbiz, because Showbiz is allowed to use, the zone stuff and the zone boxing for this stuff like that. Just do the same thing on you. Like I just don't understand. I think that he's in over his head, Turkey. He sucks at his job. He's just a person with a lot of money. He don't know the business or anything. But the reason people don't tell him he don't know the business is because he's paying those people a majority of the time.
People suck up to him, and you know what I'm saying. A lot of people they say that, but he pays well, so they're gonna suck up to him. Like, you know what? I don't think he has enough money to get me to suck up to him. I ain't doing that. I ain't sucking nobody. He ain't got enough of that. I got integrity.
Well, you can speak for yourself. Take your drop it back over here.
Nah, he ain't got enough for me, homie.
Let me drop it back over here. I'm be talking about Riyadh season like it's the best thing ever happened to boxing.
I got integrity, man. I mean, that goes.
I might even buck my eyes like Showbiz.
That goes. Anything.
I'm a cam up all positive and go. The boy, what he got?
I can't do that. I can't get
Man.
I got integrity because I ain't gonna be able to look at myself in the
All
mirror.
positive. When I tell you the boy got his own money, I'm gonna hit you with the Coming to America.
Because once you do that, it's like that person that sells out their art to get a Grammy and start making garbage music to get a Grammy. Now, the rest of their career, they got to keep doing that. You can't go back anymore.
Well,
stuck. You got to keep going forward. And once you do go back, it's gonna be too late. It's like
I done seen people do more for less.
It's like Black Eyed Peas. Now, I don't blame the Black Eyed Peas for what they did because I blame the fans. Because the Black Eyed Peas used to be a hip hop group. Their first two albums, they came out, they did straight hip hop music, underground music, beats had a beat from DJ Premier that was doing this underground hip hop stuff. So that wasn't working. So they added Fergie and everybody got mad at them. I'm like, yo, they gave us the albums we wanted. I bought their first two albums. I'm like, they gave us the albums we wanted. And y'all didn't pay attention to them. So why y'all mad at them now that they doing world tours, selling 6-7 million records?
Oh, I forgot this. So look, I'll pause it. The internet is really reactive, right? Yeah. So when what you call it released this information out of Turkey when he tweeted it, because Showbiz has been tweeting at him, brainstorming, tweeting at him, and he picked up on it, probably talked to him because he does have business with him, right? And tweeted the Tom and Jerry stuff. Showbiz did 2 episodes. He did one, and I guess he didn't like the response that he was getting from YouTubers reacting and making fun of him. So then he did another one. He was like, "You guys don't get it. Y'all just don't get it. This is about money." Oh my God. Oh, I almost fell out my seat. So this is about money. It's about saving Turkey money. First off, the only reason why Turkey was an honorary Hall of Famer is because he has money. No other reason. Nobody cares about Turki Alalshikh. Let's be honest. You know what I mean? It's his money. That's the reason why people smile at him, convert to being a Muslim, and do all that stuff around Turki Alalshikh, because he has money, right? No other reason. But if it's about the money, then why they starting a TKO league that's unsuccessful? They don't even ask the fighters from the TKO league to fight on the undercard. They're asking anybody that's in the league. Like they're just the stuff that they do makes no sense business wise. They're like I said, they just got a whole bunch of money to waste, and they're just wasting it. Like so showbiz coming forward saying, well, you know, this is really about the money. That's like laughable. It's like showbiz. It's not about the money. If it was about the money, you know what Turkey would have did? Instead of telling Tank, I won't send you through Ferraris, I send you through gloves, and that'll be it. He would have actually came and met with Tank like he did Canelo. Because Canelo said 200 million for, which is way more than 2 Ferraris, 200 million to fight Benavidez. And, you know, he went to go meet with Canelo to discuss fighting Crawford, you know what I mean, and made a handsome payday for less of a risk. So if he's able to do that, then he could do it with Tank too as well. But, you know, reach out to Tank and make the Devin Haney fight. What's wrong with that?
Man, Tank don't want that fight, man. Tank don't want to fight.
I'm being real. Listen, you say what Tank don't want, you go open up a briefcase to Leonard Ellerby with $60 million. The nostrils gonna start flaring, and you know.
Hey, man, that fight ain't gonna make Tank ain't no big star like that. They ain't gonna make no money off Tank and
But that's what I'm saying. They interested in wasting money. They wasted money on Canelo versus Bud. I would rather them waste money.
They're gonna make their money back on that at least.
I don't think so.
I know they will because think about Canelo can bring anybody in off the street and he'll get his $30 million payday. They're gonna make their money off the sales. Crawford has a pretty decent fan base of his own, but now you got a crossroads. You got Crawford and Canelo. It's like it's a lot of questions around the fight. Like, yo, Crawford's never lost. He's never tasted canvas. I like, yo, how is Canelo gonna deal with this guy? They talking about Crawford's footwork and boxing and moving, even though we know Crawford doesn't move like that. But you know, they're selling us this story that well, Canelo, his first loss came to a guy that Crawford fights like, even though we know Crawford doesn't fight like Mayweather, but this is what they're selling to the public. But nah, you can't sell Tank and Devin like that.
Hold on, let me finish this video so I can get this on the screen.
No, Who wants to get?
As a runner.
No, he's not. It's not running. It's boxing. So did Ali move?
Yeah, he moved.
Okay, so when Ali say flow like a butterfly, sting like a bee, what that mean?
But he didn't do that. He didn't do that. He kept running in circles.
No, what do that mean?
Okay, who wins, Keyshawn or Shakur?
Man, listen, they're my brothers.
Yeah, but which one?
They're my brothers.
You think he's a better fighter? Shakur.
They're my brothers.
Oh, like I said before, he almost hit us with that. Oh, like I said before. Oh, but yeah. So, yeah, I thought about it. Yeah, they probably will make their money back because this is a mirage. It's a sucker fight.
Yeah, it is. It's a big fight, but it ain't the fight of the century.
I don't think it's gonna live up to the hype, but it's definitely gonna have a lot of eyes on it.
It's a lot of eyes. It's a bogus fight. We know it, but you know, it's what it is.
I would have, like I said, Mel, man, he can go. Milk is at a discount right now. He could have told Mel, he could have put Mel on a card with Bud. I would have rather seen Bud versus Mel than Masvidal.
Yeah,
they got more history. You know what I mean? They got more action. The lead up to it would have been crazy. I'd have rather see a fight like that. I'm just saying, like, you know, I used to always ask the question, like, what does a matchmaker have to do to make it to the Hall of Fame? I used to always say that. Now I'm looking at the importance of matchmakers. I'm looking at it now because you know Bob Arum and those guys are faces. They not matchmakers.
The problem with it back then is that you had two big players. You had Bob Arum and Don King. There was other guys like Butch Lewis and Cedric Kushner, but they weren't as big as Arum and King. Those are the two biggest ones. Now you have 4 or 5 big players, and that becomes a problem when you have 4 promoters who are huge and on the same level because everybody wants to protect their champion. Like when you have a guy like Cedric Kushner, he's got a top fighter. He wants to get his fighter a payday, so he's like, "Oh, well, I'm not going to protect my top fighter. I'm just going to put him in there." But he's not going to throw him to the wolves. But he's like, "Yo, I think this guy really has a chance." A lot of these promoters, they really don't believe in, they don't have confidence in their fighters. Like, oh no, I'm gonna protect my guys. Oh, and I'm gonna keep like Eddie Hearn was doing with Anthony Joshua for years. I'm gonna protect Anthony Joshua's own. and keep him over here. And you know what I'm saying, they cherry picked the wrong guy in Ruiz. They didn't even want Anthony Joshua fighting Ortiz. But you know, that's what it is, man. There's too many promoters. If you get rid of the promoters in boxing, boxing will be so much better. It's promoters that's strong boxing, and the promoters that sissiness is trickling down to the fighters. They're allowing the fighters to be sissies. Back in the day, and the people hate me saying back in the day, even if you didn't want to fight certain fighters, promoters, they made you fight those fighters. If you were signed to them. Either get up off this belt or get in that ring with them. You read the book. You read the book about Jay Prince's book about Mayweather. Like he was saying, Mayweather didn't want to fight Corrales, and he had to basically almost beg him to get in the ring with him. Hey, where you at?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same, man. I don't think it's. I think if you want to say, you'd have to go back to like maybe the 80s and the 90s, you know. But there was even ducking men. It's always going to be some ducking.
There's always going to be some ducking of fights that not necessarily ducking, but fights that didn't happen, like Alexis Arguello when he fought Aaron Pryor. He went, it was like his fourth weight class, but he could have fought Edwin Rosario at 135. He didn't have to go out to fight Aaron Pryor, but he thought he could beat him. And the public thought he could beat him. Because Aaron Pryor, you know what I'm saying, he was this big puncher, and Aaron Pryor, he didn't really see a punch he didn't like taking. But Aaron Pryor switched the tables on him when that fight started. He was boxing. But yeah, I think he would have fared better staying his own weight class. And that was just one weight class. He jumped up after being his third one. Bud is going up 3 weight class. He just got to 54. Now he's going up 2 more. He's skipping over 160 and going to 168. I'm like, man, it's just not going to end well. I don't want to hear any excuses from Bud fans. You know,
but you don't think Crawford gonna do good?
No, I think Crawford's gonna have the first 3 rounds. He's gonna do very good the first 3 rounds, and after that, it's all downhill.
Man, you only get that man 3 rounds. Canelo a slow starter.
Bud is too.
I know, but who gonna be more effective about a slow start gonna favor Bud?
I think Bud.
He's expected to get knocked out.
I think Bud's gonna win the first 3 rounds. I think he's gonna look great the first 3 rounds. Everybody's gonna be like, "I told you so! I told you so!" And you know, Facebook gonna be filled with comments. Oh man, he got this. He got this. And then he'll start filling them punches to the arms and start laying on the rope. Because that's one thing Bud does every fight. He lays on the ropes. You cannot find fights where he's not laying. Lately, the last 3 years and the few fights Bud have had. You can't find many fights where he doesn't lay on the ropes. He did it against Porter. He did it against Spence. He did it against Madrimov. So all of a sudden, he's not going to lay on the ropes against Canelo.
I don't know about laying on the ropes, but he's going to find his back to the ropes a lot. There's no doubt about it.
Because Bud doesn't fight like he doesn't fight like.
But see, that's the thing. That's the thing. All positive. Canelo. The reason why I switched my pick is because Canelo become really, really strong and bold when it's a smaller guy in there. Like even before he checked out mentally with Mayweather, he was fighting hard early on because Mayweather was a smaller guy, and he did it he fought all the way through in the male fight. So I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, he probably gonna get him on the ropes and try to mentally keep him there. You know, you think you read about me, you ain't seen nothing yet. Like that's gonna be his mindset going in. So I was like, okay, yeah. I went back and watched this Cole fight. He still looks strong, and I was like, yeah, he's probably gonna win the fight. But I'm just going for I'm just going to all positive. Hopefully, see you there. Hopefully, you don't do me like you did me in the Mike Tyson fight.
Man.
Hopefully, I see some people there. But that's what I'm going for. The event element of it because the celebrities.
I don't know where to buy the tickets from.
I don't. It just. I mean, it's just now really got official because Turkey did the video and he was thanking everybody. So I don't even think they got the venue yet. I don't think they got any of that. So
You know what I'm saying? I've been seeing places selling tickets, but they gotta be fake because the fight wasn't even announced yet.
yeah. People were announcing before they were having. That's crazy work. But yeah, positive. I think personally, what I think is what I know is Bud's gonna lose the fight. I don't know how. It's just a matter of that he's gonna do it. I don't know if he gets KO because I can see him getting back up. I can see Bud getting back up even if he gets cracked.
I think Bomac gonna throw that towel in. He think he's gonna be taking too much of a beating.
You think, but Bomac kind of fat. I don't know he can get that towel up over his head now.
And I'm not saying this as a Bud hater. I'm saying this as a concerned person. I want Bud to be able to spend that money that he's gonna get. Because Canelo hits pretty hard, man, and Bud's never felt that power like that. And I don't want to see him get. I don't want to see this man get hurt.
Brock said, I can't even argue. He said this fight going to be lackluster until the end of it all. In the beginning, and he said, and dead at the end, Crawford versus Canelo. I think it's gonna be a dud too. I'm not even gonna hype people up to. I'm gonna hype people up for the event. I'm not gonna hype them up for the actual fight. The event of it all, like the spectacle, the celebrities, the all eyes for one day being on boxing. But just be prepared for being a Manny Pacquiao versus Floyd type situation.
Who's gonna be Floyd?
Canelo. I don't mean as far as the styles. I mean as far as.
I'm saying, yeah, it's not gonna be as big. I know it's not gonna be Gotti Ward. I know people think it's gonna be that. It definitely not gonna be that.
I think it's people who think that are crazy. Now look, listen. What I'm hoping for is if Bud does get stretched, he go out in a blaze of glory like he does do. Like
I think he does too. I think if he gets hurt, he's gonna stand there and he's gonna throw until he's gonna be like Wilder. He's gonna throw until he gets put down. But the whole going out on your shield thing, man. I'm just not a fan of that.
That going out on your shield stuff equivalent to people saying you can't run in boxing is dumb rules that's made up by fans who ain't taking no punches. Like, listen, Floyd would show up to fights, the people in the audience would boo, and it didn't stop him from being what was he, 49 or 48 no, because I ain't counting them other fights, but it didn't stop him from being that, right? The thing is, you can't pay attention to the audience. You got to go in there and go win. See, let me tell you the mistake Shakur makes. Shakur makes a mistake of letting Jay Prince do all the talking for him and trying to be a gangster. If Shakur would stop trying to be a gangster and latch on to this tribalism that exists in boxing and start talking about race, because 1 minute he black, next he Puerto Rican, pick a side, and then start talking a whole bunch of crap, he could sell the fights just based off of the people wanting to see him lose, paying to see him lose. See, the reason why people ain't up and perked up during this fight because there's nothing there. They're not gonna give us a whole lot before the fight. It's gonna be a boring build-up, boring match, and he gonna get the victory. So it's a foregone conclusion. But if he starts talking, I guarantee you overnight he would be a sensation. I don't mean like T.O. type stuff. I mean to his opponent. I mean to the people who might support him just because he Mexican. Floyd used to fight Mexicans on Cinco de Mayo. He came out to the ring wearing a sombrero. His uncle was called a Mexican assassin. Like Mayweather's whole career, he taunted Mexicans. That's why he was number one. Shakur got to tap in. He got to tap into that energy if he wants, because they hate him. They'll fall asleep at his fights, but if he starts doing that, they will be invested to every single moment of Shakur Stevenson's fights because they want to see him get knocked out. That's how you got to do it. I watch YouTubers do it. There's a YouTuber out there right now, all positive, and he said that he purposely talks shit on YouTube because he knows that fans will come back and want and tune into him because he's talking shit about him. He tell him fuck you. He talks really, really bad to him, and they show up, and he's right. He's right. So if he done figured it out on YouTube, they need to figure it out in the ring. See, that's what it is. He let Jay Prince do all the talking, and Jay Prince is big bro, and I get it. But if Shakur, see, look, Devin Haney tapped into it a little bit, and then he ran from it and let Bill Haney start doing all the talking, which is working out fine for them because Bill Haney is talking them into some deals. Like I said, people look at pay-per-view numbers. I said this earlier. We look at pay-per-view numbers and they think, oh, well, he's not a success because pay-per-view. Man, some people, they be giving Devin Haney guaranteed money up front before pay-per-views even hit. And he's able to negotiate that because Bill out there, doing Bill running his mouth. So Devin Haney tapped into it a little bit when he said, "I never let a white boy beat me." He should have rode that wave. He should have rode that wave because they already hate him. See, you can't use what you ain't got, right? If you're not an outgoing person, you can never go up and talk to a girl trying to be outgoing. She's gonna notice if you're not really outgoing. If you're shy, you got to use that. If you're outgoing, you got to use that. The situation with Devin Haney is Devin Haney tapped into it a little bit and he backed up away from it. They still ain't forgave him for that comment. They claim they hate him because of Bill. They actually do not like Devin Haney because I never let a white boy beat me comment. Man, when I say all positive, I would have doubled and tripled down on that comment. I would have showed up with white boy could never beat me t-shirts.
I know I would have.
I would have showed sparring footage of me beating them up, telling everybody, I told you, can't no white boy beat me. I would have showed out with that.
You got to use that to your advantage because more people will pay to see you lose than they would to see you win. That's why Duke basketball was so popular in the 90s and 2000s because people hated as many people hated Duke as they liked them.
You hear about us?
Yeah.
Oh, you went. He said,
it wasn't me.
No, I thought you were still talking. He said Canelo making numbers without having to be the villain. He lost to Floyd. How Floyd got outlanded versus Castillo. See, there we go. But he still got the win. Imagine if Canelo dressed up as a Wakanda. No need for that. So
no, Canelo. The reason why Canelo is that because Canelo has a Mexican fan base. Mexicans support their fighters.
You want me? Hey, look, let me dive more deep into that. The reason why Canelo is popular is because not only is Canelo a Mexican, but he looks like a white Irishman, and there's colorism that exists within Mexicans. So Mexicans go support him because he closer to white. If we're gonna be real about it, and the Wakandan statement. See, and this is the problem that I have with Coach Malachi. Coach Malachi is more on the entertainment, like the showbiz stuff, but he emboldens people like this to say Wakanda. Wakanda is from a fictional movie. If he came to the ring wearing Wakandan outfit, I promise you nobody would give a fuck.
Yeah,
we really don't give a fuck. So hold on. Let me ask you this, Savage Ramirez. You saying that about the outfit as if it's the same type of outrage. You mean like when Adrian Broner said, I just beat the fuck out of a Mexican and Mexicans lost their shit for him calling them what they are, Mexicans? You mean something like that? You mean like T.O. sending bananas to Keyshawn's, or is it Ryan Garcia on the internet saying nigga? But what are you talking about, bro? Y'all always try to play this equal racism stuff. Well, what if this was done to me? Because it would hurt my bit. Like, bro, be quiet, bro. Mayweather beat Castillo. Mayweather is undefeated. You can't change that. You over here trying to feel. You feel like he lost. Well, you wasn't a judge that night. His record says 50-0. Is for history, forever in history, he's going to always be undefeated. You know what I mean? So you can't give him an imaginary loss. He beat Canelo. And the reason why Canelo can make it, you know what I mean, without trash talking is what All Positive says, because Mexicans are a large purchasers of the sport of boxing. It's no secret. Dana White tried to steal Mexicans from the sport of boxing. It's no secret.
Yeah, guys like Chavez, who never even spoke English, he was a big star in America. You know what I'm saying? So Mexicans have that fan base. Like De La Hoya played. He played both sides of the fence. Like, you wouldn't even know De La Hoya was a Mexican. Like, I thought he was a white dude in the Olympics. Like, I seen him, I didn't know he was a Mexican until they was talking about him. I didn't know.
He said, "How Pac-Man? What we're talking about Canelo Alvarez. That's what, bro. You gotta reading comprehension, listening comprehension, all that. I can just clearly tell. But
So Pac-Man, you got to think Pac-Man is he was a very interesting fighter. He was first of all, Pac-Man he's Asian. And
hold up. Why are we talking about Pac-Man? Why are we talking about Pac-Man? Why did you bring up Manny Pacquiao?
Saying that I guess he's alluding to like these guys don't have to be the villains to be stars. But you gotta think how many like Inoue doesn't speak English.
Bro,
So
the people who you bring up, like the Manny Pacquiao's, what Floyd said, he got a country. They're in American sports and their country rallies around them because they're in American sports. Canelo's not just a big star amongst Mexican Americans. They showed a fight for free in Mexico. What are you talking about? Like, listen, and here's the problem. Here's the problem with boxing. You know, too many fans be feeling they don't ever question their logic or anything. Canelo right now is about to fight Terrence Crawford. That is not a challenge. The fight that we want to see him fight is another Mexican, David Benavidez. The closest he'll ever get to the ring with David Benavidez will probably be if David Benavidez ever get on a Turkey card. That'll be the closest he'll ever get to fighting David Benavidez. But y'all will go over there and make excuses for everything that he does. If Canelo comes out and fights Crawford the way that Shakur fight De Los Santos, y'all would say that's smart boxing. Y'all would say that was smart boxing. Like I said, man, y'all the problem with boxing. Manny Pacquiao, this dude's crazy, man. Appreciate you, Marcus. He said Pac-Man was selling. He said you get into the comments like, bro, what are you talking about, bro? You can't even tell me Manny Pacquiao without using Google Manny Pacquiao's first pay-per-view. I guarantee it. I guarantee it, bro. Pacquiao versus Morales, the stadium wasn't full. I mean, it's not stadium. Wherever they fought wasn't full. Like, what are you talking about, man? The link is in the description, bro. Let me pin it. Yo, is this the guy that pulled up last time?
I don't know.
He long-winded if it is. I mean, that dude was long-winded. I let him go for about 3-4 hours. I think it might be. Don't make a difference, man. You wrong on this one. Boxing is tribalism. Ain't no way you can get away from that. It was built on tribalism. It was a form of Mandingo fighting back in the day. Like the stuff they put in movies that is loosely based in truth. Hold on, let me pin the link. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Yeah, it's crazy. About to revisiting his history is always crazy.
Yeah,
You talking about Canelo selling because he looks white? Absolutely. So what you telling me is colorism don't exist in Mexico? Listen, I'm from Texas. I do study on. I'll just study, black people. I study Mexicans. We celebrate Mexican Independence Day down here, where people fought against Santa Anna. To remain under America's rule and got the land that was in Mexico stolen away from. Crazy stuff. When you learn the history of this and you talk to real Mexicans, they be like, a lot of them know their history. They be like, nah, from Mexico, that might or their parents might be. They not too far removed. They'll tell you like, nah, I don't celebrate that holiday. Nah, that wasn't a good time for us. He said, I wish we supported each other better, but my statement is the truth. You know, Marcus, I look at it like this, bro. I look at it like this. The reason why they don't get like, well, boxing people it ain't no unison amongst them, in my personal opinion, is because it's considered bad. right? Everybody will show up and tell us not to do it. Even though Robert Garcia on video saying, "Oh, I just go with him because he's Mexican." You know, anytime a black person do it, the people will show up. Look, I already know they whole spiel. That's what they do. They show up. They say, "Well, look, I'm fair minded. You know, I ain't biased. I ain't biased." Well, they try to get us to view them a certain way. Then after they tell us they're not biased, they say they always line up with Mexican narratives. Ron Garcia ain't cheat. And even if he did cheat, Devin Hayden couldn't get away from the left hook. They always find a way to be on code at the end of the day. It don't matter how much of your brother they is, how much this, how much that. They always find a way to align themselves with the same talking points, the same viewpoints. And, you know, our history a little bit different than theirs. You know, we wasn't allowed to be in unison. Pro-blackness was considered bad. That's why a lot of those Black Panthers were on the most wanted list and stuff like that. So, you know, ours was attacked. That's why we kind of, and then not to mention we come from different parts of Africa, so they were already split up in Africa whenever they came over here. Didn't speak the language, wasn't allowed to read. There's a bunch of stuff to where we are. I'm gonna be honest with you. I look at the opposite. I look at it like I'm amazed at what we were able to accomplish in spite of, in my personal opinion. He said, "Hi, talk politics." We'll do that later, but probably later on tonight, or later on this morning. But nah, we had to talk some boxing, man. I gotta get a boxing fan. I was doing too much non-boxing topics, and this one was perfect for today. It was a layup. Turki Alalshikh talking about running, because it's like all positive. I know. Let me put on since I got a historian on the panel. Let me put on an oldie but a goodie. You ready?
Yeah.
Do a surprise for you. You ain't gonna know till I show you. Hold on. So of course, you being a historian, you know Willie Pep won around without throwing a punch.
Yeah, that's I didn't think it was actually. I heard that since I was a teenager from Bert Sugar. I didn't think it was true until I actually read about it, found out that they actually gave him a round. And I read about how it happened. They gave him a round without throwing a punch. And how does this happen? But hey,
he was favored. He had the connection for if that was for Mel Whitaker, they would have gave around the Oscar. But look, this is Vinny Pazienza versus Roy Jones Jr. Roy Jones Jr. went an entire round without a punch landed on him. Yep. I don't think that ever happened in history.
That was the first. That was the first time it had happened in a CompuBox history, and he really beat. Well, Pazienza shouldn't have. That fight should have never happened because Pazienza was actually a career lightweight. He was a blown up lightweight, and Roy Jones at his peak at 168. I think he was at his peak. I think 175 he was great as well, but 168 was his peak. And we only got one good fight. We only got one good fight out of Roy Jones at 168, and that was the Tony fight. We didn't get the Collins fight, which I think he would have beat Collins to death, and we didn't get the Frankie Lyles fight, even though I think Roy Jones would. I think Frankie Lyles beat him in the amateur, but I think Roy would have beat him in the professional ranks, but we never got that fight. And Roy never unified at 168. He did a pit stop at 168. He beat Tony in 94.
Is that running right there all positive? Him up on his toes?
Who?
On the back foot, is that running? Would that be considered running?
Not running. Now, Roy Jones, I mean, he didn't have to even fight like
Hold
that
on.
against.
I remember this right here. Hold on. Listen to what they say all positive. I remember this specifically. Hold on. This is what they say all positive.
I just think Roy was toying with him. He didn't even have to fight Pazienza like that. He could have got him out.
Did. Oh, he definitely did. But listen to what they said about him.
Jones makes him pay. Roy Jones is not running. He's moving. There's a difference. The movement is very subtle. It's smaller circles. It's off to the left. And he always knows where.
Roy Jones is not running. He's boxing. That's the thing. It's all subjective. There was a time where Muhammad Ali was considered a runner. Like I don't know if they don't know the history all positive.
Yeah.
I don't know if they don't know the history.
Well, yeah, they don't. I mean, a lot of people don't know the history, but you can't make them. Can't make them respect history they don't know. You can't make them learn it. They don't know. They don't want to know.
You're a sick dude, man. He said, "I appreciate you for saying what you said." He said, "Much respect for your insight and knowledge, my brother." He said, "Much respect always. Appreciate you, bro." But yeah, man. It's so funny, like you said, all positive. like Willie Pep winning around without throwing a punch. Willie Pep known to be a runner. Famous quote is he who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. He who hits and runs away lives to fight another day. It's just the saying that he's famous for. And Willie Pep is a great. They consider him a great. Some of the greatest footwork of all time. People go study Willie Pep. Why would you study somebody's tapes that's a runner and a style that we wouldn't like? That don't even make any sense.
It don't.
Yeah, Roy Jones beat the crap out of him. He even shrugged his shoulders like, y'all want me to do this? Y'all really want me to do this? But like I said, man, I'm positive it's boxing is getting frustrating to me because I feel like people be trying to play all the time. They know what that running stuff when people say, oh, you runners, we know. When Turkey says no more time in jail, we know who he's talking about. We know who he's talking to. We know what demographics he's talking to, at least, right? And it's just, I don't know, it's a little sick to me that people, they play with our intelligence. We know who the statements is issued to. We know exactly what they're saying. We know how to hear the dog whistles that they're saying. We know all that. But they'll play with us and act like we don't.
Yeah.
They'll play in our face all positive. Nah, you guys don't understand. You know, we just don't like that running. Bro, and like I said, I know what they saying when they really say that, right? The funny part about it, to be all positive, is I've watched Robert Garcia say this for years, even before him. The consensus was this, and I remember going to a Mexican gym, so I could speak on anecdotal and personal experience. I can remember them trying to teach me to fight like that. You know, like they like, nah, you know, you need to fight like this. You know what I mean? And Floyd Mayweather said the first time he ever went into a gym, he went to a Mexican gym, they had him fight in southpaw.
Okay.
Like they really ain't figured out that this is boxing, not fighting. Like that's why Isaac Pitbull Cruz might be undefeated if he knew how to box, just a little bit. He know how to fight. He don't know how to box. That stuff it's not good for anything. You're gonna have a short career. Go look at Brandon Rios. Shall I show y'all video footage of Brandon Rios? Press it. Oh, now y'all don't like Turkey. Press hit the link. He says, scholar. Oh, no, I ain't reading that. BBO, you trying to get me counsel, bro. You know, Cassie is hell of a guzzler. You know, take the urine down the throat. You know, but nah. Yeah, let's show Brandon Rios and how he went out. You remember Brandon Rios?
How can you forget him?
That man was washed up at like 20.
Well, no, that's Eric Morales too, because Eric Morales, man, he was 30 and he was done. At 30 years old, he was like, you know, he had like very little, even though he still had enough to beat Pacquiao the first time, but he was done by 30 years old. All those wars that he was in, unnecessary wars. And for what?
This is the last time we see Brandon Rios in the ring. After all those wars with Mike Alvarado, got him a Pacquiao beat down, you know, where he was a heavy bag. Why nobody talked about Manny Pacquiao running from him? He didn't stand in front of Brandon Rios. Look at all this. Look, is this running? Stepping back and using your jab? Because this looks like Devin Haney. This is how Devin Haney fought Cambosis. Controlling range.
Man, you got to realize people are going to be who they are and they're going to say what they want to say. And I just don't even pay attention to them.
See, and this is what people don't understand, bro, is you could be the toughest man in the world. You know, if you drip water on a rock long enough, it's going to break. Everybody got their breaking point, whether it be Joe Frazier, Brandon Rios. That's why you shouldn't go to the well early in your career, because you're not going to look at that. Look at that. Awful knockout. Bam. Bro, come on, man. Is this what y'all want? Nobody talks about Brandon Rios being one of the greatest fighters of all time. He gave exciting styles. Nobody talks about his record. Definitely undefeated, so we ain't gonna talk about his record. But nobody is looking at his fights on classics or any of that. This is what Brandon Rios gonna be known for. Throwing a jab, counter with the jab, and then counter over the top of his jab with a right hand and knock him out devastatingly.
Just ignore the idiots, man, because I don't have the energy or time to keep talking to these type of people that keep coming up with this nonsense. I just ignore them.
That was the KO of the year, all positive.
Life is precious. We don't have much time left.
You heard me?
Yeah, I heard you.
That was the KO of the year.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Got that man put on a magazine for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, but look, man, look, man. We are not here for the casuals. I don't come up here for the casuals. I mean, most casuals don't even know what a weight class is. You know, so I remember at one point I was posting. Somebody tagged me on Facebook one time. They saw Jillian Jackson for the first time. And that dude tagged me. He's like, man, how do you think Jillian Jackson would have done against Mike Tyson? And I had to remind him, I like he fought at 160. That we got this thing called weight classes. You know what I'm saying? Like Tyson's like 6-7 weight classes above him. It wouldn't have been a fight.
I don't know, man.
So,
I think Floyd Mayweather Klitschko would have been a good one. That's how they be talking.
Yeah, but you understand what you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes when you're dealing with people like this, you just gotta. Like I said, it's not just boxing. It could be basketball. It could be some Drake fan had posted on Instagram or Twitter, or whatever.
Whoa! No Drake slander, brother. No Drake.
I don't have a problem with Drake. I'm just saying. But the guy said, and it's not a diss to Drake, but it's just his fan base. But the guy said Drake, he's like everybody's doing switch. They're switching up their beats now because Drake did it. I'm like, yo, everybody started rewinding, like, yo, Gangstar was doing this 30 years ago. Wow, this is not new. This has been done for decades. They were switching beats doing the songs. They did it every hour. They would switch up the beats and have a different rap on each beat. I like some people, they just don't know, man. They just don't know any better. So sometimes you gotta let them find out on their own. It's like Travis Hunter. I've already said my piece about Travis Hunter. I'm not gonna be saying anything about him in public, saying anything negative about him online. I just made a statement like, yo, he got to find out on his own. You know what I'm saying? So because he's been warned by everybody, so I ain't nothing me to say about him. He just got to find out on his own. And he's gonna find out.
I don't know why pressing like that emoji look alike to me. That crazy. You ever get they emojis mixed up? I don't know why. But he said showbiz. He said showbiz is one. He said the one who passed this on. Don't get mad at me. Said she's standing up like a stallion. And then like that said. Raji said Rios was never that great. That's the point that I was making, Raji. He wasn't great due to lack of talent. He was great he was not great due to lack of style. You know what's really crazy? There's a video of Robert Garcia who called Mayweather boring, right? And then he said if he had a choice to fight like Mayweather, he would. And then he teaches his fighter to fight like Mayweather. Bam fights like he boxes. Bam don't stand toe to toe.
He don't. Bam don't. Bam's a very good boxer.
That's what I'm saying. They only they making the rules up to try to handicap people who do it naturally. And like,
you gotta ignore these people, and these fighters need to stay. First of all, these fighters need to stay off social media, and it goes for any athlete because social media is gonna get these. They're gonna get you.
I'm positive. Can you see like that's comment?
Well, I don't even know. I don't even know what he's talking about.
He said, "You have a new white sugar baby." You switch it up on us.
I don't even understand what he's talking about right there. But yeah, man, these guys. They did the same thing with the San Antonio Spurs. What you're talking about, what they did with Mayweather, they did the same thing with the Spurs. For years and years, when we was winning titles, they said the Spurs play boring basketball. Nobody wants to see a team just shoot jumpers all day. Well, when Golden State started using our same formula of ball movement, and they did nothing but shoot threes, it's like the most exciting thing ever. Now explain that to me.
It's cool when they do it.
I remember 2 Chainz and Stephen A. Smith was on ESPN talking about how boring the Spurs were because they was shooting jumpers and the jump shooting team and also that. Well, when Golden State did it, it was like the most exciting brand of basketball ever.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all, positive. In this scenario, it might be a little different. I might feel like it's a little bit different with the Golden State
Why?
comparison because boxing is a single sport, I believe, and it's racist. I mean, it just is what it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Some stuff ain't up for debate, and that being one of them. Boxing is racist.
Boxing is definitely a racist sport. I mean, every sport is racist, not just boxing, it's basketball.
No, this the most racist one.
No, basketball is definitely racist because perfect example. Russell Westbrook averaged a triple-double 3 years in a row. What do you think people were saying about Russell Westbrook? Oh, he's stat padding. He's stat padding. He's out here grabbing rebounds and getting assists. One guy like he would never get that if his team not letting him. Jokic averaged a triple-double this season. Did anybody say he was stat padding? No. I'll answer for you. No.
But that's what I'm trying to say. So it's a lot of it does exist there, but because it's a sport that has more than one person that you can win or lose with, it's a little bit different, in my opinion. Like it's a lot different. I feel like boxing is one person carrying the weight of a whole nation or race or whatever the case may be. So I just think it's a little bit different with boxing. That's just my personal opinion. I think I know it's racism everywhere. It's racism in healthcare system. We got proof of that, the housing system. So it got to make its way somewhere. It don't just go away or evaporate. So, but I just disagree that it's just like it's equivalent. I think boxing is way more, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is. I think so as well.
And then what's really crazy? You know what you call that other dude? What you call him?
What dude?
COON. You call him that, and then he come up with a rule to handicap black people in the fight. You can't make this up.
I don't even. I got that dude's channel blocked. Don't recommend. I don't look at anything from him. I don't know what he's talking about. I just ignore him. He's not even on my radar.
Yeah, if he ever said the N-word, I'd be offended. Why Ramirez? Why you ain't pull up Ramirez? I already know what Ramirez is gonna say. Man, look, I just look for good boxing channels. I'm not racist. I'm not biased neither. I'm not biased. Man, everybody suffers from bias. So you're not human now. They all do the same. They all do the same talk. That talk is to disarm you. But bro, I could have real legitimate boxing conversations, and acknowledge that race plays a part. I ain't gonna lie, this is the frustrating part about it. I watch a lot of old school boxing. I watch a lot of YouTube videos, do a lot of studying on the game. And the consensus is that Mexicans support Mexicans. They have a little internal beef, internal conflict, but they support them. But even the most rational-minded Mexican people I know, if I pulled them up on the panel and I asked them about Ryan Garcia versus Devin Haney, 100% of them say what?
They're gonna say Osirine didn't help him and didn't prevent Devin Haney from ducking from them hooks.
So what is the point of being non-biased in the sport of boxing? In the sport of boxing, what is the point of being non-biased? They're putting you in rules that put you at a disadvantage. The same way that showbiz is trying to put rules out there that put black fighters at a disadvantage when they fight. It's the same way that they do with us. They say, I'm non-biased. Okay, so I can't be biased now. Okay, well, give us your non-biased opinion. It's funny they say they're non-biased, but all their opinions, brother, all of them.
Yeah, people they'll say they're non-biased and then give a biased take. Now, me personally, I know I'm non-biased. Like I said, I don't have a favorite fighter.
Man, I'm biased as shit. I'm biased, bro. Listen, everybody know I've been slandering Shakur for years, but I'm fair, bro. I try to be fair with my criticism. And what I know is, look, I'm not a fan of Shakur's style. I told X, that's his favorite fighter, that Shakur sucks. You know what I mean? So you'll never get a shortage of criticism from me in regards to Shakur. But at the same time, bro, fighters got to get in there and figure out how to beat him. That's their job.
Yeah.
If I was a chess player, all positive, and what I did is I just found out ways to get stalemates.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean, with you until we were out of moves, and I remain undefeated. It's your job to figure out how to not get me to do that. You can't tell me I can't do it.
And that's why people get mad. Like when I'm playing time chess and I see time about to run out, and I know I can't win the match, and my time is low, I just keep making the same move over and over and get a stalemate. And I'm like, yo, that's what you're supposed to do. And people do that to me too. What are you supposed to do? But you gotta bend the rules, man. You gotta bend the rules and win the best way you know how to win, whether it's bend the rules or not. You gotta win the best way you know how to win. Don't let nobody make you change your game plan because they can't beat you. That'll be silly. And like, yo, you got Shaquille O'Neal, as big as he was, no one could stop him from backing down. It's like, well, he's only doing all this stuff because he's big. So what he's supposed to do? Start shooting 3-pointers?
That's how they do. They'll put you. I don't know what you mean, Raji. You said Ryan Garcia, and then you said, but also Mario Barrios as well. And then, like that said, they say what about black on black crime? But nah, I mean, listen, ain't nothing wrong with being on code. I mean, I just noticed the code. Like I said, it don't matter. And then you hear from black people. I heard black people saying that he couldn't get away from the left foot. That's the most disappointing. I expect it out of everybody else.
That's why I'm no longer a fan of Manny Serrano. I've always liked Manny Serrano long before she got with Jake Paul. I've always been a fan of her. When she was talking about how classy Ryan Garcia was after the fight, like he showed him showing class. I'm like, there's nothing classy about a racist cheater. Nothing.
Nah, he's classic. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's the first thing that comes to mind when I think about Ryan Garcia. Classic. Ain't that what you think?
No.
That man cheated and blamed everybody. But that's what I'm saying. Like, man, come on, bro. Like, listen, with the Keyshawn situation, see, and that's why I say they handicap you with fairness. So with Keyshawn, I call it like I said, Keyshawn, he dumb, he blew the bag for everybody, et cetera, right? But I had to pause for a little bit because I started hearing them going a little bit too ham. 2 years suspension, 2 years. Ryan Garcia got a couple months for a banned substance.
Yeah, I don't think 2 years suspension.
Like what? So that's why I say I had to pump the brakes a little bit. Like, damn. Wait a minute.
Now you miss weight. Like I said, I don't think you should get a suspension for miss weight. I just think that you shouldn't be a suspension. No, that's because you're not hurting anybody. But I think that you should be fine though. Definitely fine.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you know.
Yo, I'm positive. I think I accidentally banned myself. You know how I accidentally be pressing that button. Yeah. I put my comment on the screen and then I think I accidentally banned myself. That's some crazy work right there. Yo, did I accidentally ban somebody? So everybody comment, let me know y'all not banned. I don't say nothing. I think I almost accidentally banned myself. But yeah, man, listen. Like I said before, like I said, blessed, highly favored. I'm blessed. Like even him with his theatrics, the cheating, blame everybody but himself, and then the George Floyd is a nigga and niggas kill niggas. Why he can't say nigga? You remember all that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. No, we got it.
You remember that? I'm blessed. Ali Favor, like that. So he was for all kind of Bohemian Grove. That man knew he cheated. He knew he cheated, and he knew he was going to be given a pass. That's why he kept saying, now Oscar said, he's the face of boxing now. All your fighters got to come through him. He's the face of boxing. And Ron was like, yeah, I am the face. He said, I know boxing. He said, but I don't know the business of boxing. He said, to know it, you might know something about being a crook. That's hilarious. And he said, clenbuterol. They talking about Canelo. And then like that put up blessed. I'm highly favored. Yo, Pittsburgh T, you there, bro? Oh, T pulled up. I don't know what happened, man. He said, I told you not to participate in that Keyshawn hate. He said, you still young, tell nephew, you still learning. Man, that ain't no Keyshawn hate. That's me calling it what it is. I just paused on the harsh criticism of him. Like, I wasn't going to overdo it neither. I just gave a fair perspective. He still need to be, I don't know Keyshawn personally. I can't reach out to him and say, hey, man, you need to stop doing that. So what I'm going to do is just verbalize it. Maybe the video makes it across his timeline. Just never know. And then Rob G said, he said, race in boxing is inevitable. He said, folks will tie it to that. He said, my code is violence. He said, fuck the racial code. I hear you, Rob G, but I don't know if that's necessarily true. And then he said, are you Muslim? I don't know why everybody always asks me that in the chat. Is it the same person? It's crazy. Why you keep asking me am I Muslim? Is that a bot? Do bots do that? Because they be spamming my chat with religion. But I don't know about that, Rob G. I think that if we all have implicit biasness and confirmation bias as human beings, would you know? Because a person that's doing confirmation bias, they don't know that they're doing it. They think that they're fair-minded if you ask them out loud, but they're definitely guilty of confirmation bias. You know what I mean? So, no, I don't. There's no way. Let me just say that. There's no way. If I got it in me and every other human being got it in them, there's no way. There's no way to get around it. It's something that it's like breathing air and it's like oxygen. You know? It would be, you know what it's like? You know what it's like, all positive? I've been accused sometimes of having misogynistic views. Right?
Yeah.
And because misogyny might be tied to something negative, I always be like, man, what? Some of my best friends are women. You know what I mean? Well, I'd be like, man, what? Right? But then when I started like really, really thinking about it, it's like they ask me my viewpoints on certain areas and they give the misogynistic answer. And if that's my answer, then guess what? There's no way to get around it. Raji said agree or disagree.
I ain't with all that misogynistic stuff, man. When I say what I say about somebody, you know, like I said, I just I ask them to tell me why I'm wrong. I don't come with this stuff when I say something about a female. When a female's in a position that she's in, I say she's in a position she's in because she wants to be there. And they go into all this stuff about, well, you know how they can play with a woman's mind. Like, look, man, these girls get in these situations like a lot of people was talking about. I don't know. So I guess it was at the BET Awards. So I don't look at the BET Awards, but I guess Young Thug's walking with his girlfriend, and everybody was talking about, man, he's pulling her along like she don't want to be there. I'm like, well, that's what she signed up for. Y'all like y'all feeling bad for her. She don't want to leave because she likes the money. Nah, I can't feel sorry for nobody living up in a plush mansion, wearing designer clothes where they want to be at.
We can barely hear you.
Yeah.
What's going on, man? How you guys doing?
I'm living.
What's good, Diddy?
What you say, Puff?
I said, hey, ain't no party like a P. Diddy party when we put P and Diddy together.
Oh, okay.
You Diddy, I'm P. But go ahead, brother. I know you wanted to cook on it. What you got to say about this BBO? I know you the ambassador for race relations, brother.
Nah, you sick, man. You sick. You just said that because I'm black, but I think what Turkey doing is despicable, and I think him and Bug Eyes both can go to hell. We've been boxing for almost 200 years, and we're not gonna change the sport to acquiesce to what you want. That's stupid to even think that we're gonna do that. You don't run our sport, man. I think anybody who sides with a maniac like that is crazy. I mean, this dude is disingenuous at best. To say that you want to control how guys fight, like, who are you to say that? I mean, Muhammad Ali could be accused of running that first fight with Cleveland Williams. That first round, the very first round, you could say Ali was running, but Ali was just trying to prove a point. So for Turkey, a novice, to come in our sport and speak the way he's speaking, I mean, I think he just take his raghead ass back to Saudi Arabia, man, and get out of our sport, man. So I say.
I agree.
Bro, you trying to get everybody. Hey, make sure the IP address can't be traced.
No, but look, I truly believe that they are here sacrificing Bud, man. Bud is this great Black American fighter, and Bud wanted to fight with Canelo, but you know what I'm saying, they put him. They wanted to fight and they got him to fight, but yeah, Bud's there to be sacrificed. Like, look what Canelo did to your Black American hero. That's just my opinion.
What? Oh my God!
I mean, Bud like a dude who's making ribs somewhere. I mean, so he's winning. But if we being all jokes aside, I mean, I just think it's one of the most insane things. And like they talk about Willie Pep, right?
Yeah,
Pep. It's masterful and wonderful when Willie Pep or Vasily Lomachenko do something.
Yeah.
Or Sanchez do it as running. Devin the American Dream Haney do it as running. It just shows how racist these guys really are. They hate blacks, man.
And you can't say that, because if you say somebody hates blacks, then that's racist. Racism, the new racism now. Racism now is pointing out racism. That's the new racism.
The reverse, the smelted delta. They do smelted delta.
You know what it is, man? If we mention anything of our plight, our history, they call it reverse racism. If we say, hey, the genesis of our issue with everything is that we started off as slaves, you're racist. I don't necessarily agree with a lot of things that's going on, but I say this, man. Turkey is another cancer that's coming to our sport, and he's showing you what cancer really looks like, because Don King wasn't cancer, Al Heyman wasn't cancer, but Turkey is really trying to divide the sport. You want to change how we've been doing this for almost 200 years? Like, I don't think
BBO. Let's stay right there. Let's stay right there. What do Don King and Al Heyman have in common?
They're black.
You remember when Oscar De La Hoya said that Al Heyman was paying fighters too much?
Yeah.
Who paying more than Turkey right now?
Yeah.
Bro, that is bro. This man made it to the. Listen, we got YouTubers out there complaining about Al Heyman and saying Al Heyman gonna go out of business. They've been saying that for like 4 or 5 years, right? But Turkey came in, did one fight, and made it to the honorary Hall of Fame in boxing. The YouTuber said Turkey was the savior of boxing. That's an exact quote. I didn't make that up.
Yeah,
that is crazy.
And you know what's so funny about Bug Eyes that gets me is that this is the same clown who tells Ryan Garcia, hey man, I like how you did this, I like how you did that, but never brings up the racism. You have a piece of dirt like Teofimo Lopez who lets you know how much he hates blacks, talking about where's that nigger at and all that goofy stuff, and he don't bring it up. It's just like one thing I'm learning, especially doing YouTube, and you know this last almost 2 years going into 3 years, man. It's a lot of clowns on YouTube, man. It's a lot of clowns and a lot of people who really bend over and grab their ankles, man, just for a bit of light. It's kind of sad, man. It's kind of sad. You know, look at Bug Eyes, man. He's a real piece of crap, man. So,
I mean, hold on. I'm gonna go to Pittsburgh team. I'm gonna go to Buddy just pulled up. But before I go to him, I just wanted to say this. You know, I look at it like this. I think he in over his head. You know how sometimes you set out to do something and you want to make it to the highest level, but you don't know if you're gonna make it. I think he never thought that he would seriously be in a situation where he could sign a petition and they actually try to implement it in a card. Like, that's never happened before. Promoters don't even have that much power. Don King didn't even have that much power, like, per se. You know what I mean? So He's just in over his head. That's why he done made 3 or 4 videos addressing that video and what he really was trying to say and what he really meant. It's like, bro, you already said what you had to say. That goes to show to me that he shouldn't be taken serious as a content creator if he got to keep doing videos to explain what he actually really meant to say, but when it's recorded, what he actually said. So that just showed me he's not to be taken that serious. But what's up, T? You there? I don't know what T. Maybe T.
But on the steps. You all right, T?
There you go. There you go. You hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
You put that dope on?
Yeah, but hey, look here now. Hey, you know the other problem is that y'all ain't touching on is that these sorry fighters, they ain't helping either. They welcome all that foolishness in because remember Keyshawn Johnson was over there copping deuces for Ryan and them when they ran up on them and asked him about it. So them dudes is not part of the solution either. So they make it a real comfortable environment for all this clown stuff that be going on. You got fighters doing it, you got YouTubers doing it, you got the Tim Bradley's doing it. You got all these clowns that surround them around that. So it makes them pull up a chair and feel real comfortable with their foolishness. So when they start making rules like this,
your mic is messed up. Sock is popping.
Hold on. I think I can fix it. Hold on. Give me a second. I think I can fix it. Hold on. All right. Try now.
What happened with
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
That's better. It's still a little poppy, but you
get it's still breaking up. Hit the refresh, T.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll go out and come back.
All right. Go ahead, Bo. What you saying?
Nah, what happened with Turkey? What'd he do?
So basically this is what happened, bro. Showbiz has been, can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
So this Showbiz right here, you know, he put out a statement, bro. Oh shit. He put out a statement, bro. He wanted to be no more running in boxing, like a no boxing running rule. And you know, you don't take stuff like that serious. It's a YouTuber, you know what I mean? But he kept tagging Turkey in it in all of his posts, and now Turkey is starting to say he don't want no more holding boxing, this Tom and Jerry stuff. And it's like that, like that's crazy that a YouTuber got that much power. Because early in my presentation, I showed how Turkey has a disdain for YouTubers and how he was saying he don't like YouTube boxers. Let's get back to the real boxing. So if you think YouTubers need to be in a place in regards to the sport of boxing, the physical side, then why not the business side? Why is Showbiz allowed to make rules and then you try to implement? Because he said something like, you know, no more Tom and Jerry. Turki Alalshikh don't know what Tom and Jerry is.
See, I'm not gonna lie though, man. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think there should be a no running rule in boxing. I don't think you should be able to control how a fighter fights in the ring. I don't think that's just too much control. That's overreaching. But I do think he's saying this because of the recent climate of boxing. When you look at a couple of his biggest cards, a lot of guys got on that stage and they started running. The New York event and the Canelo event, a lot of running. Remember when Deontay Wilder first got on the card against Joseph Parker? That was a lot of running. You know what I mean? So a lot of people done got on Turkey's cards and they done laid some eggs. I think that's why he more so.
I showed a clip earlier.
Going that right.
I showed a clip earlier whenever Devin Haney was about to fight Regis Prograis, right? And he was like, Devin Haney, like it was one of his favorite fighters actively right now. He was like, he want to do business with him future. Devin Haney's never been an exciting fighter, but he still liked his favorite fighter all time was Larry Holmes. So he likes boxers. So this is all Showbiz. I don't think it's his idea. I think he's just saying that because he thinks Showbiz is a reflection of an American market. You get what I'm saying? I think he's placating to the market versus this is actually being his genuine feelings, in my personal opinion. And then this is the aspect of it too. Turkey is in over his head too, bro. He don't know what he's doing, bro. Like, bro, we had a fight at midnight where they were giving out free cars and having a concert with Eminem on it, bro. He sucks at managing these events, bro. He literally does what people with video games do, just like, you know how you get the video game and you got to manage like the football team or the basketball team and you just start trading for superstars and you be over the salary cap. That's what he's doing right now. He trying to build these matchups that's good on paper, but he don't understand styles. So that's why he's the reason that the cards are being laid an egg. Because, bro, think about it. He overpaid Jarrell Miller, bro, coming off of a layoff because he took 8 different banned substances. He was glowing in the dark. Overpaid that man to get in the ring with like Andy Ruiz, and then what's the
you talk about against the
Dubois,
slow
Daniel
dude.
Dubois. He overpaid the shit out of them for that fight. Now the Daniel Dubois fight was good. I'm not gonna lie, but the fight with Andy Ruiz was trash. But like they didn't run the fights. See, them trying to control boxing is stupid to me on so many different levels, but mainly because of this. I got a video I was gonna make a short out of, bro. I went to this place. Matter of fact, I want to go back to that place. That's some good chicken wing, but it was like a food truck. We found out about it online and made the news or whatever. So we went there. They were showing UFC. Of course, I was bitter the entire time that they didn't have boxing on. They just showed UFC the entire time because that's the day Abdullah Mason fought. But anyway, so it was like 3 screens on. No, it was two. They had a third screen, but it wasn't sports. So 2 screens on, bro, showing 2 separate fights. And what do you think they were doing on both screens? Side control, humping their leg, bro. The dude even started kneeing the dude in the butt at one point of the fight, bro. The fans wasn't booing. They was cheering, bro. They even had a heavyweight match. A heavyweight match, bro. And it was awful. And the fans was cheering, bro. So this is why I say to that, bro. The boxing fans, bro, show up to go see an event like wrestling that's fake, and they don't require them to have any type of real element to it. They don't write a petition to Vince McMahon and say, Vince McMahon, we got to get some real licks in. You got to start throwing real punches. So if they're not going to do that in that sport, stop trying to do it in boxing. That's just my personal opinion.
I mean, I don't think they're gonna do that with WWE because it's the only thing that matters is the content entertaining. Some people may jump. Some people may actually, they may really want petition to be successful, man, because they don't like a certain style, or there could be race behind it where some races in boxing don't like another race's style, But I don't think anything is gonna come from it though.
I don't know. Turkey put a stamp on it, bro.
And I don't think that's gonna come from it either because
man, y'all talking about a dude.
Boxing is bigger than Turki Alalshikh.
No, it's not. Not at this moment.
Yes, it is because he controls nothing that happens in Japan. Boxing is very big in Japan.
Japan got one fighter.
But no, they don't. They don't. They
got a few fighters.
They got
they got a lot of fighters in Japan.
Japan got one fighter, bro.
No, they do not. Junto Nakatani is a very big fighter in Japan.
Bro, listen. Americans don't care about no fan outside of anywhere.
I understand.
So they can't have boxing card after boxing card in Japan. The reason why they try to break open the American market is because America is where boxing is. Let's not kid ourselves.
Being in Japan, the fights are always Tuesday. The big fights are always Tuesday morning. Like Tuesday morning for us, but it's not Tuesday morning for them. But they're not bending the knee to the American fan like, yo, we got to put our big fights on Saturday. No, they got their own culture and they got
not with scheduling, but they do it in theory because they still make Inoue come over to America to fight.
Inoue's only had 2 fights in America. He's only had 2 in America.
Oh yeah, you're right, because Fulton did go to Japan. You're right.
Fulton to Japan, yes. And he got paid more in Japan. He wouldn't have got paid as much here in America because basically it's a bastard division.
But you know what that's like saying all positive? That's like saying, well, Don King didn't really win the 90s because Gary Shaw was around.
Well, put like this. How many bantamweight champions? Do you know who the first black bantamweight champion of all time was?
It was probably a 10-year-old kid.
No, it was George. If I'm correct, it was George Dixon.
I don't pay attention to that division at all.
First black junior bantamweight champion. No, my bad. Not junior bantamweight. I think it's junior bantamweight. And someone correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think it was Mark Too Sharp Johnson, first black junior bantamweight champion, 115. And I lived to see that. I was in my 20s when that happened. That shows you a lot of black fighters aren't in those lower weight classes because we're bigger in America. So that's why we have to go over there and get the big fights. And Mark was a pretty big fighter in America, but he wasn't a household name. But yeah, Japan has a lot of big fighters, man. They have a lot of fighters, man.
Okay, well, let me say this. Bob Arum did an interview whenever T.O. was doing his rant, right? And he basically said in the interview, he said, look, he said T.O. needs to stop doing what he's doing, shut up, and go do business with Turki Alalshikh. This is what Bob Arum said. And the reason why Bob Arum said this is because he said that basically Riyadh season is like all the promotional companies are fighting under Riyadh season, basically. Like that's the umbrella. They the parent company basically to us now. So T.O. needs to stop tripping with them and get with the program. Bob Arum said this. One of the most powerful promoters of all time is saying this. So with that being said, Turki Alalshikh, Donkey, Turkey, come on over here. Let's do some business, brother. Let's get some of that Turkey money. They all try. Turkey run boxing, bro. I don't care what nobody say, bro. As long as he want to be in boxing, he got money. People gonna go over there and show up and fight in these events for that money. It is just as simple as that. And just because of that, because the point I was making when y'all said y'all don't think he gonna implement the rules, I think he will, and this is why I think he will. Because when he first got into boxing, he said he didn't want to be exactly what he is now. He said, I don't want to, promote. Now he's partnered with TKO and starting to promote fighters. He said, I want to bring the best fights. He said, I want to do documentaries. I don't want to step on anybody's toes. He's stepping on toes. Now he's doing everything he said he didn't want to do. And that's, you should have known better. Do with money talking about what he's not going to do and he finna be a Robin Hood. He lying, right? Same thing with Elon Musk, but that's neither here nor there. But when Turkey was in a fight and he started looking at them scorecards and going to corners and picking sides, which is what he said he won't do. He showed then he just as corrupt as everybody else. Power is not what is it? Power is not innocent. Power is not corrupt. Absolute power corrupts absolute. He's corrupted. It is what it is. And with this rule being out there and him wanting to be a success and him taking, because I'm gonna be honest with you. Say what you want about showbiz, he is probably the #1 boxing channel. And, you got the fight hypes, the early setbacks, but as far as lives and all that stuff, they're not doing the numbers that he's doing. Just being honest. And if he not one, he at least top 5. But so he's looking at him like an influencer and a reflection of the American market. So, if he's saying he don't want no run rule, I could see what's to stop Turkey from putting it in Saudi Arabia. There's nothing to stop him. Nobody to stop him.
Yeah, and then fighters just stop going over there. Like I said, it's not going to be implemented.
So they're going to stop getting paydays because there's no running rule.
Boxing is worldwide. It's not just in Saudi Arabia. And like I said, he's going to eventually get ran out of boxing. He comes in and try to implement that because this strength in them was like, okay, if he wants to, he's going to have to sign a bunch of he's going to sign a bunch of Mexican fighters and bring in a bunch of UFC guys over that want to stand toe to toe and do that. But a lot of guys aren't going to. Now guys not going to go for that. They're not going to be handicapped into saying like, yo, now I got it. When I get in this fight, I've got to stand toe to toe with this guy. They're not gonna. Nobody's gonna take that, especially guys with a name. They're not gonna take that fight. That dude's gonna be around the boxing quick with that, man.
I think he might be. Well, what I said they was doing to Al Heyman, I think he might be doing that with Turkey. I think that dude is here to stay, as long as he wants to stay. I don't think money is really an issue for him. Yeah. And I think that because boxing has created a market where money is everything, and Floyd started. But like I said, Floyd was a blessing and a curse to the game. He was a blessing because, he showed how you're supposed to get out, where you ain't slurring and using the sweet science and, controlling your own destiny. Because before that, boxing promoters controlled your destiny. You know what I mean? If you don't want to play ball with them, they would blackball you. So Floyd kind of did that thing, but he also made people fight a defensive style early in their career, and you don't get less conservative, or you get more conservative. So he messed it up in terms of that. He messed it up in terms of fans are now talking about purses. They never did that before. Now they talk about A side and B side and purses because of Floyd. So he messed the game up all the way around. I thought it was pretty interesting that Turkey did business with Floyd Mayweather before anybody in America. But when they asked him, was Floyd one of his favorite fighters? He's like, of course not. Like, it should be a fact that, like, why would you think Floyd was my favorite? Like, wait a minute. Y'all did business with Floyd before y'all even came into boxing. He did an exhibition in Dubai, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, he did one to buy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's crazy work. Y'all there, man?
Yeah, I try not to get involved in this whole business side of things, because it only confuses you in the end. You know what I'm saying? So I just, I'm just here to see some good fights. See the top guys fight each other.
I'm positive. Did you just hit us with a "I'm just here so I won't get fined"?
No, I'm just saying. I'm not concerned with the whole business side of things because, like I said, I just know it's just talk bait. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna implement a rule like that across 50 states in America. No way.
You don't need 50 states.
You need 50 states.
You don't need it.
That's why we got a
UFC didn't even have a boxing license in New York.
Yeah, and they just eventually got it. But that's why we have different commissions, because one commission might allow you to do, they might allow you to stack your tape in one state. Stack your not tape, but stack your.
I know you're making my point that you don't have to have all states.
Commissions won't allow you. Like, I can't see no state commissions in 50 states. All 50 states get on board like, yo, these guys got to go toe to toe. Man, that's silly, man. Come on, man. You know way you believe that.
Yo, I think that this is what I think.
I know you.
I think that I warn people a lot about what a rich and powerful man wouldn't do as a president, and they said it was propaganda, and he's doing everything he said he would do. I think that there's nothing stopping Turkey, and if he wanted to do it, nobody would complain. They would talk. They might get on YouTube, make a couple of videos, but they don't bend the knee at the end of the day.
Well, that's up to the fighters. If you sign with him, you don't have to sign with him. You know what I'm saying? If you sign with him, you know the rules, and you sign with this guy, and that's on you. That's your fault. Like Don King, for years, he was robbing fighters, and guys were still signing with him. And then later on, they complain about it. I'm like, no, you signed into that. Same thing with record deals. There's enough information out there. No one should sign a bad record deal in 2025, and people are still signing them. So I can't feel sorry for people to do that.
Yeah, you got like that buying into the conspiracy that Turkey set Bud up. Bud set Bud up.
No, Bud set himself up, but they just saw it as an easy thing for him. Like he set himself up, and it's like, okay, we're gonna give this man his bag, and we're gonna get him stretched out. We're gonna do this to your great Black American fighter. Yeah, but he's gonna get paid lovely for it, so don't feel sorry for him. And then you got Mayweather in his head gassing him up like, yo, I'm gonna give him tips on it. Man, Mayweather setting Bud up, man. He's sending Bud to get stretched. So when Bud gets stretched out, Mayweather's like, well, I already beat Canelo. He didn't beat him. I beat him.
Bo, you gonna let him sit up here and trash Bud like that?
I'm not trashing, but I'm telling you the truth.
Wait, we need some balance. Bo and BBO done went silent.
I mean, what kind of balance? Well, what am I saying is wrong?
Man, I don't know. I need Bo to spit that sign. See how he's spitting that high five.
Look, man, I'm a person like to deal with facts, and like I said, the teachers always told us when I was young, and I didn't know what it meant, but I get it now. And I constantly tell people this: if you don't learn history, you repeat it. And I see a lot of history being repeated over and over and over again, and not just boxing, but in life in general.
Nah, it's we don't. I forgot the damn quote. Man, I've been up too many hours. We learn from history what we don't learn from history. Something like that. We repeat history that I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah, you don't learn it, man. You don't learn it. You repeat it. You know what I'm saying?
He said, so the black man setting up, but not the brown man. This dude is hilarious. I ain't never heard nobody call him the brown man. Nah, I don't think it's the brown man setting him up. I think personally, Terrence Crawford wanted this fight. Bill Haney gassed him up and groomed him into this fight.
You think Bill did that?
He said it. Bill Haney started to groom him. You know, Bill Haney started, you can get him, when your next fight, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. And he started to buy the hype.
He bought into it, man, but he's going to get a rude awakening.
And I think that's where we are now. I think right now what we're dealing with is a dude that bought into the hype. and he's believing it. He really believed that. He's saying he's not only believing, he's trying to convince us. He's saying, well, we the same height. Well, I'm taller than him.
Yeah, man.
Well, you know this. Well, you know that. He keep everything is, we're gonna find out, because you might be like Mikey Garcia. Mikey, I see some Garcia. You might be Bud, Crawford.
It's crazy.
But hopefully you show up, man, because I'm gonna be there.
You going to Vegas for that fight?
Absolutely.
I'm planning on it.
I'm actually gonna be there.
So you gonna be in the hotel pissing on Cassie?
You said what?
You gonna be in the hotel pissing on Cassie?
No, Roger Bond. I know you probably be doing that.
I don't even know who Roger Brown is, brother. You didn't came over here with that white man. If it's a good white man, I'm not offended. But if it ain't,
I was trying to think my man Scholar a bad faith factor. I think I'm about to watch out for you, Jason Whitlock, Bug Eyes, Scholar.
Man said Scholar twice.
I learned not to pay guys.
Man, listen, look. This is why I give not Jason Whitlock here, cool. This is why I give people like Showbiz the benefit of the doubt.
Why would you give him benefit of the doubt? He done showed you who he is.
He's the entertainer. Like, if they take an entertainer serious, I think that's on them, not Showbiz. He's doing what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to fire up that camera and make Scooby-Doo noises and wear taco hat.
And that's exactly why I ignore him. I've gotten him out of my algorithm. I have not seen a Showbiz video in years.
But Pittsburgh T, you wear the taco hat sometime.
I don't think Pittsburgh T. But yeah, these guys, man, you just gotta ignore these guys, man. When they reach a certain level of coonery, you gotta just gotta ignore them, man.
I mean, I'll tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if Bug Eyes start eating watermelon on his show.
He probably would, because he makes his fan base, he makes his crowd, he makes them comfortable, and that's that's the only way you can make them comfortable if they do stuff like that.
So this is why I say that. This is why I say that, man. And look, BBO, I was just on your show the other day, bro. I was listening to a woman talk. She was talking about how Jewish people shouldn't exist and blah blah blah, et cetera, right?
Who said that?
He making that up. Ain't nobody saying
that. It was a black woman, Israelite that said that. I was there. I was flabbergasted. All right, bro. It's there. All you gotta do is look at BBO last episode.
So you saying religion shouldn't exist?
No, she said Jewish people shouldn't exist.
Jewish is.
Oh yes, religion. I get what you're saying. But no, I don't want to go. Let me not go down a wormhole of that. I want to make this point. This is the point that I'm making. With black people, BBO. The reason why I give Showbiz grace is because I see a lot of confusion amongst black folks. Right? I tell you what I mean when I say that. During the election, right? I came to my channel and I said, hey, you guys, you got to be on code and vote for the black person. They said I shouldn't vote for the black person because she's black. Oh, so you're not on code. The code seems to be the same thing with this running stuff. They only want to use it to manipulate you to get them to see the world, for you to see the world the way they see the world. Right? That's what the pro-blackness is. And this is the question I want to pose to everybody right now. Showbiz is in bed with Turkey so much that he tweeted to Turkey and Turkey started considering his tweet. How many YouTubers right now, if Turki Alalshikh cut them a check, would not say what Turki Alalshikh wanted them to say?
A lot of them will, but these are people that's not a reflection on Turkey's. Look, let me tell you what is my quote about money? What I always tell you about money.
But all money ain't good money.
No, nobody's ever changed when they got money. Not one single person ever. Money's never changed anybody. You know what I'm saying? People, if you're a piece of trash without money, you're gonna be a piece of trash, even bigger piece of trash with it. Money's never changed anybody. If you're a piece of trash with $5 in your pocket, you're gonna be the biggest piece of trash with $5 million in your pocket. So these are people all who they are.
But that's what the reason why I brought that up all positive is the point that I was making is Everybody without the opportunity knows exactly what to do with the opportunity and criticize the person that took the opportunity. But we're given that same opportunity, I think they would do the same thing. I'm slowly starting to see that. I'm starting to see black people, sell their booty for less. I'm starting to see black people jump off code, whether it be Ryan, Tio. I'm starting to see it at some point. I'm like,
this is who these people are. They're not jumping off code. They're always
so why pretend to have a code then if it don't exist?
Like I said, people will pretend to be who they want you to believe they are until they get to where they're going. Once they get where they're going and they don't have to pretend anymore, then they become who they really are.
So let me ask you this, BBO, because you're
No,
hold on, pause it. Hold on, we got to pause that. We got to pause that. Let me. I gotta ask BBO this. I know he put a lie. BBO, if Turki Alalshikh offered you a check to be in showbiz position, making Scooby-Doo noises, would you do it? I'm gonna take. Don't answer. Don't get silent if it's true. Get silent if the answer is yes. Yeah, I don't know what BBO got going on. I wanted to hear BBO lie to everybody, but he was gonna say no.
Even if this guy offered me millions.
Oh, pause. You different, bro. You different. I'm trying to tell you.
You
in the 10%. I ain't gonna say 10%. You in the 2%.
My parents went to segregated schools. My grandparents, my mother was alive when the Klan members came to the house. She was a little girl. We live out in the South. You think I'm gonna get up here and shuck and jive with some white folks? Are you crazy? He ain't got it. I'll slap that man across his face. He ever asked me some junk like that. You've been shuck and jive. You know what I'm saying? Don't they're just disrespectful to me. My family, they don't ever disrespect me like that.
Picasso put laughing emoji. Did BBO try to come back?
I don't know.
I thought I heard him talking. Maybe it was his conscious whispering. You know how I do it. You know how I do it. Yeah, BBO. He said he busy making the episode private. But no, I say all up to say this all positive. I can't stand in unison with no people who all over the place. Cause I
agree with that. I can't. A lot of people, they and it's just the whole thing about the whole. A lot of people criticize Tyler Perry, man. Like y'all are criticize. Like I think Tyler Perry movies is garbage. Me personally, I think his movies suck. But I'll never publicly blast this dude because he gives a lot of black people opportunities. He employs a lot of black people. When he sees black people struggling publicly, he reaches out and gives his own money. But y'all talk about this guy, but you won't talk about the trap rappers who get up here and talk about all this drugs and murder and killing. That's real. But guy, even though he wears a dress and whatever, I don't care about that. He wears a dress and he's giving money back to his community. You criticize him. We saw the same thing with MC Hammer back in the early 90s when they wanted to run Hammer out of hip hop so bad. And he was employing all these people in the area, making sure all the people ate and giving all the money to the people in the hood and had a $500,000 a month payroll. But nah, he was fake. But when Death Row came up, yeah, these guys are real. They're talking about murder and killing. Oh, that's real. This is what black people are supposed to be like. Yeah, this is black culture. Yes.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I think Tyler Perry is a black devil.
I don't think he's. I just think he just does a lot of entertainment. I don't like his entertainment, but he really does look out for a lot of people, and I can't. And regardless of like it's a lot of. I think Jordan Peele movies suck. You know what I'm saying? But that's a whole different story. I think but it's a whole different story. But like I said, I ain't blasting a black guy that's giving other black people employment, giving them jobs to take care of. I ain't doing that.
I mean, but we don't need that, man. We just need better culture in the black community. And I think the culture that Tyler Perry spreads is an evil culture.
Yeah, but BET does it. They does it all the time. They do it all the time.
On top of that, I do think somebody whose dream is to be famous is inherently evil. I think if you want to be famous, I think you would have to be an off person, and you may be an evil person. I
Well,
do believe
that's
that.
that's a lot of people in the world.
Because who would want? Because
I definitely don't want to be famous.
who would really want attention from strangers? You know, like that's kind of weird.
I definitely don't.
So I do, because Hollywood, people in Hollywood. So I do think if you want to be a famous person, you may be inherently evil. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna say that. Because I feel like the people that's not really Hollywood, they probably, like, I know someone that said they wanted to, I know of somebody that was really serious about being a rapper, but they ended up pursuing something else because they said that people would show up to the studio late, and it's a lot of people that's doing drugs and all that.
Yeah.
They didn't want to be around that environment, so they ended up pursuing a different career.
They're probably crackhead.
So I do think
a lot of rappers today they don't want to be rappers because they like the music. They want to be rappers because they want to be.
No, it comes with it. It's drugs around boxers.
Yeah.
That don't mean you gotta do them.
I mean, it don't mean you got to do them. I've been around drugs my entire life almost, man. Like, we be 15 years old playing basketball on the court, 15, 14 years old, and you see the old heads on the side smoking crack on the side of the court. And I ain't live in the hood. I'm not from the hood. You know what I'm saying? This crack is everywhere. You know what I'm saying? It ain't just a hood thing. You know what I'm saying? So so you're 14, we out there playing in the court, and you see like 4 or 5 dudes on the side smoking crack. So, I've always been around drugs. I never even smoked a cigarette, never done no marijuana, never been drunk. I always kept my temple clean. I get high off books and music. That's
Bo, you remember you used to go quiet on the race subjects? And like that would be like, brother, you really quiet on this race subject, bro.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm still like that.
You know what's funny? When All Positive was talking about that Canelo, brother, you was real quiet on that. You real quiet on that Canelo subject, bro.
What Canelo subject? What I say?
Wait, what happened?
He was up here slandering Canelo.
I'm not slandering Canelo.
Slandering Bud,
I'm not slandering Bud either. What have I said that was slander?
Hey, wait. I missed it. What did he say about Bud?
Listen, All Positive basically gave one of them RN quotes. He basically said that this fight is for suckers.
It is.
For people that don't understand weight classes, and he said that Bud is about to get stretched. What you say, less than 4?
Yeah, no, I ain't say that's why. I say he's gonna look good the first 3 rounds, and by the 6th or 7th round, then he's not gonna be moving that much anymore, and he's gonna be a sitting duck. But that's not slandering him. That's the truth.
That's ridiculous, man. That's crazy. Number one, Canelo has never blown anybody out. He's not
gonna blow him out.
He's not one of them type of fighters, man.
I never said he's gonna blow him out. I said Bud's gonna look good for the first 3 or 4 rounds, and then he's gonna start being a sitting duck once he can't move anymore.
But the fight don't really start till after the 3rd round. Bud is not a type of guy that's gonna get. He's not a front runner. He's not the type of guy that's gonna gas out in the early rounds.
He don't have to gas out.
I don't see that happening.
He's not gonna have. I ain't saying he's gonna gas out. He's not gonna have to gas out. He's just them punches gonna be coming at him, and he's not gonna be like he's not gonna like what he's feeling. If he didn't like what he was feeling from Madrimov, that's why he didn't go to the body on Madrimov a lot, because he didn't like what he was feeling early from him. I'm like, you telling me Madrimov hits harder than Canelo, has better head movement than Canelo? Now I've seen some people online like, well, Madrimov's a good fighter. He's better than Canelo. I'm like, what? Like, the same guy that Ortiz just blew out. But hey, whatever makes you feel better, man. We got 2 more months. You know what I'm saying, for this.
No, hold on, bro. Give us a breakdown. Give us a breakdown of why Canelo finna get the cinnamon knocked off his hair.
Bro, I don't believe Canelo is the type of fighter that blows people out. I've never seen him do it at the highest level.
All right.
I don't think Bud is a front runner to where you could beat on him and get him out there in the first 6 rounds. He's not a Caleb Plant. He's not gonna gas in the second half of the fight. If Canelo was to beat Crawford, it would have to be in the last quarter of the fight. And I feel like at that point, Bud would be at his strongest. I feel like a lot of his counters, he's going to be able to get off. Canelo, if anything, is known to slow down after the first 6 rounds. I feel like Canelo's going to come out. He's going to come out against Bud and try to bulldoze him, try to bully him in the beginning of the fight before Bud can get a rhythm going. But Canelo's going to gas. I see Bud counter him to the body. And I think that's going to take a lot out of Canelo by the time you get to the second half or the third quarter of the fight. And I think Crawford is going to win the fight by points in the last quarter.
Throw a body punch in Canelo, what range he's going to have to be in?
I think he beat Canelo at the mid-range.
For Bud to throw a body punch at Canelo, where is he going to have to be at?
I think he can stop Canelo to the body.
Oh, God. All right, Sal, I'm out, man.
But this fight,
I'm out, man.
Also, I want to say that this fight, it's not about money. It's not about casuals. This fight decides who's the fighter of the decade, Canelo or Crawford. Who was the best fighter after Floyd Mayweather retired? This fight decides that.
Don't Bud already got the claim to that without fighting Canelo?
You say?
Don't Bud already got claim to that without fighting Canelo?
They both have a claim to it. That's why the fight is necessary. They both have a claim, but that's why the fight is necessary. Because you could say that about both guys. But it's disputed. It's a disputed claim. So this is an undisputed matchup, and it decides who's the undisputed fighter of the decade. That's what I believe. It's not Lomachenko. It's not in a way. It's not Usyk either.
You said undisputed fighter of the decade. What, 2020s?
Yeah.
The decade ain't even halfway yet. How can this fight be the fight of the decade and they're not even halfway done with the decade yet? A lot can happen in 5 years.
I don't think much will happen if we go on by the pace of what we got now.
A lot can happen in 5 years.
Yeah, Boots might actually fight somebody with a post.
Yeah, so like I said, you can't say like, yo, fight a decade, because you got to think. I get perfect example. The 90s. From 90 to 95, the best fight of that decade was Sweet Pea. But in 94, when Roy Jones beat James Toney in 94, and he was closing the gap with Sweet Pea. Then Sweet Pea had a controversial loss to De La Hoya in 97. And then Roy Jones just, once he moved up to light heavyweight, Unified became, Unified and all that stuff, knocked out Virgil Hill. Virgil Hill's never been stopped. You know what I'm saying? He got Mike McCallum on his resume. And then Bernard Hopkins eventually had a very good career, and then we had to go back and be like, okay, well, Roy beat him in 93, even though he wasn't Bernard Hopkins in 93, but Roy beat him, so now we got to add that. So, yeah, like I said, in the first half of 95, Sweet Pea was the fighter of the decade, until Roy kind of caught up with him and overlapped him from the second half of the 95, and then they had to go back. So, like I said, it's still too early to say either one of these guys would be the fighter of the decade at this point.
I mean, I think Jake Paul definitely and Rolly got something to say about that fighter of the decade stuff. Y'all sleeping on both of them. No, in all seriousness, though, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I don't want this fight to happen, bro. I feel like Bud setting himself up to be a Roy Jones. You know how every fight got a win and a loss factor. If Spence would have beat Bud, it would have been like, everybody would have said, I told you so, of course. But it would have been like, okay, two of the best welterweights. Some people would say of all time, that's ludicrous, but that's what they were saying. But it makes sense. But like, to go up to a fight that you like, it's a lot of reward there, but it's mostly risk. It's like The guy's stronger than you. The guy's bigger than you. He's comfortable at 68. You know, there's 3 fighters that come to mind that make weight very comfortably, and they're perfect for that weight. Bivol, Canelo, and Brian Norman Jr. And you're fighting him at his best weight. And then you're a smaller guy that can't really get him, like he has fatigue issues. Like, I don't think he could push him to make him fatigue. It doesn't make any sense to me. It seems like it's solely for the money. And if it's about the money, then, I mean, he had other ways to make this money. I don't understand why he jumped up one fight and tried to make it all in one. Wow.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that.
Is this look, I can't agree with that, man, because when you see Canelo, he's not really that big for 168. And after seeing them both face off, Canelo is bigger, but he's not this significantly bigger guy.
Weren't you saying the same thing about Charlo?
Yeah, but Charlo's
bigger than Bud.
Charlo's not a great fighter though, man.
What? Charlo knocked out all.
Charlo's not a
guys.
He's not great. He's
Yo,
not
Bo,
great.
you was saying that. Bo, you was saying that about. You was saying that about Charlo.
He was on the cusp. He was on the cusp of greatness, bro. But
he
was on the cusp. He was on the cusp of
He was on the cusp till he took that knee.
I said,
yeah, till he took that Canelo fight.
I said,
yeah, you can't compare Charlo to Crawford, because Charlo's not a great fighter, bro.
What do you mean not a great fighter?
Charlo Bud is a great fighter.
Charlo, when he came undisputed at junior welterweight, super welterweight, junior middleweight, he knocked out all of his opponents.
It doesn't matter. He's not. It doesn't, like, he's not great. The mentor would tell you that what he did, how he navigated his career after he got undisputed.
He navigated his career.
That would tell you that he's not.
He's all top 10 guys at one point, and I made
he's not. He's not a, like, he's good. He's good.
I made this a point,
but he's not great, man.
Okay, if you say he's not great, that's fine. But at the end of the day, at one point in boxing, when Charlo had the belts, he was the only fighter that have KO'd 3 guys in the top 10. And I can pull up on the forum that I posted it on. But he was the only guy in all 17 weight classes who had KO'd 3 guys who were in the top 10 at that point. Spence hadn't done it, Crawford hadn't done it, Canelo hadn't done it.
You said Crawford had not had me.
He had not done it at that point.
That's not true.
3 guys that was in the top 10 of his division, he had KO'd 3 of them. He had KO'd 3 guys in the top 10. At that point,
what about
when I made that post on that boxing forum? Charlo was the only guy in 17 divisions who had done that.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is true. I could pull up the exact post, and I could tell you the exact date at that point. He was the only one at that point when I made that post years ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool. He did some good stuff, but he's not a great fighter. Like, you can't compare him to Crawford. Like, Crawford surpassed numerous times. Like, Crawford had already surpassed Charlo by becoming an undisputed welterweight champion.
He became undisputed in his division.
He already, like, it's not even a discussion. Charlo's not even
undisputed in his division.
That's not even a good benchmark, man. That's not a good benchmark, bro. And then you also can see by the performance that Charlo was a good fighter, but he wasn't great. You know, he's on the cusp of it, but he didn't.
Happen to Charlo,
he didn't do what he had to do.
It's gonna happen to Bud too. The same thing. He was bigger than Canelo. Everybody.
They're not the same type of fighter, bro. No, it's not. It's not, bro.
He's like, oh, man, he's bigger.
Like that.
He's bigger. He's bigger than Canelo. And once he felt that power, he was like, oh my god.
He's a lesser fighter.
And I said he was gonna do that. I said
he's a lesser fighter.
He was going survival mode.
Bro, this is ridiculous, man.
What's ridiculous?
It's ridiculous.
So I didn't say that,
bro. We talking about Bud. Number one, Charlo had never fought anybody. He fought guys that gave him a tough fight, but he hadn't fought nobody that was like his contemporary. That was really like his. He didn't fight a Holyfield. He didn't fight his.
You do know people.
He didn't fight his version of Lennox Lewis, bro.
You do know
the fight that he could have fought. Hey man, you cut me off, man.
You do know people picking Lubin to beat Charlo when
cut
they fought.
Me off, man. I understand that.
You do know that, right?
Bro. I understand that. But did Lubin win the title after Charlo moved on? No. Lubin's still not a champion. That's not saying much. I mean, no. It shows that it shows that Charlo was a real champion. But
okay, I'm glad you said
at the end of the day,
how many guys won a champion after
At the end of the day, Charlo don't got to fight with Tim Tszyu. He don't got to fight with
Tim Tszyu fault. He
don't got to fight with. He don't got to fight with other. He don't got to fight with Crawford, and that fight could have happened. So is he a great fighter? No, he hasn't faced. He didn't face any of those contemporaries. So he don't got to fight with Spence. So we got to throw Charlo to the backside. He's not even relevant to the conversation. He's not relevant to the conversation, man.
You said one thing.
So if we look at what Crawford did to his contemporary Errol Spence, he destroyed Errol Spence. Spence didn't even win a round against him.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's a great fighter.
He won the first
That's
round.
a great fighter, bro. That's a great fighter. Because when he fought his contemporary, he obliterated him.
You said
he obliterated him. He showed that he belongs in a different class than somebody that was considered to be his rival.
But one thing about it, when you say something, it's got to fit the equation for everything.
Come on, man.
You just said that nobody Charlo beat won a title after he beat him. Right? You said
no. I'm saying no.
You just said that.
The main
you
point.
Not just say that.
No. The main point.
Yes, you just said nobody Charlo beat.
The main point was that Charlo didn't fight none of his. He didn't fight none of the guys that would really put him at a great level. Like he didn't fight none of those.
You didn't just say nobody Charlo beat won a belt after he beat him. You didn't say that. I'm lying.
I did say that.
Okay,
but that wasn't
guys that Crawford beat won a belt after he beat.
That's not the point of my argument, though, man. That's not the point.
So what's the point?
That's not the point. The point was to show you that Charlo didn't fight none of the guys that he didn't fight none of the guys that you would be like, damn, Charlo's a great fighter for fighting this guy, knocking this guy off. He didn't fight none of those guys. He got his belt. He unified the titles, but
he didn't unify. He
didn't face none of the contenders. Man. He didn't fight none of them. He moved up to fight Canelo. He moved up to fight Canelo, lost.
Oh yeah, that was a cash
didn't even really try. No, man, he's not a great fighter. You can't compare him to Bud. That's ridiculous.
I knew he was gonna lose that fight. I picked him to get knocked out. I picked Charlo to get knocked out, but the fact that he went in survival mode
and he didn't get knocked out.
But I knew he was gonna lose. But I think you actually did pick Charlo to win because you said he was a bigger guy, and I remember you saying that he was a bigger guy.
I did pick Charlo to win.
Yeah, so you can't do that. You can't pick somebody to win and go back like, well, no, he was too scared. No, it is not how it works. You got to man up.
I didn't say that.
You got to man up on that.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, you got to man up. You can't.
That's not what I said.
Win and then make excuses when he loses.
I did make those. What are you talking about? What excuses did I make?
You said after you picked it to win, you like, well, he didn't come to win and he was this and that. Nah, but you picked. You got.
He didn't come to win. I can't predict what he's gonna do in the ring, man. You never.
I told you he was gonna do what he was gonna do.
You never know.
I told you.
You got a 50% chance of being right, bro. I can only make a strong. I can make a strong assumption of what he's gonna do.
He was going up 2 weight classes.
But at the end of the day, we don't know how the fight's gonna turn out.
I knew how the fight was gonna go. He was going up 2 weight
Anybody can say that. That's hindsight, man. No, he didn't even get knocked out. So he was wrong.
Going up 2 weight classes.
You was wrong about predicting the fight. But anyways, that's not what we're talking about though. We talk about Crawford's chance of beating Canelo. I told you, I just proved to you that Charlo and Crawford are not in the same category. They're not in the same league, not even close. So it's ridiculous to even compare him to Crawford, bro. That's disgusting.
So
but also
Crawford hits hard.
Also, when you look at Canelo, man, he's not really fighting big super middleweights. He fighting small guys. The powerful big super middleweights. He dug those guys, man. He dug David Benavidez. He dug David Morrell.
I agree with that.
He's not fighting Christian and Billy.
So do you think
when you really look at Canelo, he's not really destroying big super middleweights. Come on, man. He's cherry picking. So if he was to fight Crawford can really knock him out. He could hurt him.
Hurt who?
We haven't really seen Canelo really get tested against a hard punching, strong super middleweight, bro.
I tell you what,
even with his 2 undisputed championships,
I'm gonna make
we've never seen Canelo get tested against a hard punching super middleweight, bro. We've never seen it.
Let's make a wager in this fight.
Jaime Munguia was pulled up. Come on, bro.
You think Bud
Edgar Berlanga? Come on, a bum, bro.
You think Bud could beat Jaime Munguia? You think he could beat him?
Bro, if Jaime Munguia, you know Jaime Munguia started his career at 154. Yes, I think Crawford could beat Jaime Munguia, bro. Yes, of course.
That's crazy. It's insane. You think a
Jaime
40-year-old
Munguia just got stretched. Come on, bro.
He did get stretched. Of course.
He got stretched against a cherry pick.
Against a cherry pick, he did. But
Then he just popped dirty for PEDs. Come on, bro. So he was a PED user. He moved up from 154. He wasn't a real super middleweight, man. Canelo's not fighting the big punches. He's not really fighting big super middleweights. So his chin, low key, his chin hasn't even really been tested.
You want to
at
make a
168.
wager? I'll make
Come
it,
on, man.
I'll make it worth your while.
Come on, man. You're cooked.
Do you want to make a wager with me on this fight? This Bud.
I'm not making a wager with you, but I'm putting 100
If
on
you
Crawford.
so okay,
I'm
if
putting
you're
100
so
on
certain that he's
my
gonna
money on
win,
Crawford, and I'm winning
why don't
big
you want
money.
to make a
I'm not making no wager with nobody.
You don't
I'm
say
not
all that
doing
stuff.
no
That
short bread
I'm
with
not gonna
nobody.
bet.
I'm putting
Oh my
100 on
God,
Crawford
man.
to win the fight, and I'm gonna get my payout.
Well, bet me. I want to get a payout too.
No, I'm not betting you. You put your money on the line. I put my money on the line.
Hey,
And let's see
hey,
you
I
come
already
back with a
got
bigger
look,
check.
hey,
Let's see you come back with a
Scholar,
bigger check, man. I'm
Scholar,
gonna
you
come
think
back
I'm
with
good for
something.
the money
You're
if
gonna
I
come
lose?
back with nothing.
Hey, Scholar,
I'm
you
gonna come
think I'm
back
good
with
for the money?
something. You're gonna come back with nothing.
Hey, Scholar, hey, Scholar, I got a question. You think I'm good for the money if I lose?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm good for it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not waging short bread, man. I'm not doing
How
it.
much you want to put up? How much you want to put
Cause
up?
I know that Crawford gonna be the underdog. I'm putting up 100. I'm putting
tell
up
you what,
100, man.
I'll put up 200 to your. You bet. If you win, I'll give you 200. If I win, you give me 100. How about that?
I'm not doing.
That's
Nah,
not
I'm not
bad,
doing
bro.
it, man.
You
That
can't
ain't a
beat that.
bad bet. We'll do 50 to 100.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
If
I'm
I
not
lose, I
doing it,
give you
man. I
200.
told you I'm
If you
not
win,
doing it, man. I'm not
if I
doing
lose,
no
I give
wagers.
you, if you lose, you give me 100. We'll just do that bet right there.
I can win 1,000 if I put 100 on Bud, man. No, man. No, I'm not doing
Oh my God. I'm good. You can't beat them. Look, man.
Because if Bud
Well,
lose, I'll
bet.
be
Why
down.
y'all
I'll
don't
be
bet
down
push-ups or
$200.
something? Bet
I'm not
something
doing
that's not. Bet push-ups.
Oh my God. We can bet push-ups.
And plus, man, bro, y'all see who Crawford got in his training camp?
Bomac?
Lester Martinez. Bro, Lester Martinez is another boxer that Canelo would duck at 168, bro. Y'all see, bro? Did y'all see him knock that other guy out?
Y'all insane, man.
Did y'all see him knock that other guy out, bro?
Lester
That guy,
Martinez. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I
that's a
don't know what that is.
devastating puncher.
I don't know
That's a
what it is
devastating
either.
puncher. Y'all never
I better
seen
look him
Canelo
up, bro.
fight a guy like that at 168, man. Come on, bro. And that man is inside Bud's training camp for Canelo. Come on, bro. Really? Crawford about to cook this dude.
All right. Okay.
Cause I'm telling you, bro, Lester Martinez is a guy that Canelo would duck at 168, bro. He wouldn't get that man a title shot.
You know what I think? I think that you kind of should be a little careful, bro. Just if you think he gonna win, you know, with Charlo, he was really confident, and then he was wrong about that. But whenever you give your opinion boisterous, it's like this fight, high risk, high reward. You can say, I told you so if you're a fighter win, but if they get stretched, because if they lose a decision, you can be like, what do you say? What's that dude's name? Oh my God. David Morrell was robbed, man.
No, don't do that.
David Morrell was robbed, man. So
Don't do that, man. Don't do that.
He only had to do that because he talked so much stuff about David Morrell beating the Benavidez so badly. But I just be a little bit careful, bro. Because Bub, they're like, listen, we ain't gonna act like it's just highly unlikely. It's not impossible. There's nothing that's impossible. Going back to Muhammad Ali time, bro. Muhammad Ali would have been my favorite fighter no matter what era he fought in. I probably would have been scared for Muhammad Ali to fight George Foreman, just being honest. But he ended up winning. Now that don't mean they're gonna win. It just means that you don't always know what's gonna happen in the sport of boxing. Yeah. But with that being said, I don't know, bro. Because what you're saying is being recorded, man. I don't know. You gotta be careful.
Y'all don't understand how I felt that night Felix Trinidad fought Hopkins. I was scared, man. I had a knot in my stomach that night. I couldn't eat. I just thought Trinidad was going to destroy this man. I was like, this is old. Like, Bernard is old. I didn't even see the fight. I didn't even see the fight live on Gate Guard, man. I found out about the next morning. I went where I was like, man. So I went into work while I go to Gate Guard, and I pulled up ESPN, and I was like, my whole attention, like, yeah, let me see what round Trinidad eventually knocked him out in. I pulled it up. I saw Hopkins with this big tattoo on his back. And when the page was loading, and it was like Hopkins TKO Trinidad round 12. That was the headline. I'm like, what? I'm like, how does this happen? But he fought the perfect fight. So anything's possible, but Hopkins always had a hit and don't get hit style. He's not gonna stand there and bang with you.
But see, man, that's number one. Bernard Hopkins won that fight because he had a great game plan.
Yeah.
But the
And
fact of the
he didn't
matter
take
was,
fights
the
he
fact of the
couldn't
matter
win either.
was, is that Trinidad, and also Trinidad lost his raps too. That's another factor. But also, but also we denying the fact that Trinidad he could physically contend with Bernard Hopkins.
Yeah.
You talking about Nazim Richardson catching him?
Even Hopkins was like, hey man, he actually punched as hard as advertised. That's what he said.
Yeah.
And he said if that hand wasn't up the way it was, and if they didn't drill the way they did in the training camp, he could have got stopped.
Yeah, good.
That's what he said. So at the end of the day, you can't, even if you bring up Trinidad,
like Canelo's not a guy like
worst case scenario, Trinidad was able to still physically contend with Hopkins. It's not like he had moved up to and plus he got knocked out in the 12th round, bro. Like, it's not like he moved up to middleweight and got blew out. And Hopkins is one of the greatest middleweights of all time.
Well, actually, he did get blown out because he only won 2 rounds in that fight on a good scorecard. He got.
But we talking about getting stretched. I mean, he lost, but Hopkins is a greater fighter. But even then, Eddie Reynoso is not coming up. Eddie Reynoso is not
stretched early.
Eddie Reynoso
early helps you. Other than, like, I would rather get stretched early and get beat on for 36 minutes.
He was getting outboxed though, man. We talking about
he was getting beat on.
You talking about
he was taking counters, getting rocked. He got wrecked.
You go in there and talk about like Crawford gonna get blown away.
No, I didn't say get blown away. I said Crawford's gonna win the first 3. He's gonna look good the first 3 or 4 rounds, and then the weight's gonna start
3 or 4 rounds.
Yeah, the weight's gonna start taking a toll.
That doesn't even make sense. Canelo has never done anybody like that, man. Come on, bro.
What do you mean?
That's crazy.
What do you mean? I think he's gonna look good the first 3 or 4 rounds, and then I think the weight's gonna take a toll on him. Because Charlo said the same thing. He's like, I went up there, you know what I'm saying? But that was, and he only jumped up 2 weight classes. But
Charlo is a lesser fighter internally, and he had like a lesser trainer as well. On top of that, like he had a less, like, it's not even comparable, man. It's not even comparable. I don't even think Canelo's team or Canelo himself is capable of coming up with that level of game, with that level of a game plan. I don't think Canelo's that cerebral of a fighter to where he could do what Bernard Hopkins did against Felix Trinidad and replicate that against Terence Crawford.
Well, he wouldn't have to do that against
Terence Crawford.
He wouldn't have to do that
even
against
more cerebral fighter than Canelo, and Terence Crawford has a better team in my opinion.
But do you know why?
With a better train, like
Hopkins came with that game plan because Trinidad was a power puncher. He didn't want to get hit. I don't think Canelo's got to worry about Bud's power at 168.
I think all the playing cards is with Crawford, man.
Yeah, I like that. Hopkins, that Trinidad, their whole thing was not to get hit with the left hook, but I don't think Canelo got to worry about Bud's power. Like, oh man, I can't get hit by this guy. He's went 36 rounds with Triple G, and I think Triple G hits very hard. I mean, I ain't never been hit by him, but I would much rather get hit by Triple G than Bud. If you like put these, you got these 2 guys, like, yo, which guy would you not want to get hit by? I'm like, yo, I don't want to get hit by Triple G. And I'm not saying Triple G is some great fighter, but I think he hits pretty much harder than Bud. This is my opinion.
He hit hard, but I think Bud got much better punch placement to where he could, man. Crawford, Canelo, man, he good at covering up and all that stuff, but I think Bud will be able to crack Canelo open to where he can catch Canelo with one of those big shots and hurt Canelo.
Man, but come on, man, you're insane. At 168.
Triple G ain't really land a lot of flush shots on Canelo. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. Like you could say about, oh man, well, like bro, Mike Tyson fought some people. He didn't land a lot of flush shots on him, so they didn't really get knocked out.
So is Bud
I'm
gonna?
just saying that we have never, like, that's the only power puncher that we can say Canelo fought. And Triple G, I don't feel like landed a lot of flush punch, like a lot
Not
of good
necessarily,
solid-
because he did fight Cotto. He beat Martinez when he knocked Martinez. I was knocking him all over the ring at 160, and Canelo fought him, and he never got hurt against Cotto. And also James,
version of Cotto, man.
also
The version of
Kirkland
Cotto.
was a power puncher too. Kirkland at 154.
Yeah, but again, they're not really catching him with those good punches, man. And this at 160, man. This at 154, 160. At 168, number one, Canelo ain't fight no big super middleweights at 168, and he ain't fighting no power punches at 168 for real. So he been ducking a lot of those guys, a lot of those real big.
If he doesn't fight a power punch at 168,
he been avoiding those guys.
What makes you think Bud from 147 is gonna go up and be a power puncher at 168?
Yes, man. Yes.
How?
I think he's gonna have the power. I'm not. He's not a power punch. I'm just saying he's gonna have power at 168. Man.
So you're saying Bud hits harder than every other guy at 168?
Huh?
So you think Bud hits harder than all the guys Canelo's fought at 168?
Possibly. At 168, yeah. He ain't fighting no guys that hit hard, man.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I looked at. It's been some time because I got a breakdown coming, bro. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make breakdown listed, and I'll send it to you before. Because even though you ain't a member right now, bro, you one of the day ones. I'll pass you a member, right?
Yeah, should be. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll send it to all the people members who I got.
You know what? I need to. Hey, shout out to your Patreon. I'm gonna have to resubscribe. I'm gonna have to yeah.
But so I'm gonna do a breakdown on it, bro, and I ain't gonna lie. So I had to go back, bro. I had to go back because I was a little compromised. I remember that day was on the live. I got a little heated, bro, because I just started like looking at the time. I'm like, bro, we finna go into 11 o'clock, and they still like walking out. That's so frustrating, bro. Like you finna make us wait for this, and you ain't finna go get a knockout. But I went off, bro. I went off on Canelo, bro. I was like, bro, this is like I said, this is gonna be a decision. Like, why is he make us wait for this? I went off. And I was like, he sucks. I paid attention to how he got inside and he didn't do anything. Like, he just wanted to make it to the next fight. Like, you could tell he's already thinking about the next fight. He's just in it for the money right now. These are things that I pointed out. But then I went back and I looked at, Skull, like from a different camera angle. And I looked at the strength of Canelo and he's still strong, bro. And then I looked at Bud shadow boxing and I did not like what I seen, bro. Like with the new weight on, I did not like because I've been watching Bud for his entire career, and it wasn't like it was. I don't know, bro. I was like, oh man, bro, like, and he's never out of shape because sometimes when people start camp, they'll look a little like what do you call it? Like they got cobwebs or something. It wasn't even like he's always in shape, but it looked awful, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. It looked sluggish. I was like, oh man, bro, but. In the Masvidal fight, he looked a little sluggish. His hands were still fast, but everything else was like sluggish. So one could only conclude that gaining more weight is not going to make him more fast. I didn't like what I seen, bro. I was like, man, I don't know.
That's interesting, but I don't know, man. I believe Bud could hurt Canelo with his punch placement. I think Bud got the sharpest punches in boxing. I think he could hurt Canelo one of those shots. I feel like against Triple G, I think against Triple G never hit him with a solid shot, in my opinion. And I think we're gonna see Canelo gonna be forced to come out of that shell, man, that he boxed out of. That's all I gotta say, man. He gonna be forced to come out of that shell that he boxed out of, man. He gonna get clipped, and he gonna get hurt. And if Crawford get hurt Canelo, automatically that would put Crawford in the fight. And
I agree with that. I see
Canelo wearing down, man. Like he gonna wear down this in the second half, and then Crawford's gonna take over, and he's gonna win the fight by decision.
That's one thing I agree with you on. I was like, if he can hurt him, then change the fight. But I don't think he can hurt him. Think about it, because Canelo's fought some big punches, and do you think
Has
Do you think Crawford hits harder than Bivol?
pound for pound, yeah.
No, we're not talking pound for pound. I'm talking about. Do you think he hits harder than him? Pound for pound, I think him and I think Crawford and Inoue hits harder than Bivol, but we're not talking about pound for pound. Like, do you think he hits harder than him? Like, just physically, does he hit harder than him? Not pound for pound, but overall.
I'm not gonna say it's the power. I mean, Bivol wasn't really committing on a lot of shots. Canelo.
We all had Canelo on the ropes, banging on him in the 5th round to the point I was like, man, it looked like Canelo about to get a stop. And then Canelo just gestured him like, come on, more and more. Even though he wasn't hurt, he was those scoring blows, he was winning the round, but he was never in danger of getting knocked out. And he was landing some flush shots.
I think Crawford throws the right shots to hurt Canelo.
Bivol was hitting.
That's what I think it's about. I think it's about throwing the right shots at the right time. I think Crawford can do that and he can hurt Canelo.
Do you think Crawford got enough on his punches to keep Better Beef off him if Crawford fought Better Beef?
Canelo wouldn't fight Better Beef. That's not even.
I understand that.
That's not relevant.
That's not even relevant. That's relevant to what the question I'm asking.
No, it's not.
Okay, work with me here. I'm gonna walk you into it. Do you think Crawford got enough on his punches to keep Better Beef off of him? Just yes or no.
I'm not answering that question, man. It's because it's like it's not.
Hey, Scholar, you know why I'm asking this question?
Why?
The reason I'm asking this question is, if Crawford doesn't have enough, that means what I'm trying to say is I know Bivol hits harder than Crawford, because if Bivol could keep Better Beef at bay and was tagging him up and making him question coming in the second fight, questioning coming in all just free and willy-nilly, and he was hitting Canelo with those same shots as well, and he wasn't hurting Canelo, what makes you think that Canelo's going to get Bud's respect?
Man, Bitter Beef, number one. Bitter Beef wasn't even coming at Bivol with the same intensity that he fought other guys with, man. So I'm like, come on, man.
Oh, he was coming at
Bitter
him.
Beef.
Yeah, he was definitely coming at him.
He can't keep Bitter Beef. He cannot keep Bitter Beef at bay. I don't know what it is, but Bitter Beef was not coming at Bivol in both of those fights.
Oh, he was definitely coming at him in both of those fights.
No, he wasn't, man. No, he was not.
Yes, he was. He was coming.
He was not, bro.
The first fight, because in the first fight, the last few rounds, he kept stalking and stalking. They kept giving him rounds just because he was stalking him. But yeah, he wasn't
coming with that same intensity. Nah, man. Nah.
But the second fight,
that's not the same.
Bivol was piecing him up. He was piecing him up, and he was stopping him in his tracks. And he was in Canelo with the same track. And like he wasn't hurting Better Beef, but he was just stopping him in his tracks and making him rethink. And he was hitting Canelo with the same shots, and he wasn't hurting Canelo, but he was winning the rounds. And if he never dropped Canelo, he never hurt Canelo, Bivol, what makes you think Bud is gonna come in there and even his well-placed shots? What makes you think he's gonna hurt him if Bivol couldn't? And that's why I asked you, do you think that Bivol is harder than Crawford?
Man, we concerned about surface level things, man. Number one, Crawford can hurt Canelo, man. Yes, he can hurt him, bro. Like, this is ridiculous.
With what shot do you think he can hurt him with?
I think he could hurt Canelo with body shots, man. Easy.
For him to throw a body shot, he would have to be in close to take punches as well. That's why he stopped throwing.
He kind of showed, man. Look, he showed Crawford did show some good defensive posturing against Spence, to where he didn't really have to move all around the ring, expend too much energy. He could kind of be a little bit in front of Spence, catch a shot, and shoot off, man. That's really the best defense that you could have, man.
You know, when he beat,
because you can at least do that. You could at least carry that, you know, for more for, you know, the length of a whole fight, man. But, you know, so that when people say, man, his legs I feel like his legs may be gone. I think he still got some legs in him. But even then, Crawford, in my opinion, is the greatest counter puncher in boxing. He can really sit there. He can catch some shots. He could turn Canelo. He could catch some punches, counter him. I think he'll be good, man. He'll be straight.
So, remember when Bud fought Madrimov that night? We was on the panel that night. I think Brandon Watch was over here too. and we was talking about how Bud wasn't throwing body punches. And I brought up he wasn't throwing body punches because he didn't like what he was getting back. Because when you throw a body punch, you have to be in range. So he wasn't throwing body punches against Madrimov because he didn't like what was coming back at him. So if he throws a body punch at Canelo, that means he's going to have to be in range. If he didn't like what he was feeling from Madrimov, what makes you think he can take the count?
Canelo don't throw enough, bro. Canelo don't throw enough punches for Bud to be in danger of getting stopped.
You think Canelo's going to go in there and just walk around not throwing punches?
Canelo don't even punch that hard. Number one, Canelo don't punch that hard. Okay. Number two, Canelo only throws like 1-2 punches at a time. That's easy work. Canelo, bro, that's easy work for Crawford, bro. He throws 1-2. Canelo throws 1-2 punches at a time. It's easy to catch that shot, come back with a 3-4 piece combination from Crawford, and we win the exchange right there.
Make sure you come up here on fight night. I don't want you going ghost. I don't want you making excuses.
I'm not gonna go ghost. I'm gonna come up after the fight. It's like Crawford, like Canelo don't got enough activity to trouble Bud. In my opinion, he don't got that one punch knockout power. Even if he do hit you with one shot, he's not, and you do feel it. You're gonna have enough time to recover because Canelo is not that great of a finisher. He's probably gonna let you rest. He's not gonna want to take that risk. I don't know, man. I don't see Canelo winning. I feel like the only way Canelo could beat Crawford is by knockout. I feel like the chance of knocking out Bud is very slim. It's very slim. I don't see it happening. Because he don't got the power. He don't got the activity. He don't got the stamina. Yeah. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see how Bud. I don't see how Bud is also a fighter that we never saw just get brutalized or dominated or beat. We seen Bud just pretty much essentially destroy all competition that he's been in the ring with, man. So it's like he's not a vulnerable type of fighter. I don't see that showing up against Canelo. He's not a guy where it's like, damn, Bud, you almost got knocked out right there. He's never been in those type of situations.
And Canelo has?
Canelo been fighting. Canelo ain't been fighting real. He been fighting like soft touches back to back to back. He hasn't really been in a real fight where he had to like really lock in. His last fight that he fought like that was against Bivol, and Canelo kind of hasn't been the same since that Bivol fight. So
who has the better resume right now? If you look at their resume, who's fought the better competition?
Crawford.
Stop, dude. Boy, you up here, you trolling, man.
Crawford, bro. Of course, Crawford, bro. How you gonna say Canelo got a better resume than Bud if Canelo been criticized for like the last 3 to 4 years for doing a lot of ducking and a lot of maneuvering?
He fought Mayweather.
He fought Triple G.
He fought Triple G.
Bro, he fought.
Nobody
he
even
fought
fought Triple G twice, and he fought him 3 times. Nobody even fought Triple G twice, and he fought him 3 times.
Bivol. He fought Cotto.
Y'all talking about stuff he did.
Yeah, that's not even
Y'all
close.
talking about stuff this man did 10 years ago.
Dude, that's a resume. The resume goes in your entire career.
Y'all moving the goalposts. Y'all moving the goalposts. Y'all said all positive said recently in recent memory.
No, I didn't. I said resume.
Better guys.
I didn't say recently. I said who has the better resume. That's exactly what I said.
Man, that's ridiculous. Crawford still got a better resume.
Yo.
Bro, yeah, bro.
I don't know. Hey. Bro, I don't know. It sounds like you said Crawford up to you grooming him, bro.
Man,
you know, grooming is what you grooming Crawford.
Nah, man, I'm looking at Crawford fought everybody that was available to him. The people that he wanted, a lot of people they wanted to fight, they ducked them. Manny Pacquiao, Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia. Those guys ducked Crawford. They didn't want to fight him, so he didn't get those fights. Can't blame Crawford for that. But everybody else that he fought, they were people that were of his level, and he destroyed them, including Errol Spence, who was his rival, and he destroyed that guy every round. So, And then he moved up to 154. He fought a young, hungry world champion. Destroyed that guy too, man. Bullied him. Right? Now he's trying to fight Canelo. Crawford only been fighting. He been fighting
No, hold up.
contenders.
He had
He been
he had
fighting
a fight
challenger
after
fighters.
Spence. What fight did he have after Spence?
Madrimov.
You said what?
What fight did he have after Spence?
Madrimov.
How did he look in that fight?
He looked good.
Oh no! Oh man, no.
Man, bro, you finna make me go clip up the live that we was commentating on.
I like Bodo, man. You keep me on my toes tonight. Though.
Hey, he doubling down on his. He doubling down on his pick.
I respect.
Hey, I'm gonna control I'll delete this live the day of the fight, bro. So can't nobody go back and clip you up.
Yo, no.
Man, this ridiculous.
Man. Oh.
That's hilarious though. Yeah, but bro, he's in over his head, bro. Like, it would have been a challenge if Canelo was at 54, being honest with you. The fact that he is up at 68, bro, it's just like, it's insane. Like 60, Canelo, I think, still beats Bud. If he was just a natural 160 pound champion, undisputed champion, Bud still would get beat. The fact that it's 68, bro, and Canelo makes that weight, he don't have weight issues. Canelo makes that weight really, really comfortable, bro. That's dangerous, bro. Bud is in trouble, bro. I don't know. I don't think he realized what he signed up for. I see the fight, Bo. You remember how the Spence fight started off? Like I said, I'm gonna do a breakdown. I'm gonna give you a little preview. So there's a clip of Terrence Bud Crawford, and he's at a press conference, and he says, "They were like, Bud, why do you choose a slug when you can box?" He's like, "Cause I love this shit." Right? That's what he said. So he's basically saying that he can box, but he like to slug it out. Every time he's ever been tagged, whether it be Mean Machine, Gamboa, he always tries to make a point to get his leg back, which is dangerous, right? I looked at the Spence fight. Spence hit him with a tough shot. He didn't get his leg back. So it showed me how he behaved when he had some respect for his actual opponent. But you remember he was reading about how hard Spence punched, right? And when he went in the fight, he said he wanted to see how hard Spence punched. And he could take the shot. He was like, "That's it. Oh, it's over." I guarantee that's not happening in the Canelo fight. Guaranteed. And if it does happen, he's going to get knocked out because it's going to be a setup, a throwaway punch where Canelo, like George Foreman did with Michael Moore. "Don't worry about me. I can't punch. Just stand in front of me. Just stand in front of me." Bam! Type stuff. So and if you already know what Bud's going to do. Well, he going to come. Yeah. He going to draw a line in the sand. He going to blade his body. That's his defense now. See, people don't realize, don't accept what's the obvious, right? If you go look at Terrence Crawford's last couple fights, you know what I mean? Other than the Masvidal fight, he did it at moments in that fight. He just knew Masvidal was really, really threw a lot of punches, high punch volume. So he changed his style of approach a little bit. But for the most part, Bud likes to blade his shoulder, blade his body, stand in the pocket, and block your shots and counter you. That's the new Bud. So I can imagine he's going to try to do that against Canelo because he has to gain his respect. He knows if Canelo don't respect him, the fight's going to be in Canelo's favor. So he's going to have to get his respect early. And the way he's going to do that is he's going to blade his body and try to land a hard shot on Canelo early. And I think it's going to be detrimental for Bud. Because if he get hit to the body, he can't shake them body shots off. He's too little. I remember in the Sean Porter fight. I went to the Sean Porter fight. This is why I say I don't be understanding people sometimes, right? Went to the Sean Porter fight. I can remember Bud. It was a point in the fight where Bud was just like not looking good. Everybody there thought Bud was going to stop him easy, right? And everybody in the crowd that's picking Bud, they all look at each other like, "What the hell?" Even I was a little bit surprised at Sean Porter's performance because he's always making mistakes and get caught. Spence fight made a mistake. He's always making mistakes. Ugas made him make mistakes and knocked him down that wasn't counting. So I just knew Bud was going to take advantage. He's a better and sharper counter puncher than him. So I was a little surprised that he wasn't giving him anything early. I was surprised. But I remember it was around, bro. And I remember having to explain this to other YouTubers and people at the fight. And I just thought it was weird. I even had to explain this. They said that Bud was taking it easy on Sean Porter. And I was like, bro, this is not the movies. This is not Creed. You don't take it easy on any elite guy. Now, if you done knocked him down, he's busted up and bleeding, okay. He's already dismantled. He's already a beat fighter. But to a guy that's giving you trouble in the fight, you're not taking it easy on them. That was one of the most retarded things I've ever heard. Because the Sean Porter fight went exactly like the Masvidal fight, where Bud won it in the last rounds. It was close into the later rounds. Nobody said he took it easy on Masvidal. Matter of fact, they might. They might say he took it easy on him so that Canelo will be more bold and think he can't beat him and underestimate him. That's how dumb YouTubers is. But no, you don't get in the ring with an elite fighter and take it easy on him, especially a Sean Porter who gives everybody trouble. You know what I mean? One thing Sean Porter is going to be in is a close fight. The only person that ever dogged him was Kell Brook. But other than that, Sean Porter going to show up with his hard head and go to work. But yeah, man, I remember having to explain that. They was like, nah, man, Bud took it easy on him. No. Bud got hit with body shots. Go to the film. Stop this feeling stuff. You know, the facts exist out there outside of the feelings. Go to the film and look. Sean Porter hit Bud with a bunch of body shots. Bud has a small waist. People with small waists can't take body shots. And they definitely can't shake them off. Right? And Bud was feeling the effects of the body shots. Took away his legs. He had to gas a little bit harder for air instead of just breathing in the clinch through your nose. He had to open that mouth and take a big gulp of air. That's what body shots do to you, and that's what happened in that fight. Then once Bud gathered himself, took a couple deep breaths, then he came on strong, especially when he found out he was down. And that's when he ended up stopping Sean Porter. But nah, man, Bud is a regular human like everybody else. Bro, you done went silent, bro. You didn't gave up, bro?
Oh, man.
He said Canelo not gonna go easy on Crawford. He said Bud gonna have heart for this one again, but Bud got a chance, but I doubt he do much to bring the dog out of Canelo. Listen, man, Bud, I'm gonna be honest with you. Bud's odds of winning are really, really low and extremely low. Only because we never seen it done before. Like I said, I didn't even want to make Bud the GOAT if he ever won the fight. But you gotta start looking at him at least top 5 fighters that ever put it on if he pulls off this win. Especially how. Like if he knocks Canelo out, bro, I swear I put like Bud like number 3, number 4 all the time.
Give me props for that.
And then I would demand a steroid test afterwards. There's no way that he comes in there and knocks out Canelo. Like you knock out Canelo and you couldn't knock out Masvidal?
Yeah, that would be questionable.
The dude that Bo told us he was sparring with, I'm gonna look that guy up, Bo. Hopefully he wasn't hyping him up. Hopefully he the goods, bro. You heard me, Bo? I can't remember the dude's name. You remember it all positive?
I don't remember his name.
That's how forgettable that man was.
Yo.
I don't even remember his name, but hopefully Bo wasn't gassing. And that dude is a legitimate guy.
Parlays tonight, man.
I
said everybody messing up my parlays tonight, man. Freaking.
Oh, you did basketball? It's a basketball game today?
Well, the finals, man. Indiana won the game, like.
They won again?
Yeah, man. They won game 3.
I told where X at. I told X I was gonna put a little money on the Pacers, bro.
I picked OKC as well, so we was all wrong. I mean, OKC dominated the NBA this season. The Pacers weren't even projected to get out of the second.
The Patriots was undefeated though against the 7-9 New York Giants, bro, and they beat them. You just gotta be the best when it's time to be the best. You don't gotta be the best all season long.
Yeah, that's it. You know, so I mean, I think it's possibly the game could go 7 games, man. I know if they lose.
Man, you know the referees for to make sure it goes 7.
Yeah, of course they is. Yeah, of course they will. You know how it goes. But I just think OKC. the thing about OKC had 3 players that scored 20 points tonight and still lost the game. That is insane. I'm looking at the Phoenix, my team now. We beating Dallas right now, man. Alyssa Thomas, she messing up my parlay right now. She got like 2 rebounds. That's crazy.
Bet on women's sports? You bet on women's sports, bro?
You said what?
So you bet on women's sports too?
Of course, always. It's really easy.
Oh, yeah.
I've been watching WNBA for years, for decades, man. It's like, it's not new to me. I've always been a fan of WNBA, man. I used to try to get guys to watch WNBA on the panels, and they would clown me like, man, you watch WNBA now? Everybody watching now. I'm saying, like, y'all was just clowning me years ago.
It's all right if you got nothing else to watch, but it just ain't very entertaining, man. The skill level is not that good. It's not that high. They need to bring that rim down so they can get some dunks and make it more entertaining, man.
They don't dunk in the NBA that much either. All they do is shoot threes.
No, but man, they ain't. What's a fast break to a layup, man? You know, anybody want to see that, man? High school boys is dunking the ball, man.
Yeah, they are dunking the ball, but like I said, it ain't that many dunks in the NBA now due to the zone defense they allow, and everybody shooting threes. Like most teams are average shooting like 40, 50 threes a game. Like, nobody.
Yeah, but that shit ain't.
Brittany Griner.
That shit ain't.
You know, Steph Curry only had 1 more dunk than Brittany Griner in his entire career. Did you know that?
Nah, man, don't do the Brittany Griner, man. So their feet like stuck in quicksand, bro. Like they got bricks on their feet. They move too slow, man. Don't do it. They ain't moving like that.
And Brittany Griner in their careers.
No, man.
She got 26 in his entire career.
Brittany Griner, like what, 6'10" or something like that, bro? She got to like
6'9", but
how old is she?
Yeah, she's 6'9", but the fact of the matter is,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's 6'9", 6'10".
Steph Curry has been called one of the most exciting players in the league, and he has 1 more dunk.
Yeah, because he could dribble. But you got a little too, like the dudes are quicker. Obviously, they're gonna be quicker. The twitch muscles are faster. The moves look crisper. Like it's just not even remotely close. Like it's not the same thing. It's not. They need to lower that rim and add another element, which would be the dunk, which will make it more exciting. Because she's 6'10" players can't even dunk in the league. They can't.
Dunking isn't everything because you don't see many dunks in high school ball. In high school ball, you don't see many dunks, especially in the state championship. You might get 1 or 2 dunks in a state championship game because you get the 2 teams in the state playing each other. You don't get many dunks in that.
Well, it's 2 more than they got in the whole WNBA championship. Let's just say that. That's what we do.
You know what I'm saying?
2 more they got.
I've never watched basketball just to see dunks and stuff. It's never really been that.
It's part of the game, though.
Yeah, but the Spurs they weren't the team that got a lot of dunks either. And most people call
but they had Ginobili, man. Ginobili was that. He had put that sauce on that thing. When they was cooking hot, they had Ginobili with the hair and the spin moves and the quick feet. Like, yeah, man, Manu was a problem, man.
Kelly was playing like that back in 1990 in Virginia. She was playing like that with her ball handler ability.
No, she wasn't playing like that, bro. No, hell no. No.
One of the best ball handlers in all of basketball when she came. Even now, when Dawn Staley's in her 50s, when she showed her team how to dribble, she still got ball handling in her 50s right now.
That ain't the same thing.
I think you might
she good for a woman.
Dawn Staley in Virginia.
Yeah, but that ain't. We done did this experiment before, man, with women and men, and it's not the same thing. She's good for a woman, but like comparing herself with man and woman, it's not. It just ain't gonna be the same. No, they can't. No,
I assure you, don't.
They need to have the game more exciting. And on top of that, the other thing the problem that they have, man, how you got all these women in the league and your pregame is trash because these chicks come in there looking like all kind of crazy ways, man. Nobody want to see that.
I'm not understanding why they make a big deal out of these chicks in uniforms. Outfits before the game. I don't understand that myself.
Man, dudes used to. You forget AI was wearing. They made them wear suits in the 90s, bro. Like, nah, stop this, bro. Like they had to wear suits in the 90s, man. Nah, man, The dress codes exist for a reason, man.
I'm not into the whole like making them dress up like they did AI, but I think they should have brought in a dress code for Russell Westbrook for the stuff he was doing. Some of that stuff,
Dwayne Wade with the purses,
some of that
fingernails.
stuff is questionable. I mean, you got Harden coming out with leather booty shorts, walking around like, dude, this stuff is questionable, man.
I mean, but the difference is that like the game is more exciting than them. Even Harden, man. Like them dudes, the game is just more exciting, man. They need to add another element to the women, and they need to get them more sponsorships. If they really want their league to pop, they need to start making more deals to have them on like cereal boxes or cartoons and stuff like that. They need to start doing that kind of stuff.
I should have bought more, but I bought 2 cereal boxes of Angel Reese's. I bought 2 of them. I should have bought more because they sold out. I'm just keeping them.
Angel Reese, all right, man. She decent.
Yeah,
thought she would have been a lot better than what she is. She's okay.
This is what I didn't like. Angel Reese and I think both Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark are very good players, but neither one of these players improved in the offseason. And that is crazy that I like David spent the whole offseason. Well, not Caitlin Clark. She was basically silent. She didn't do much publicity, but Angel Reese did all this playing the rival, unrivaled, and she doing all this tweeting and all this, and you did not get better in the offseason. And neither did Caitlin.
No.
And that was crazy. Neither one of these girls got better.
Nah, she did, man. I mean, but she got the celebrity status right now. She probably made more money not playing basketball than playing basketball. So she don't have no incentive to go out there and huff it like that. And everything with them is money. Most people now is money driven. So they linger where the money is, unfortunately.
I heard, now I didn't look at BET Awards. I didn't know the BET Awards last night till it was over. I was looking at some forums and guys talking about it, but I heard that Angel Reese got Sportswoman of the Year over Clarissa Shields.
What? You joking, right?
Even Clarissa Shields.
Nah, she should have.
Clarissa Shields got championships. She's won.
What? Angel Reese ain't won nothing.
She ain't won
in no pro level. In no pro level, she won nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Man,
nothing, bro.
First off,
what she won?
The year. Come on, man. Look,
what she won last year? What she won last year?
Okay, hold on. She in a team sport. You know what I mean? That's like saying Charles Barkley don't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame because he never won a ring. So we can't do that. That's number one.
No, but her team didn't even win the championship. So how can she be the?
Y'all ain't let me lay out the criteria. Secondly, you got to remember that award goes to a black woman. It's at the BET Awards, like what they look like giving it to Caitlin Clark. Because I mean, you can make an argument for Caitlin Clark. And then thirdly, it's like her impact on the league. Like it ain't just about stats and accomplishment; it's about impact as well. What in the last year, Clarissa Shields ain't did shit.
Man, you could have gave that to Coco Buff, the chick, the black chick right now that won the tennis shit. I get so many black women doing shit that actually winning. Like, man, you just because you pretty and take a couple good pictures, man. Nah, man, get the hell out of here with that.
Man,
that chick ain't did nothing.
Y'all be acting like impact don't matter. Iverson never won a championship. Iverson never won a championship, man.
Yeah, I agree.
Iverson was like, first of all,
Iverson, the league was crazy.
All right, what's Angel Reese's move? What's her move? What's her patented move? That when you go watch her, what's the move? She don't got there. That's what we talking about, man. She ain't that. She's decent. She ain't that good, man. She ain't AI. AI had the crossover.
I don't think.
I'm gonna say if it was about accomplishment, Ajaya would have won.
Who?
She the best woman basketball player on the planet.
Who?
Ajaya Wilson. Ain't Ajaya Wilson?
Yeah. She's best. She should have won it over her.
Man,
over her.
That's what I'm trying to say. Y'all trying to act. Come on, bro. Y'all know that like we come from boxing, bro. The person that win like fighter of the year, knockout of the year, all that stuff be about who promotional company you with. It don't be about the actual award. So why with this award y'all want fairness, bro? Y'all gotta. She popular, man.
Nah, look, that chick that just won that tennis stuff, that Grand Slam, Coco Puff. She's Coco Golf. I'm probably messing up the young lady name, but you know what I'm talking about. She won that one, and she won another championship. She actually winning shit in the league where we're not there, and she's the best. That's when you get somebody Woman of the Year. That's who that goes to. That just don't go to nobody like her. That you just pretty on the team. Like, nah, man, get the hell out of here with that.
Sportswoman of the Year. That was the title.
What'd you say?
Sportswoman of the Year. That was the title. You won't know he that. Leave him alone.
I'll tell you something.
I don't know that. Yes, I do. You won't know he that girl. Okay, whatever.
Nah, he don't believe that. He just pulling out strings, man. He just trying to get us going, man. I know he don't believe this. You don't believe this, Scholar. Ain't no way.
I don't take Carissa Shields to the one. Bro, Carissa Shields is annoying. She's a female Mayweather, like literally, bro. Like always showing up to be like, you know, what about me? Like, bro, that's so annoying, bro. I don't like.
So what Angel Reese do?
More than
Angel Reese do the same thing.
They listed her accomplishments before the award. Hold on. We'll look it up. I'll look it up on the laptop. Carissa Shields ain't did nothing in the sport of boxing in the last year. And when I say nothing, I mean nothing. Carissa Shields' biggest accomplishment and biggest fight was Savannah Marshall, and she only fought her once.
That's it. That's more than what your girl did. Well, let's say neither one. Let's say neither one of them qualify. Why the tennis girl ain't getting it? Why the best basketball player, the Angel Wilson, why she ain't
make
getting
an argument for them. Don't make no argument for Carissa Shields, bro.
I mean, I don't care who got it. I know she shouldn't have got it because she wasn't. I mean, if they wouldn't run her on Sports Center every day and by her play, you wouldn't know what she doing, man. Get out of here. That chick ain't doing nothing, man. She's just a pretty girl who get a lot of Instagram attention and social media attention. That's it. Pretty young girl. That's all it is. She's decent. She ain't great. And that's what it is. She just get a lot of attention.
Y'all tripping, man.
Nah, she decent, man. She ain't terrible. She decent. She ain't no superstar status. All positive. I'm tripping. Is she a superstar? Or she a star?
All positive. Stay silent. Stay silent if you agree. Nah, I think he handling business on this stuff.
Oh, you must fell out. Man, she all right.
Stay silent if you agree. All positive. He agrees.
Nah, but you don't believe that, man. Ain't no way you believe that. Ain't no way. This is where you need like that at, so you can.
What BT did, man. I was disappointed.
What you say? How positive? So you believe she a star, or what you think about Angel Reese? She a star, superstar. Or she just an average player.
She's a star in the WNBA, but she ain't the best player. She ain't even the best player in the WNBA.
Not even on the team. I don't think she's the best player. No. She's not the best player on the team. So how can she be? Hey, no, man. No, it's not happening, bro.
Carmen said Carissa Shields' biggest fight was Remy Ma.
Oh, that ain't no fight, man. They fighting over Papoose, stay-at-home dad. Yeah, relax, man. Both of them. I ain't even really know who none of these folks is if they want to got their ratchet behind on the internet. I want to know who they was, man.
Man, look.
Besides,
y'all gotta stop tripping. Man.
Oh, man. I like Angel.
Give her props, man. That's all I want y'all to do.
She all right. I didn't say she was trash. She just ain't no Woman of the Year. She's not that, bro. She okay. She decent. She ain't trash. She just ain't no Woman of the Year. She ain't that.
I'm gonna look at the BET Award, but I saw that. I saw somebody posted. I saw Carissa Shields posting online. She was mad about not getting it because Carissa Shields went to the event.
I don't like Carissa Shields for different reasons, bro. She always be playing the victim, bro. I remember she had this thing when she was in the gym on the treadmill with her phone, just like shooting a video in the public gym, and she got mad because buddy next to her was like, "Yo, like you in the this not like your private gym," and she like felt some kind of way about this shit and was talking crazy about it. And it's like, man, she always got to play the victim all the time, man. You can't. I hate going to the gym like that, man.
I know exactly.
So you think you can go? You can't. So you tell me that you go into the gym and you just flip your phone out. It's a public gym now, and somebody say, "Hey, man, I don't want to be on your camera." Man, I'm doing my live. What you?
That's not what happened.
What happened? Edify me, my brother.
She had her phone out. She had her phone out, and she was on her live while she was jogging, and she was talking to the people, like reading the comments, and the dude told her to turn the phone down, and she like, turn it down. Like, I'm not on the phone with nobody. I'm on my live. Nah, bro, he was being a dick, bro.
She's still in the public gym, though, Scholar.
Bro, are you serious, Pittsburgh? So you can't get on. So I
that's not
can't.
your
So right
space.
now I can't go live at a public gym. Like I can't go to Crunch Fitness. And
Hell no! Some of them gyms got what's that shit? They got the they got that honk alert, but you can't make no noise in some of them gyms. Some of them gyms you can't make no noise. You can't slam no weights. No,
that ain't
you
one of the
cannot do
gyms.
that.
That was the gym that was attached to the HOA fee that she pays. You know what I mean?
Man,
there is no way possible.
Some gyms don't let
HOA's got different rules, bro.
And some gyms,
it ain't hers.
My gym don't let you take selfies in the bathroom.
See?
And I agree with that because I don't want nobody taking selfies in the locker room. I'm being there changing. I don't want that.
You can't do that at my HOA either. You can't whip your phone. Like some gyms, they don't let you do that, bro. Like, no, man. If it's your private stuff, knock yourself out, man. You not in private, man. You out here with other people, man. Sharing the space with other people, man. And that wasn't even it wasn't even that big of a deal. She made that shit a big deal, bro. She always be doing that shit, playing the victim, man. Get out of here with that.
Man, y'all got
she be all right. Got to leave that cape there. You got to leave that cape alone, Scholar, man. Put the cape down, bro.
I'm gonna show you this video. Let me show you this video.
I like it.
I'm gonna show you the video in full context. And you tell me you think Carissa Shields is wrong.
Go ahead.
I remember seeing that in real time, bro. Like, bro, what the hell? Like, what's up with this dude? Bro, I can't even remember how I found it now, bro. It was one of her live.
Right, yeah, that's all right, Scholar. Go ahead.
I found it. I ain't gonna lie. Now, look, I'm gonna be honest. What's up, Deuce? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really like Carissa Shields. That's full disclosure, bro. I ain't the biggest fan.
I got no problem. I like Carissa Shields, man.
Listen, I root for her. No, don't get me wrong. I root for her because where she come from and stuff like that. But her personality is annoying to me. But you know, I ain't gonna the same way I was defending Shakur earlier. Everybody know I don't like him.
I ain't responding to nobody who got big followers. Nobody who got small followers. They're not getting a response out of me. I am over here winning, baby.
Can you use headphones? Do you mind if you use headphones?
What do you mean?
Because you're really loud.
How can you hear me? You have your headphones.
I have my headphones, and I still hear you.
So you don't want me to talk? I'm still going to be able to
It's not
talk.
that. I'm just asking kindly if you could use your headphones.
What, do you hear my voice? You still going to hear my voice?
And her voice.
I'm her.
Okay.
You don't hear nobody's voice but mine.
Okay.
I don't know how you hear me. He got his headphones on. You want me to speak lower? I don't know what's wrong with you people. I don't know. I have no idea. Anyways, like I was saying, this is my third day back working out. My birthday shoot in a couple days.
That man told her to put in headphones and still was gonna be able to hear her voice.
He said no. She said you can't hear me. You got your headphones on. He said, yeah, I can still hear you. She said, no, you can't hear me.
Told her he didn't tell her, hey, could you lower it down? I can hear you, which is still crazy, bro. That's that white entitlement. Anyway,
no, man, nobody want to hear you doing your live, man. Go home, go to your house, get out the gym.
No, he should go. Oh my God, bro. So now the white man rule the world.
It's a shared space, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with it.
Exactly.
I don't even know what color he is.
So look, check this out. I guarantee whoever that dude is, more than likely, it's a good chance he don't got more money than her. You know what I mean? Her house probably paid off. She probably still.
Who cares? She should have respect when she goes public. She should show respect, bro.
Oh,
like you, just because, God. Like, bro, like just you're not entitled to a public space no more than the other person. It's public.
Exactly.
It's a shared space. Nobody has no more entitlement than the other.
Shut up! You can't tell nobody shut up in public, bro. Because that's essentially what he did. He did dog whistle. He said,
"No, man,
bro." He told her shut up, bro. He said this to you. He said, "Hey, can you put your headphones in?" She like, you still gonna hear me. So why would I put my headphones in? I'm not telling
you, put your headphones in. Why wouldn't? What's wrong with that, bro?
She's still gonna be talking, T. He told her shut up, bro.
He didn't tell that woman to shut up, man. Take the cape off, bro. He did not, bro.
T,
This is the thing about the
if
chicks,
she
man.
puts her headphones in and she's still talking, is he not gonna be able to hear her if he
Yes,
hears it?
he gonna hear. Yes, he gonna
So he
hear.
telling
But
her,
this
shut
is
up, bro. He basically saying,
no,
shut
he's
the
not
fuck
telling.
up
No,
while working
that's
out.
not what he
T,
said.
come on, bro.
That ain't
That
what he
ain't
said, brother. You take the
all right.
cape off, bro. He say
Hey,
that, bro. He told that
all
lady
right.
they in the shared space, bro. He didn't say nothing crazy to that lady, man. She just super sensitive, bro. She don't want that. Go build you a gym in your garage, dog. You can work out all you want, and you got to worry
But
about
why
none of
do
that.
she gotta do that? Why he don't do it? Why you don't have that energy for the white man that's telling her to be quiet?
I don't know what color he is, Scholar. I know that
Man, come
she's in the
on, man.
shared space. Like, look, if you in the gym and somebody just flip on their phone and they just start talking, man, that shit is annoying, man. Everybody don't want to be part of that shit. I get people feel like they could just do it wherever they want to. Some people gonna say something. It's a public space. That's part of it. Right or wrong, that's just what it is. So you can't be that sensitive about it. That's what I'm saying. Everybody ain't comfortable with that shit. What you think, all positive? I'm tripping or Scholar caping?
Everybody not comfortable because I see people more than one person get online complain about when chicks begin their nails done and they up in the nail shop and they're talking on speakerphone. People don't like that. I don't know if that's a rule that it's supposed to be quiet time, but I know a lot of people don't like other people on this because it's like this is a relaxing time. You're not getting your nails done. You're not supposed to be on your phone talking. I see a lot of people make comments about that, about how females be doing that, and they get irritated by it.
Or you go to a party. Let's say you having a party, and say you bring some people with you, and the chick she just go live. She just flip her phone on, go live, start swinging around, start talking, and you like, whoa, wait a minute, what are you doing? Like everybody ain't cool with that kind of stuff, man. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. She had the choice of doing it or not doing it, but he didn't tell her to shut up, man. That's that. I don't know, man. We be protecting people too hard sometimes, man. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
You know what? She should be protected because she's dealing with the same thing that we always talking about with dog whistles, bro. We. So look, how we able to connect the dots? You know what I mean? When it come to Ryan, when it come to Bud, even with Turkey with this statement, we know who he issuing a statement with, right? But when it come to Carissa Shields, man, like it's like she can't do no right. You already against the first. It was you know the story was wrong that you had. T. It was I can't remember what you said, but it was wrong. But then when you found out the details, I thought you'd be like, oh yeah, that dude wrong. But you doubled down. Nah, Carissa
Bro,
Shields wrong.
it's a public space, Scholar. It's public. So like the same way, like
Nah,
if
it's
somebody
not
has a
public.
critique,
It's not public. T. It's
so
private. Only the people
no,
that pay the
for
HOAs
both of
can get in
them.
those.
Okay, so for both of them, they can get into that space. So both of them have the right to be an ability to be in that space. For both of them, they both have the
Absolutely.
same amount of rights, right? So no one person is above the other. So no matter what happened, you're in a space that both y'all got the right to be in. No more one than the other. So one of them, she felt some kind of way and wanted to say something to him. She had the right to do it, and vice versa. So I don't think it's a big deal. He didn't call out her name. He didn't disrespect her. He told her to put it down. You could say it was stupid, but he didn't call her no racial name. He didn't call her out her name. He didn't do none of that. He just told her she was fucking being loud. That's it.
I think he definitely out of line. There's no if it's a shared space and you're sharing with somebody, you can't expect to be comfortable at all times. Like what? Like I don't understand. Like so now we protect the white people feelings.
Ain't gonna do with being white, bro. You gotta have some kind of decorum too, bro. Like people gotta have some kind of decorum. You can't just go everywhere and act like it's your personal space. You get to just whip out and go live, do whatever you
But
want.
that's
Nah,
what
man,
he's
this is shared
doing.
space. How?
Because she pay her money just like him. She pays her money.
Yeah.
She working out. First off, she ain't working out just to work out. She actually is a boxer. You know, working
That
out
ain't got nothing
actually
to do with that space.
that,
That ain't
that
got nothing to
got
do with
that
that
got a lot
space.
to do with everything though. Because
No, it don't.
she's working. She ain't just working out. She's actually working at the same time.
They
Like
pay the
her being
same
on the
fee,
internet, she's
Scholar?
not just on the internet because she like the smell of technology. Like she on the internet
Scholar,
because
it don't matter what she on that for. They both pay the same fees. Like whatever her purpose of being in there, that person don't need to know that. He probably don't know that.
but they pay the same fees. So it don't matter. She's not above him and he's not above her. It don't matter. She want to do some personal shit like that, she can take her ass home or go into personal space. I hate when people do that shit and then get an attitude because you don't want to be participating in that stuff. That's what you wanted to do. You decided to do that. You could do that any place you want to. You do not have to do that there.
Probably 5, 6, 7 G's.
Can't hear you, Positive. You low. You real low.
Oh no,
I know this. Can you hear him? There you go.
I had a video.
Can you hear him?
Oh, my bad.
Oh, probably they're watching some booties.
No.
Oh man.
Video, man.
No, Clarissa got cut up, so that he probably thinking she went up under the knife now. Probably looking at her to do pictures, man. Like, ooh.
Oh man. I was looking at the video, man. It was legit.
Yeah, should have got cut up.
Karma says so she can't talk.
She can talk. Yeah, you can talk. But they both got the right to talk. They both got the right to talk. Yeah, you can talk.
But I mean, she
don't
didn't
be
have a
super
problem with him
sensitive.
talking. Well, so let me ask you this, T. What if he had his music too loud? Like even if it was in his
And
ears?
she said she went over there and said, "Hey, turn your music down." Yeah, she can do that. It's the same. It worked both ways. That's what I'm saying. But the person that's doing the thing can't be so sensitive. You're in a shared space. So if you causing a disruption, a person feel like you can say it justified or not. You just can't be like, "Oh my God, clutch your pearls," like you in a shared space.
Yo, check this out, T. I'll give you an example I just had with this, bro. I had a similar situation, bro. So I went to go, this is a while back, but I took my my nephews and my son to go see Mufasa when it was in theaters. And I went during the daytime because that's when the kids are supposed to go, right? So when I was watching the movie, you know, of course, they kids, so they being kids, so I'm corralling them. Hey, man, sit down, do this, or whatever the case may be. And I look up, you know, you feel some eyes on you. I look up and this dude is looking at me in disgust, bro. I look at my son, look at him like what the, like what, you know? So he look at me, roll his eyes, calls the movie people over, you know, and they come and then the dude's like, "Hey, sir, the dude said basically like your kids were being too noisy. Could you ask them to keep it down?" And I just looked at him. I was like, "Was they being noisy when you was observing?" "No." "Okay." So I just waited. Waits after the movie. I was really, really furious because I spent a lot of money. I spent so much money there. Like I'm a rewards member. I get free movies. That's how much, you know, I spend there at that theater. So I was really furious about that. So I went to the manager and I told the manager, I said, "Look, I spent a lot of money here. You know, the fact that this dude comes in a public space, goes to a kid movie and telling me to be quiet is some type of like a different level of balls and entitlement that I couldn't even wrap my mind around, you know?" And she was like, I agree. And I was like, I didn't like that your staff came and investigated and still decided he was right because he was the complainer. You're like, that's stupid to me. And she was like, yeah. She was like, I don't know why people do stuff like that. She was like, not only is it a children's movie, but the reason why people go in the daytime is so it's like a silent agreement that kids go in the daytime. They don't go at night. You know what I mean? So it's got to be kids at a kid movie in the daytime. It was like early too. It might have been like 1 or 12 or something like that, right? So I say all that to say this. That story, I told that story because it pissed me off that somebody would even complain and make me be forced to even be in a situation like that. If you know that you're going to the movies in a kid movie and there's going to be people there and you're going to have to share your space, you're not going to be comfortable. I think me and you are saying the same things. We just coming at two different conclusions. I think that he's wrong because he's going to a public space. He's supposed to be realistic about him going to a public space. Now, let's suppose there was 5 people there and all of them were being loud and on their lives. What are you going to do? He's going to leave the gym, right? Because he don't own it. Not going to ask all 5 of them. They're going to be like, kick rocks. They all paying and everything. So I don't understand why he had the balls enough to ask Carissa Shields to put headphones in when that wouldn't even solve the problem. She puts the headphones in, she's still going to be loud.
But Skylar, you know the difference is he went directly to the person. He didn't go to the management of the place and say, "Hey, this is what she doing. Throw her out of there." He just went in and talked to her. That's why I say I don't have a problem with it. Now, if you'd have went and got somebody and said, hey, she need to be banned from here, all that kind of craziness, that's nuts. That's not what he did. So I don't see that. I don't think it's a big deal. Like with your situation, that dude decided to take it upon himself to go get management and try to get you removed from the theater. That's nuts. That's insane. A better approach would have been him having a conversation with you in whatever stupid way he wanted to do it. And we just moved on with your life. He could have moved on with his life. He could have moved on with yours, not to be the end of it. That's not what he did. So in that way, that's why I don't have a problem with it.
Man, listen to you. I don't give a fuck if somebody write it down on a piece of paper, send a raven. Bro, don't go in the public being bro. We got a name for them. We call them fucking Karens, bro. Don't go into these publics, but those are the type of people that's gonna be in heaven, bro, waiting for Jesus to complain about waiting in the line too long. Like they complain about listen, y'all share the world with everybody. What it really is, they don't want Carissa Shields in their spaces, bro. And I know this because I used to stay in a place, you know what I mean, that had an HOA fee. It's called Brown Brook Plantation in Rosenberg, Texas. And they were racist as shit. They would stop people that wasn't doing anything. They didn't want black people there, basically. And the black people that stayed there were middle class, upper middle class to wealthy, you know, and they always had problems with the people there. I remember one time my car wasn't working, right? Car wasn't working, and I can't remember what was the reason, but we were paying our HOA. So when I went to the front, the lady was like, "Oh, you gotta live here to have a get inside the gym." I'm like, "How you think I got this card? Then I stole this from some like just stupid stuff like that you have to do." Like I remember one day I went to go swimming up there, and I had on some Michael Jordan. They were like, "No, those aren't swim trunks." I was like, "What?" "Oh yeah, you got to have swim trunks to be." I said, "Well, what is the difference?" They was like, "Oh, well, you know, swim trunks, the material, it doesn't get all clogged up." And I was like, "Oh my!" Listen, they come up with. You remember on Life, white only pies? How about I turn y'all into white only pies? That's basically what they say in these HOA places without saying it. Carissa Shields wasn't guilty of nothing but being black. And he went up to Carissa Shields and wanted to make
man, you can't do the black thing, bro. How you know that? She ain't say that man ain't say nothing about. He ain't call her name, nothing. He had been the problem with her noise, man. Like
so they
man.
gotta do all that from Pittsburgh T for you to know that they racist.
What?
So the people,
was she on live? Was she talking loud? Was she on live talking loud? Yes, she was. So the man said, "Hey, basically tell her you talking loud."
That man didn't hear her with his headphones in, bro.
We don't know that. We don't know that, Scholar. We don't know that.
Pittsburgh T, I could put headphones in my ear, turn them to the lowest settings, and work out in a room full of people screaming, bro, and I wouldn't be bothered, bro. Like they have headphones that have noise cancellation, bro.
Yeah,
like,
that don't mean he had noise. But that don't mean he had them. That don't mean he had them, bro. That don't mean he had them. And again, he went directly to her. He didn't make no facial gestures towards her. He didn't go around her, go talk to management. Nothing. He just talked to her. And that was it. So I don't think it's nothing that serious. She just made it serious. That'd be that victim shit where she want to be a victim all the time. Like, bro, it's not that serious. That man ain't stop her from doing nothing. She still was able to work out. They had a little conversation and kept on going.
She didn't bring up nothing. I'm the one that's saying what it is.
Exactly. He ain't stop her from doing nothing. So what's the big deal?
But Pittsburgh T, you do realize the argument that you're making right now is the argument
that she's playing the victim. Yeah.
Pittsburgh T, we hear this every time when we bring up racism with Ryan Garcia.
That's not racism, bro. But Ryan Garcia is different, though. Ryan Garcia actually used racial terms. Okay. That's not the same thing.
But the people that defend him say they defended him. They're not racist. They're just defending him because, you know, Devin Haney can't keep his left hook up. That's what they say. They say we got to stop playing the race card. What they got to do is Devin Haney got to keep it, bro. What's the difference? But T, what is the difference?
Because a person telling you to you're being too loud is not the same as a guy going on a racial tirade talking about he gonna dig up George Floyd to kill him again and all this and saying the N-word and talking about bananas and all this other crazy stuff. Nah, man, that ain't remotely
Okay, but
close, man.
T,
That
you
dude
was on my
passing turns
you was
out.
on my show, T. You was on my show, and we had to defend Ryan Devin Haney getting cheated in the sport of boxing. Those people
Yeah,
that pulled up and defended Ryan, they wasn't saying nigga. They wasn't calling us monkeys. They
but
wasn't doing
Ryan
none of that.
did. But Ryan
But
already did it for him.
but listen, the people that was defending him, the people that was saying it, they wasn't overtly being. They was saying, "I'm taking this stance because the logical stance, Osterine or not, he couldn't keep his right hand up." This is what they're saying, and me and you came to the conclusion. Well, they're on code because there's no way that they would defend this type of behavior from Ryan Garcia, who's like you said, a known racist, right?
Yeah,
But what
but
they
he's a
said is
known
we need to stop.
racist.
We need to stop whining. But we talking about the people that's defending him, not Ryan Garcia specifically.
Yeah, but
We talking
but
about the
Ryan
people that we
Garcia
had
is
access
a
to.
known racist, so they're attaching themselves to it. This guy ain't attached to no known racist, so we can't put that just because. Like, man, look, black people can't be that damn sensitive because somebody asks you in the public space to be quiet. That it's all out racism. Like, nah, man, that ain't no racism,
That
man.
definitely Pittsburgh T. When you become
Stop
an
that.
adult, you understand that you can't say certain things to adults without there be repercussions, right? The only people that you talk down to is people that's beneath you, right?
Well, how did he
You can
talk
tell
down
by
to it though, Scarlett?
Pittsburgh T. He basically telling her she can't talk while he's in the gym.
No, he didn't. No,
Yes,
he
he
didn't. He never
did.
said that.
Pittsburgh T. Dog whistles, you don't have to make the statements, but you can tell by the actions of the people and you can formulate your conclusion. Like by him approaching a grown woman, you know what I mean? He got his headphones in and he tell her, like, hey, you need headphones, which doesn't make any sense. She like, if I got headphones, you still gonna hear me. Huh? If I got headphones, you still gonna hear me. He get quiet because he basically telling her, look, you interrupted my workout, right? You need to be quiet because I said so. And it goes back to what you said a while ago. Who the fuck are you? Why do you are you not the fucking arbiter of the gym? Are you the fucking night watch hall monitor / gym manager? Like, no, bro, you don't have
No,
the right to
man.
tell anybody anything, bro. Especially in a public
No,
place. Now you
bro.
can suggest. You can suggest if I
Yes,
go
that's
to a
all it
public space,
was.
he didn't suggest. He told her. You need to put headphones in. That's why I said I don't
Bro,
know how
he
to
didn't. He
13.
didn't go.
That
He
is the
didn't go
dog
to the
whistles.
management. No, it's not. The dog whistle would have been him leaving that gym because most of those gyms are attached to the management office and going into the management office and raising his hand up and snitching on her and
Probably
saying
was
she need to
closed.
go.
It
Yeah,
probably was
that's
closed.
usually what happens.
Nah,
That
probably was
kind of stuff
closed.
is what the
He would
problem
have
is.
did it.
Nah, man,
He
he
would
ain't
have
do
did
none
it.
of that.
You know how I know it was
Well, he ain't
nighttime?
do
You
it.
can see that light. Look, you see that light right there. They ain't gonna have no lights on during the daytime. That management was
Nah,
already out the office. They be gone like around 3 or 4.
mine's be in there. They be in there. They like be on them in ours. They be in there. Nice gym. You can't be in there doing all that crazy stuff, man. They got rules. Niggas need to know
That's
how to follow
crazy.
rules, man. That's simple, man. I don't know
That's
why people
crazy.
think they can just go and do whatever they want, man.
Oh, okay, people just pulling up this context right here.
Nobody who got big followers, nobody who got small followers, they're not getting a response out of me. I am over here winning, baby.
Can you use headphones? Do you mind if you use headphones?
What do you mean?
Because you're being loud.
How can you hear me? You have your headphones.
I have my headphones, and I still hear you.
So you don't want me to talk? I'm still going to be able
No,
to
it's not
talk.
that. I'm just asking kindly if you could use your headphones.
What, do you hear my voice? You're still going to hear my voice.
And her voice.
I'm her.
Okay.
You don't hear nobody's voice but mine.
Okay.
I don't know how you hear me. He got his headphones on. You want me to speak?
She ain't said nothing about being a victim or nothing, bro. Pittsburgh, I don't know how you don't look
You
at
ain't hear
that.
the man say, "I just kindly ask you." You ain't
Hey,
hear the man say, "I kindly ask you."
they call that
Oh, come
microaggression.
on,
They call
man.
that
That's just
microaggression, Pittsburgh T.
victimhood, man. That ain't
All
no
right.
micro. The man breathing heavy like he working out and say, "I kindly asked you." That man wasn't yelling at
I
her.
kindly
He
ask you
called
to
her
do what
her
I want you
name,
to do,
nothing.
and I'm still gonna hear you regardless.
Bro, the man didn't cuss her out, man. And she talking about
So
her.
because he didn't
Like
cuss her
what? So
out,
come on, man. He had to cuss. He wasn't going. That's not what he was trying to do. He was trying to ask her to lower volume. That's it.
he don't got a right.
Why
He don't
not?
got a.
He
He
paid
don't
just like
got
she paid.
exactly. So if somebody being loud, Hey, like
You
you
ask
said,
them.
go to the office. Go to the office. Or shut the fuck
No,
up.
man, don't go to the
It's
office. You're
simple as
gonna
that.
get somebody kicked out of the gym. No, because that's gonna deny that person access. You could just talk to them like a human being
So he
and
was
say,
being a
"Hey, do
good.
you
He
mind
was
keeping
being a
it
good
down?"
Samaritan. He was
I
being
mean,
a
I
good
wouldn't.
Samaritan. He was being a good
I
Samaritan.
mean, yeah, I mean, as far as if I got a problem, I would just go talk to a person like a human being and say, "Hey, could you keep it down?" If it bothered me like that, it probably wouldn't bother me like that. But I wouldn't be going to no
Exactly.
management.
Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly. It wouldn't bother
I
you
wouldn't be
like that.
going it, but I wouldn't be going to no management. I
But so
definitely wouldn't do that.
now we cooking with something. Now we got something. It wouldn't bother you. Why does it bother
But I
him?
see people,
Why?
yeah, but they got the right to
So he
do it.
got headphones. He got headphones in. He paid just like she paid. Why does he
Yeah.
feel like he can tell her anything?
Why she feel like she could just be in the gym all loud on live, man?
Because she paid for it.
Man, listen, people need to stop bringing tripods in there, setting up their phones, going on live, being on equipment. They need to stop that, bro. No, man. People need to stop that type of ignorant stuff, man. You want to do all that? Go to your regular, get you a gym, get you one of them Bowflexes or one of them Peloton bikes and do all that right there, man. You can't be doing all that kind of weird stuff in the public space, in a space where other people sharing. You sharing with other people.
Weird. She the one weird.
So nobody's supposed to never say nothing to her, man. So you think no, people can't be this sensitive, bro. Like we can't think that you doing something like that. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing to you, man. Let's stop, man.
Why you take headphones to the gym?
So I don't hear nothing.
Exactly. He's prepared in a public space not to hear stuff.
Man, he got the right
because
to say
he
stuff.
knows at a public space it could get noisy. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to bring anything. You know what I mean? But the mere fact that he brought that lets me know that he's aware that people are going to be loud at the gym, right?
Nah, maybe he got some music he want to. Maybe he got some music he want to listen to. Some motivational stuff he want to listen to, bro. Nah, man. People, man. You allowed to feel how you want to feel, say what you want to say, as long as you ain't threatening or disrespectful to people. I mean, I don't see what the big deal is if you're having a conversation with somebody. As long as you're not getting disrespectful, I don't see what the big deal. That's why I say it's super sensitive. Because the man wasn't disrespectful. He didn't raise his voice.
Sensitive. So he mad because somebody made noise in a public spot.
I don't know if he mad. I said he got the right to say something to her. Just the idea that the thing that nobody has the right to say nothing to you. You're supposed to just be able to go on live and say what you want to say, and nobody can say nothing to you. That's crazy, man. That's
she had the right to tell him fuck off, in my opinion.
She do, and he got the right to ask her. Yeah, they both. That's what I'm saying. So she can't be that sensitive then. Go back to my point.
Well, I don't know, T. You putting yourself, T, you putting the jacket on you, brother. Because what's gonna happen, T? What's gonna happen is in boxing, racist stuff happen every 5 minutes, and then when we talking about it, the people that's listening to the show gonna be like, "Hold up, Pittsburgh T. You said black people need to stop being so sensitive and using the race card and playing the victim, and you sounding like them right now, T."
Bro, that's not racist though. Show me where's the racism at? Where's the in that instance when the man? What's the racism at?
Racism is not always overt. We know this.
No, man, you can't just throw that on people, man.
I'll give you an example. I remember one day I showed up for work, Pittsburgh T. I'm a fast forward because I already told this story before, but I showed up for work. Long story short, they called the cops on me, and I was in uniform. And then the cop was like we laughed at it, and it was just like, bro, what? You think a burglar would dress up like in uniform to go rob a place? That is the craziest thing in the world. But that was because they were racist, right? Racism is not always it's not always overt. It's not always systematic. Sometimes it's just their private thoughts, because their private thoughts end up to us being dead. And the reason you know is because whenever they take the life of a black person, they always hold a gun.
This ain't racist, bro.
Okay.
This ain't got nothing to do. I mean, unless I'm missing something, I ain't hear the man. I know about I know a lot of instances where people done did and applied some stuff. This ain't that, man. This ain't none of that. Because if it would have been that, Buddy would have went to the management office. He would have went and called the police. He would have did a whole bunch of other steps of things to those people who do that stuff. He didn't do none of that.
They're not racist. What percentage of white people you think ain't racist?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Let's give
it's a lot of racist people.
A wild estimate. You think it's more that's racist than not?
I don't know, bro. I mean, you talking about the ones that matter?
We have rape.
You talking about the people? You talking about the people that matter? You talking about the people that matter, or just regular old white people? Regular white people don't really count. Nah, that don't count, bro. I don't care about no poor white man who maybe racist story me, bro. I don't care about that.
The regular white people, when they get old, go into Congress. The regular white
Nah, you
people
don't.
become CEOs of Fortune 500 companies.
That's people
The
with
regular
power,
white
though.
people, what?
That's people with power, bro. I ain't talking about no regular dude at the gym
The people that
live where I
the people
live
that
and
have
where I work.
power were once regular people, Pittsburgh T.
No, man, they ain't been no regular people.
Yes.
Them people been groomed. All them people you talking about, the Obamas and all them, they've been groomed since college, man. Them people ain't just wake up one day and be a senator or a congressman. They've been groomed since they got out of high school to be that the
Pittsburgh T.
position that they
So
in.
you telling me the CEO of a hospital was groomed to be that CEO?
Yes, absolutely. They went and took
No,
certain college
bro.
courses. They joined certain sororities. They ain't just wake up and become no CEO. They ain't how that work.
No,
And
they
then,
went and got qualified, but they were regular people before they got qualified, and they
no,
came from
man, they
society.
was on that path. No, they ain't never lived where you lived at. No, they did not. They never lived where you lived at.
So you ain't
Never.
never had nobody that you grew up with or went to school with or whatever that went on to go run a company.
That I grew up with? Hell no. No, that's a different conversation though.
So
You talking about two different things.
So you ain't never crossed paths with somebody and they
but
went on to go. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you is this.
But
right?
they were groomed from a high school. That person them people that you talking about, again, we went to the same high school, and after that, they went they went a whole different path, bro.
In order to be groomed, brother, you got to be regular. They groom it. They giving them opportunity. They teaching them what to do. They getting them education. But they were regular people at one time. But this is what I'm trying to say, bro. The reason why people come up with terms like microaggression and the reason why they bring up these type of terms, bro, is because those are thoughts. Racism at one point was a thought before it became systematic, right? Thoughts is the problem. Hitler rose to power based off of popular thoughts. KKK still self-thoughts. So attacking a system is one way to battle back, but you have to attack the microaggression too. The people that are racist are not always out there with KKK mask on saying I dislike black people. But you could tell by their interactions with black people if they really used to dealing with them, if they really care about them or like them or not. And what I'm trying to tell you is that dude definitely didn't like Carissa Shields because she was black. Had nothing to do with her being loud or any of that.
We don't know that though, Scholar. We can't even assume that the dude wasn't even talking aggressive. So we can't even say that.
That's why it's called
he wasn't standing over her. No, there ain't no microaggression.
They don't ever come out frankly saying something. Pittsburgh T, we deal with it on the panel all the time. Pittsburgh T, let me ask you.
But that's real racism, though, bro.
Okay,
that's not
let
that.
me ask you this, Pittsburgh T. Do we have people that will hijack conversations, make it about race, and then make it a teachable moment for black people?
Yes, absolutely.
Do those people come out? Do those people outwardly come out and say, "I do not like black people"?
But it's revealed.
It's revealed through the action.
Very much revealed.
That's the point that I'm making.
But by the words that's coming out their mouth, we can tell what they own. By the words that came out this man's mouth, we can't just assume that.
I can tell what he's on.
Those people,
I can tell what he on. Yeah, the same way.
Well, I mean,
that's what you want to do, bro. He can't hear her, bro. He looking for
issues. You don't know that, Scholar. We don't know that. We don't know that, bro.
He didn't even hear her response.
How you know that?
Because she said it twice. She said something. He said what? Bro, let's look at it again. He didn't even hear her response. How you hear what she's saying, but you don't hear her response? That's how I know he's
man. Hold on. Take the cape off, man. Leave that lady. She ain't no racist.
What do you mean?
Because you're being loud.
How can you hear me? You have your headphones.
I have my headphones, and I still hear you.
I am over here winning, baby.
Can you use headphones? Do you mind if you use headphones?
What do you mean?
Because you're being loud.
How can you hear me? You have your headphones.
I have my headphones, and I still hear you.
So you don't want me to talk? I'm still going to be able to talk.
Not that. I'm just asking kindly if you could use your headphones.
What do you hear? My voice? You still going to hear my voice?
And her voice.
I'm her.
Okay.
You don't hear nobody's voice but mine.
Okay.
I don't know how you hear me.
I don't know, T. Like that said, you got a white side chick. You ain't telling us about.
White side? Nah, she wouldn't be white. If I had a side chick, definitely wouldn't get a white. That wasn't gonna happen. Nah, hell.
I don't know.
I don't know about that, Scholar. You on the island by yourself down.
Hey,
I don't see the racism.
Hey, sometimes you can't see it, brother. That don't mean it ain't there.
I mean, I don't know if he is or isn't. I just can't put it on him without more evidence. I don't actually have no evidence of that. I can't just jump to that conclusion. So, I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine. I get it. I ain't knocking it. But I don't see the big deal. But he had a problem with her. He addressed the problem. What he said was dumb, but he didn't look at her crazy. He didn't go around her. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Man, and that's what I'm trying to say. T, the day-to-day life of a black person, bro, we deal with this type of stuff, bro. Like day-to-day. Like this ain't isolated. This ain't an isolated incident with Carissa Shields. Like we deal with this all the time, bro. Well, they're not gonna come out and say they don't like you, but they're gonna insult your intelligence or just look for conflict where there is none and tell you how to live. Like it's just like that said on the other episode. They always turn this into teachable moments, and you like teachable moment, and you're like, oh, okay. Well, historically speaking, white people have told black people how to be and act. So they still try to do that. That's why they act like God died and left them in charge, and they gonna tell everybody how to be. You know what I mean? Well, not everybody, mainly black people. They gonna check us and tell us how to be and act. Like even the corn stuff, Pittsburgh T. Like, bro, like so she can't have her phone and be on the live now. So sometimes when we have discussions on here, we all fuck with each other. It's all love. We be getting loud with each other.
No, but you ain't in no public. You ain't in no shared space doing that, bro.
Some of us be in public spaces.
And if somebody say something to you, you can't be clutching your pearls like, oh my God, I'm on live. Like, okay, who the fuck told you to get on live? What that got to do with me? Like, that ain't got nothing to do with the people that you in the area of. Like, no, I don't think everything is racist. There's a lot of racist instances, but me personally, I ain't really worried about no poor white man or no white man on the same level as me. You can't tell me nothing. You ain't got no power. I ain't even trying to hear what you got to say. So no, I wouldn't be worried about nothing that to do with you saying to me. It would never go nowhere. I wouldn't care. And I wouldn't be running up on people telling them anything anyway, because I pretty much mind my own business anyways. I'm not
That's the thing, T, I'm trying to tell you, bro.
But there's people that act like that.
People mind their business, bro.
Nah,
we understand we don't run stuff. We understand we not in charge of stuff. That's why that's why the term Karen don't stick to black people, because we mind our business, bro. White people act like God left them in charge of everything, bro. Like they tell you how to be in public spaces, bro. It's public music. First off, it's public, but it's public-ish, right? Because like I said, that was HOA people. Carissa Shields got her key card just like he got his key card. You know what I mean? And like I said, I don't know what kind of money he working with, but I know she working with money, so I can assume that maybe her house is possibly paid off. So
they live in the same spot, Scholar. They in the same level, man. They live in the same house. Same type of house community.
Nah, she got more money than him.
Nah, they live in the same kind of house community, bro. That's the same money.
Karma said, but you jumped to conclusions that she was being loud.
She was loud. What you mean? The man asked her okay, so she wasn't talking and the man didn't ask her to lower her voice. Ergo, she was loud. Now you could say she wasn't that loud, but she was loud.
I hear you, T, and I'm gonna just say, nah, bro.
Nah, I just say the man got the right. He got the right to ask her to lower her voice. She ain't got to do it.
Is black people being loud not a stereotype?
No, that's a gym. You're in the shared space. It's probably her. I don't know how many people in there.
Pittsburgh T. That ain't what I asked.
Don't apply to that,
black
bro.
People being loud, not a stereotype.
Yeah, but was she loud? Was she talking? Was she on the phone yapping or bumping her gums? Was she on the phone talking loud?
What I'm trying to tell you is that's that microaggression stuff that I was talking about.
No,
man. She's being loud, you know, and she's addressing it like, you got headphones in. Why you saying I'm being loud, bro? It's so funny, bro.
Did she have headphones in?
Check this out.
Did she have headphones in?
I got a homeboy. Even if she did, she still would have been speaking. She might have even been speaking louder, because when you got headphones in, you can't really hear the pitch of your voice.
Bro, she got the phone on the thing and she yelling at the phone that's on the little treadmill she running at. Yeah. She yelling with a microphone.
I got a homeboy, right? I got a homeboy, and he have black, half Mexican, right? And I remember when me and him would get together, we would start laughing and clowning. And I can remember all the Mexican people would be like, hey man, y'all loud, lower your voice, lower your voice. And we'd be looking, bro, music blasting, beer cans everywhere. I couldn't believe that that's the description that they look, but it's because it's a stereotype that's attached to us. Everybody can eat chicken, but when black people do it, it's a spectacle. Everybody like watermelon. Watermelon selling off the shelves. But when black people do it, it's a spectacle. Bro, that right there, him, first off, him emboldened to approach the black girl just shows that he think he over her. He think he runs. Absolutely, bro. Secondly, to say that she's loud, bro, and she has headphones in is even more laughable, bro. Like it would be another thing if he didn't have headphones on. He was like, hey man, could you keep it down a little bit? I'll finish in there. Something like that. But he's like, hey man, put your headphones in. Put your headphones. He giving orders. What?
Scholar, you ain't never been to the gym where them girls be setting up tripods and putting their phone on there, and then they be over there setting shit up for like 45, 50 minutes on the bench, occupying that stuff. Like, people be in the gym really clowning with that stuff, bro. And sometimes people, and then sometimes, you know what happens, Scholar, with that? You know what happened with that, Scholar? A lot of times, the person who get it sometimes ain't the person who really did it. It's just the last. If I see it one more time, I've seen people. I'm telling you, bro, that shit. Look at like that. Look what like that
people that have been yelling at that day.
Look what like that put. He checked chicks at the gym all the time doing that dumb stuff.
Like that is trolling. He definitely trolling. He don't.
No, that's what they do, man. Man, they do that all. And on top of that, man, that gym be a wild place sometimes. You got to go in there at a certain time. You know, you can't even go to the gym at certain times of the day because it just be nonsense, man. You can't go over there. Be a bunch of silliness going on, man.
Listen, T, if I walked in the gym, bro, and there was a lady in there, if there was a lady in there yelling at her son, bro, and she yelled at him the entire time, I would go in there and I would work out, handle my business, and go home. Because that's what happens in public gyms, right? You share the gym or the space with other people, and like you said, you mind your business. See, that's the thing. Black people have learned their lesson about minding their business, right? And white people haven't. They mind everybody's business, but they own.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's not. But that's part of their nature. That's what they do. Yeah. You ain't wrong.
You know what? Him sitting up there, not minding his business is why we even having this conversation.
It's part of his nature. That's part of his nature. You can't help it. Yeah, we mind our business, man. We do what we want to do. But that whole gym stuff to knowing, man. And I hate all them YouTubers that come in and set up all that stuff, man. And that stuff be crazy, man. They be doing, man. They be having light setups, all kind of crazy stuff, man. And get mad when people from the gym come over there and tell them to get out with all that craziness, man. We ain't doing that up in here.
I remember I used to go and work out. Sometimes the sheriff would go and I would go work out late. So sometimes the sheriff would let me work out. Sometimes he would wrap up and close up and be like, nah, you got to go today. It just depend on it. But it was what it was. But the white people out there, bro, they got full ownership, bro. They pay their money just like everybody else. But them white people, they be up in there till 11 o'clock or whatever the case may be, bro. And they wasn't even working out, bro. It's just and this is why I would even advise that's a good sign that if you want to stay at a place or not. Got an HOA fee, leave.
Nah, some people need a HOA, man. Some people need a HOA, man. They be painting them houses crazy colors. They got 20 cars, and man, some people need HOAs, man. Some people can't act right. They need rules. They can't be left to their own devices. Now, some of these people need training. No, it ain't even got nothing to do with black people. HOAs is all kind of people in there, man. You get people from these different countries, man, they have 1,000 chickens in the yard. They have Santa Maria stuff all up in there. They paint the house crazy colors. Man, they have a jungle swinging around in the front yard. You got to have some rules and some conformity there, man.
Rich too long, brother. You've been rich too long.
I ain't rich. I'm just telling you, bro. I live. I'm in Miami, man. I'm in Miami. I see people from different cultures, bro. Different cultures do completely different things, bro. Like how your front door is, and some of the stuff that these people will put there. If you don't have nobody to tell them they can't do that, nah, man, you don't want that shit, dude. You definitely don't want that. Some people do some crazy stuff, and you know what HOAs do too. A lot of times they'll paint the outside of your house, so everybody's house looks fresh and clean. Now, whatever's going on the inside, who knows? But at least the presentation of your neighborhood looks clean and upkept. Ain't no trash out there on them streets. They got somebody riding around picking that up. They gonna paint them houses every couple of years. It's gonna be at a certain level. Now, man, the grass gonna stay cut. I ain't got to worry about you missing no cuts and your grass and got up to your knees because you don't feel like doing it because it's raining. No, ain't none of that finna happen. No, man, some people need a HOA, man.
What if they can't afford it at the time? The HOA fees too high.
Oh, your HOA fees too high, then the HOA go file and put a lien against your house. That's what they'll do.
And that's exactly why black people should not stay at them places right there. Because number one,
Yeah,
they
they
make
put a lien
rules
against your
so
house.
they don't want you there. And if you paying for a house and took a loan out for it, nobody should be able to tell you anything about your house. It go back to that entitlement and white people not minding their business. They put those
Nah,
rules out there to get rid of the others.
Nah, man, the county tell you what to do. What you talking about? The county will tell you you can't have no commercial vehicle
County
in
put
your
50
yard.
warnings on you and ain't finna do nothing about it.
No,
The
the
code
county,
inspection ain't finna do nothing.
yeah, the code will come over there and tell you, hey, look, you can't have that commercial vehicle in your yard. Hey, look, you can't, man, they tell you do all kind of stuff with your house, man. No, man. Somebody always trying to tell you
They're
what to do
not
with your
putting no
property.
lien on your
Yeah,
house.
they will.
But
Yes, they
they
will.
can't.
They will.
I don't know about your state. They can't do it in Texas.
Yeah, they will. They'll put, hey,
You ain't got
Florida,
no
they'll put the lien
HOA.
on
They
your
not
property
doing
quick.
nothing.
No, that cold people come out there. They'll come out, put up a fence, and don't pull no contract, and you done went across that line that you weren't supposed to go across. Watch how fast they lean out that property. Put a slap lien on there. Yeah, they put a lien on there. Getting a lien.
Man, look,
you gonna have to dig that up. You're gonna have to file the proper paperwork, get the right permits, and put that right where it go again, and you're gonna have to pay them fees. Yeah, you taking that up. Somebody always telling you what to do with your property, man. It ain't me I'm worried about. I'm worried about the other people. I'm good. I don't have no problem following rules.
Hey, man, and listen, I feel like if you buy your house and it's your property, I feel like you should be able to do whatever you want to with it. I feel like, you know, you can't.
Fantasy,
I believe in freedom. I believe in freedom. I just like I'm not no person that goes out there with the Constitution strapped around my chest or anything. But it's like if you believe in real freedom and you believe in owning stuff and property rights, is like what? Somebody could tell you what to do with your property. I'll give you an example. In the place that we stayed at with the HOA fees, right? I can remember my cousin had like a little dog, right? Little dog. And it was like a poodle, French poodle, some kind of poodle. I don't remember, but it was an expensive dog. And one day we got a letter, right, from the HOA people. And the HOA people was like, y'all need to cut y'all's dog's hair. And I was like,
extreme right there. That's extreme right
they
there.
can do whatever they want to. That's the thing. They can literally do whatever they.
They gotta have bylaws. See, this how it works, Kyle. This how it works. Every state is different, and every county is different. Where I'm at, they gotta have a board. They gotta have a list of rules. In order for them to amend those rules, they gotta vote on them, and they gotta be at the annual meeting. And all them people got to sign off for them. They just can't just start making stuff and pulling out their butt. They gotta have it, and if they collecting fees and monies from you, they gotta have records of what they paying for and what they doing with all that stuff. All that stuff got to be documented. So now that HOA stuff, man, they just took one of the biggest ones down there. They took a bunch of them people to jail and gave them people back a bunch of money. They was messing around with their money. There was the dude who's the head guy was friends with the dude who's doing the landscape, and he was getting a kickback for the landscape. He was getting a kickback for the painting. Like I think 2 of them went to jail. The rest of them had to do restitution. It took them like 2 years to sue them, but it was a bunch of money, man, that they had to mess off. Once they start doing that, though, Scholar, they get caught up because it's all paperwork. You can't get away from it. Cannot get out for it.
Hey,
Either
all I'm
way,
saying, y'all could go stay with them HOA fee people if y'all want to. You know, I like having my goddamn house. You know what I mean? I like having, you know, where I could go without cutting my grass and nobody tell me how to live in the house that I took a loan for. Like, I'm taking a risk and paying a mortgage every month for somebody to say, well, you know, you need to do this with your house. I don't like the way you do. Like, that's a form of control. And you already know. I guarantee if we did some history, and I ain't did my due diligence because I didn't know we are going to be talking about this. I guarantee if we start going down a rabbit hole, right, that has racist implications and backgrounds. Is deep rooted in racism. It was white people not wanting to be around black people and finding a way.
the origination of it? You mean the origination of HOA? I'm pretty sure it's racial undertones to it. Yeah. I'm almost positive, 99.9%. But hey man, some people need rules. A lot of people need rules, Scholar, man. That's just, it is what it is, man. People don't act right, man. And on top of that, Scholar, you never really, your house, somebody always telling you what to do with your house, man. The insurance company gonna tell you what to do with their house, man. The bank gonna tell you, man, somebody always telling you what to do with their house, man. And you always paying for it. Even you pay that joker off, you still gotta pay taxes on it every year, which don't make nothing out of bit of sense. But you gotta pay taxes annually on something you bought one time, but you gotta keep paying taxes every year. I never understood how that makes any sense off of some value that the county comes up with.
Yeah, taxes is a scam, but I'm saying, man, like, y'all just keep staying.
Super
Like
scam.
I say, he like his white neighbor. You keep all right. Go get your HOA then.
Super scam, man. It depends on where you live at. I mean, sure. I mean, we don't live in the West Coast. And West Coast folks can't even buy no house. They would love to get any house, man. Them houses, the townhouse probably cost them about $700,000. They can't get nothing over there. They in big trouble over there.
That's why they coming to Texas.
Nevada, they going to Nevada and they going to Texas. They getting up out of that place. That California stuff is crazy. That stuff is insane.
Nevada's a desert. I would never.
I mean, but it's central location. You can get from Nevada, you can get to LA if you still want to drive up there. You want to go to Texas, it's not that far, so you can pretty much drive where you want to go. And it's a Second Amendment state too, I think. It's like Texas. So you free. I mean, you all the way free. Got nobody telling you nothing. Unlike that California stuff, man, you free.
See, like that said, they got to you.
No, I done had some bad neighbors, man. You need some of that. Because think about it. Let's say you got a bad neighbor, Scholar. You got a bad neighbor, you ain't got no HOA. And he decide that he want to play music at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning every goddamn morning. Or on top of that, he want to have a party every night. Or let's just say he paint his house. Let's say he don't do none of that. He's nice and peaceful. He decided to paint his house mustard yellow. He painted his house mustard yellow with a blue top on the roof. What you gonna do about it? And you know it just brought your house value down, and you try to sell your house. What you gonna do? Can't do nothing. Can't do nothing, Scholar. He got you, man. Ain't nobody to call for that one, man. Some people need rules, man. You can't not have rules, man. That's the problem now when people don't follow rules.
Look,
there you go.
My thing is, I got a HOA. I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, some people, not everybody needs it, but some people need it. I think some people do need it because, like I said, some people, they don't have it. They might have a bunch of broke down cars in the yard, and you know what I'm saying? It's still like you said, chickens running around all that, but I personally don't like it. But my whole thing is I just stay in the house all day anyway, so it don't apply to me. I'm a homebody, you know what I'm saying? I just stay in the house all day. But I ain't got a problem. I ain't got a problem with HOA. Like I said, I just don't. They don't say nothing to me. Only thing about the HOA is I'm in the Facebook group of HOA in our neighborhood. And, man, white people, they act like that towards their own. Like, I ain't got no problem with it. I don't think there's 5 black people that live on like the street I live on, like in my section. I don't think it's 5 of them. But like I said, when I see white people, they mostly talking about
trouble.
They're mostly talking about other white folks, man. It's like this dude was walking around a neighborhood with, and I see this dude all the time. He's walking around with a backpack and boots on. He's exercising. It's a white guy. This is what kills me. They get up there and they post anonymously. They don't post with their real name. So they get up there and it's like, who's this guy walking around the neighborhood? I seen this guy with a backpack walking around the neighborhood with a hoodie on. And then somebody else responded. It's like, well, he's got weights in the backpack. He's just exercising. And I responded. I was like, well, yeah. Well, I walk around the neighborhood. I walk to the mailbox, and my mailbox is like a half a mile from the house. Which is, I'm like, man, like it's only there. It's like a half a mile, man. Like, I walk to the mailbox. I normally put on boots and a hoodie. You know what I'm saying, just to get a workout. Yeah, so I guess it calm everybody down, but. Yeah, man. There's a bunch of nosy people.
I mean, only way you get away from that, Scholar, you get you some house with some land, man. That's what you got to get away. Get above people, man. But that's gonna cost you some money, though.
Yeah,
that's the only way you can get away from that.
That's my next choice, man. I'm gonna do that because, like I said, when I want to shoot, man, I want to practice getting the gun. I gotta go to my mom.
Can you shoot on your property? Can you shoot on your property where you live at?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, not even the city limits. No way. I gotta go to my mom's house to do that, man. My mom live out there because I was living out in the country as well. I had a house out there, so I left that and came here.
Yeah.
My mom still lives in the country, so I gotta go to my mom's house if I want to shoot. I just go there and just set up. Like I got Target set up there anyway, like still Target. So my mom got a lot of land out there, so I can just go out there and shoot. You know
I wish I can't do it on my property. I got to go to somebody else's property to do it. I don't live in that kind of property. You got to go in the rural area to do that. Same thing.
Yeah, I can't do it my way. I shoot something in there. Like I said, anytime someone shoots in this area, you hear it, and you instantly hear it for miles and miles. And just like my mom here, but it's normal in my mom's area because everybody knows it's me out there. When I go back there, they know. They know my mom's son is. They know I'm out there shooting. So it ain't no big deal. But like I said, here at 3:00 in the morning, I mean, one time they was shooting, and so I got into Facebook. So I was like, anybody else hear that? Everybody respond like, yeah, I heard some gunshots. It was like 3 gunshots, like 3 in the morning area.
I haven't done it in a while because bullets cost too much money now, man.
Oh yeah, man, that's why
way too much money. Way too much.
I stock up every chance I get, man. I got like 3 canisters. Bullets, you know what I'm saying? So I'm always just buying extra bullets. And like at one point, 22 bullets was hard to get, man, but they're easy. 22 bullets are easy to get now. Like that, it's like when Obama was in office. Like every time a Democrat is in office, it's hard to get bullets.
They flip out. Yeah.
I don't know why. Yeah. People, they get scared when the Democrats in office and they start buying all these bullets up, man. Like, because the truck comes every Tuesday. The guys will be waiting out there every Tuesday morning for the truck to come at the mall. Waiting in line just to get some 22 bullets. But like I said, I don't even use a 20. I don't use my 22s like that, man. Like I said, I ain't carrying around a 22. See what I look like, man? This ain't the Wild West.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, probably the 38 to do the job. That's as heavy as you need right there. That ain't that heavy either.
I ain't carrying nothing less than a 9 or 38, man. Well,
38 to do the job. I used to walk around 45 ACP, but that thing too heavy, man. Your side be hurt.
I don't like
I
don't like the safety on that 45. Well, depending on you had a 1911.
No. I got the ACP, the semi. Okay. I think I forgot who made that one. That particular one I have. It don't have no safety really. It's got the hand trigger with the double trigger. It got the double trigger, and you got in the back. You got to put your hand in the back a certain kind of way.
Yeah, just like they made the new Beretta M4 like that.
Yeah, a double trigger. Yeah, you got to pull it past a certain point for it to go.
I like the old Beretta with the safety on it because I bought the new Beretta, and I got still at the old, but I like, man, I thought
The old ones, they're reliable. I don't know about the new ones, but them things, you pull that trigger, it's gonna go.
yeah,
One thing about them things.
I never had a Beretta jam on me. I've never had a jam on me.
No, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, so but yeah,
Not gonna happen.
I normally carry around a Beretta and a 9, and always it's a revolver just in case. Because I always carry 2 or 3, at least a revolver, always 1 to 2.
But did you see? That's a black guy who got a holster that fit pretty much any handgun. I believe it's called Badass Holster. That's literally the name of it.
I haven't
Seen that? Have you seen that? Have you seen that one?
I've seen that one.
Yeah. Look it up. It's called Badass Holster. It's a black guy selling it.
That's crazy.
It's supposed to work for any. I think it worked from anything down from a 22 up to a 45. I think you can put it in there and it'll work.
I just when I'm out exercising, man, when I walk to the mailbox, I grab a hoodie, walk to the mailbox, and put a hoodie on and put the gun in the front. That's what I do, man. The gun in front of the hoodie, man.
Well, I mean, depending on the states, because some of these states now they done made it where you don't have to have no paperwork now. They open it up.
I know some states like that, but my state ain't one of them. So I got all my paperwork. I got to renew my your conceal here every 5 years. So yeah, I got to renew mine.
You can go state to state with that, right? You can go to your neighboring state with that, right?
I checked the reciprocity. Like all the southern states got reciprocity with each other. We can't carry it in none of the East Coast, the northern states. You know what I'm saying? Like northern states and the blue states like California. Now we can't go there, but I can go to Michigan, carry in Michigan, and in Virginia and all that stuff, and all the southern states. But yeah, it's them blue northern states. They don't play them games.
Yeah.
they don't like the southern states. They ain't giving us reciprocity.
Yeah, they be on some craziness, man. But ain't nobody going over there for all positive. That ain't gonna happen.
You live in You live in Pennsylvania, don't you?
Right now, Miami. Right now, from Pennsylvania. Yeah, all my folks up there.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Like,
there in DC, Michigan,
Pittsburgh. Like, but yeah, I can't live in no blue state, man. I just don't like the gun laws in a blue state, man. I don't understand disarmed citizens.
Yeah, but Pittsburgh kind of wild too. But some parts of that, they still got gangs heavy up there in certain parts of that stuff too, man. You know, it's craziness up there. They be on that gang crap up there in certain areas, real heavy. Some of them areas, and then some of them areas like Squirrel Hill and all of that, super upper class, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, I just gotta live in it. I said I gotta live in this. I gotta live in this red state, man. I gotta live in a red state where it's easy. Because I was talking with a guy online. He lived in New Jersey, and he was telling about the process of weapons and bullets. Now I don't know if this still like this, but he told me that the process of buying a gun, like okay, you buy your gun, you got to jump through hoops to get a gun anyway in New Jersey, and once you get the gun, you got to put in an application to come get the bullets like the next day. I'm like, what?
What?
What? Yeah.
What?
I'm like, man.
But that's probably if you don't get your concealed weapons, though. I would imagine if you get a concealed weapons with that state, then they wouldn't let you do that. But you know, you got that DD 214. Most of them states, you just send that in there, and they'll get to you. You just pay the fee.
Oh,
they get to you.
It's mandatory anyway. Like most states, if you got a DD 214.
Yeah, they get to you. You just got to pay the fee. They just want that fee. I never understood. But I never understood. You got to take that class. But I never understood why you got to pay that fee most of the time to the agriculture. The agriculture and fish and wildlife is crazy stuff. Like that's who you cut the check to for most of the states for that CPL license.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know. Crazy. I don't know how long license lasts in other states, but I know here is 5 years here for the concealed license. You just got to get it renewed every 5 years. But our driver's license here is 8 years. And I remember being in the military, and I met a guy with an Arizona driver's license, and his license was like 40 years. I don't know if it's still like that, but yeah, he's like a 40
Man, I
year
think
old.
that's a bit long. Yeah, we don't need nobody doing that for 40 years, man. We need to reevaluate you after a couple of years, man.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, and I'm not with the whole ageism thing, like saying that.
Man, I am. You can't be driving no car at no certain age, man.
Yeah, I think
That's crazy.
anybody like in your 80s, they shouldn't be driving.
Should not be driving. Should not be driving a car.
I'll be getting behind these people, man. They going like 30 miles per hour in a 55-mile zone, and you pass.
Should not.
Man, I seen this one lady one day, man, and I didn't even get mad. I remember this one lady, it's old white lady. She almost ran me off the road because she ran through the she went through the stop sign and she didn't see me coming. And basically, she didn't even see me. She's up because she really didn't see me. And I ran off the road and almost ran me in a ditch. And I was mad at first. I saw what it was like, man, you know what? It ain't even her fault. That's her family fault. And she's 80-some years old driving, and she shouldn't be out here. So I didn't even get mad. And then
But you know that whole thing with that license stuff is state to state. There's nothing universal with that driver license. How they even administer tests, what's on the test, how long they got it. None of that stuff. It's all state to state. It's different. None of it's the same. Like if you're gonna do parallel parking, some of them got parallel parking. I don't think many of them have it. I don't think many states have that anymore. I think most of them took that out.
We stopped that. We stopped that in the 90s here. Parallel parking.
Yeah, they took that out in most states.
Yeah.
You ain't got much backing on it no more. The written test is like it's a joke. Like that's why these jokers can't drive, man. And then them little schools, man, they got schools that be teaching these people how to drive. They be using them little smart cars, little mini cars. Like, man, how you gonna teach somebody how to drive that little bitty thing? That ain't even a whole car. Like, what is that?
When I got my license, and I don't know what they doing now, but when I first got my license, it was so many people, and they always tell like the best time to go. My friend of mine told me this then. It's like the best time to go is when it's packed at the driver's license place when you first get your license, because he told me like all they're gonna do, they're gonna take you out, take you around the corner till you do a 3-point turn and bring you back, and that's all they did. That's really all they did, yo.
Yeah.
Take you around the corner and in a play area, take you to a 3-point turn and bring you back to the driver's license place.
What they used to do with driver's ed. Driver's ed used to be in most high schools. That's how most kids got their license. But a lot of these counties, they're not even having driver's ed no more. They don't even have the programs no more. They got rid of them.
I know driver's ed, man. For me, it was a full week. First of all, you had to go to it was a 2-week class you took after school. Every day after school, it was like a 2-hour class every day after school for 2 weeks. Then the guy that would come get you, they would get you like for like a full week. They would get you drive you around for like 2 hours. And I'm not talking about just taking around the corner. They would put you in public. They would get you in public. And you would just drive around. And you know what I'm saying? And he would have a break on his side and all this stuff. And I never forget my teacher, man, Mr. Stuckey. He was a driver's ed teacher. And he said, to this day, I don't run a stop sign. But he's like, he told all of us, he's like, if you ever run a stop sign when I'm with you, I'm gonna find a stop sign with a lot of people gathered around. I'm gonna go in the neighborhood and I'm gonna make you get out and apologize to the stop sign in front of everybody.
What? You gotta give an apology to the stop sign.
He's like, you ever ran a stop sign with him? Yeah,
Man.
Man. That was over 30 years ago when I got my. That was over 30
Yeah, they ain't doing that no more. These jokers can't drive work for nothing, man. They can't drive work for nothing, man.
Yeah, man. So that's when I get behind a driver's ed car and I see the sign on top. I don't even mess with them kids, man, because I know how they feeling behind the wheel. Because I know how I felt behind the wheel. I was terrified when I first got behind the wheel, man. Because I never drove like nowhere else before. My mom didn't teach me how to drive or nothing, man. So I got behind the wheel, man. I thought it was easy as the arcade. I'm like, man, I never forget how I felt, man.
You know they got the automated cars that's coming out. They already got some of them down there with Scarlett in Austin. The Tesla, the Y. Yeah. They got two of them already riding around down there that they completely autonomous, where nobody's in them. They just riding downtown Austin right now.
I've been seeing, I don't know how real it was, but
I've been seeing that they was talking about automatic trucks, 18-wheelers. I hope
They doing that at certain. They doing that in California though.
And I don't know automatic 18-wheeler on a highway, man.
They already on that. They already doing it, but they only doing it like certain runs. But because California got the highways, they just jump on the highway and jump back off.
Oh, okay.
No, they only doing it for certain. Like they doing a run now. Officially, they're supposed to launch it. I think the last date that he put was June 22nd for Tesla. For the fully autonomous, where there's nobody nobody's even sitting in the driver's seat. It's just the car completely driving by itself. And they're already doing that too. I think they're doing a couple blocks. They're supposed to start expanding it out. That'd be crazy if they pull that off. They're able to make that work. Because the Waymo cars cost them cars gotta cost like $200,000-$300,000 because they got all these sensors and lasers and man, they got all kind of stuff. And Google cars, the Waymos, they got all kind of stuff hooked up to them. Tesla just used them little cheap 5-megapixel cameras, and then plus the data that they have from everybody else's car that's on the road. So they don't really spend that kind of money on the cars. So if they're able to pull it off of their little system that they have, that'd be crazy.
All right, I'm back. I had to go do that assignment real fast.
What assignment you had to do, man?
The discussions. I already looked at it earlier. I know in my head what I wanted to say.
What was the discussion about?
It was about art. I had to pick a movie and then say the stock characters and what they did in the movie.
You should did Tales from the Hood.
Yeah, and then at the bottom, at the last sentence, scholars, you just got to say that Pittsburgh T was right. He's always right.
No, the last sentence I put, this ain't no funeral home. This is hell.
Hey, what was good I just saw was that accountant. That accountant too that's on Amazon Prime. That thing is really good, man.
Man, that was an awful movie.
See part one. So I don't know. I haven't seen part one yet.
Huh? You seen one?
No,
I thought that's an awful movie, man.
You ain't seen? Come on, man. Come on, stop it. You joking with me, Paul Potter. You ain't seen the accountant at all?
A part two that looked pretty good, but I don't want to look at it because I ain't seen part one. So I want to know what it's about.
Ben Affleck is a horrible actor. I ain't gonna lie. That's why I didn't like the movie.
Which one? The part two?
I thought the first one was good. I didn't like part two though.
Part two was okay. I mean, compared to what they got going on now, it was
They
decent.
did too much.
It wasn't the best thing.
They did too much. Like the brother, they wanted him to show emotions, but at the same time be autistic. It was just too much, bro.
That's all right, bro. First of all, they stuck to the storyline. They didn't put no rainbow stuff in there, and they really stuck to the storyline. And there was a lot of action in there. There was a lot of people getting beat up, which I like. A lot of people getting shot, which I like. It was all right, and it was the price was right.
My wife liked the movie. I don't like the movies where a dude walk in a bar and kill everybody, like 20 people, and he just kill them.
Man,
yeah, I like stuff like that.
You gotta be realistic.
That's
Like in Denzel in the Equalizer, where he was like counting, he was like, Mississippi. You know what I mean? Like it gotta be something like that. And that was cold. You know what I mean? But nah, I don't like just random.
Scott, but we don't have no real movies no more, man. Everything is phony now, man. The Sinners has got what? It got Indians and ain't nothing real. That ain't real, man. Like ain't none of this stuff real no more, man. It's all phony, man. Nothing's real. But the price is right on that count too, though. I like that price, that $3.99. I can rock with that, boy.
Hey, no, it ain't free, man, because the thing about Prime,
they play commercials now.
Yeah, Prime, they charge you to get rid of commercials now. That's crazy.
Watch the commercials. I can watch a commercial too. It ain't gonna kill me. I sure be watching them.
Man,
I watch it, man.
I got an ad-free YouTube, man. I hate ads, man.
I have it now because I got that Gemini, the Ultra program. The Gemini Ultra, they got all the AI stuff that go with it, man. That stuff is crazy. I've been using that stuff man, you can use that stuff for all kind of stuff, man. Skyler, were you able to listen to those podcasts that I put together and I sent them to you?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do one. I'm gonna do one. Yeah, I experimented with it a little bit.
You see how easy it is to do it? You can do it from your phone. So I'll positive. I don't know if you know this, but Google made this app. You can either do the app or you can do it in your computer.
Hold on, brother. Don't give away the secrets.
No, I'm just gonna tell them what they got going on. So Google got all these different AI apps. They got one that'll build out a podcast for you, where you can dump a bunch of information and it'll create its own podcast for you. They got one where you can create your own movie out of nothing. So you can go in there on this app and you can literally say, I want a man kissing this woman at the beach in the dark, and this is what I want her to say, and it'll do it, and it'll make real people.
What in the world we got humans doing stuff for if they can do everything like that?
That's where they were striking. Remember they were striking like 2 years ago? The Actors Guild was out there striking in Netflix, and they was flipping out saying that they was trying to get ahead of that because they seen it. They seen it was coming. It's already here. And it's really good. You can't tell.
Everybody making a big deal about what Timbaland said about AI, like because Timbaland got an AI artist now. He's doing AI music, so everybody making a big deal.
Probably good too.
I'm like, as long as y'all support y'all regular artists that you like, you should worry about what Timbaland's doing with AI. And like, it's your responsibility to support your favorite artists. And what
that's over though. I think that's over though. All positive. I think like AI is so good, bro. It's gonna be hard for you to compete with that, man. Like, man, you got to start. You start using some of these programs and how good this stuff is, man. It's hard to compete. Because like you could take even on Gemini or Chat GPT, you could dump a report in there and tell it to summarize it. It'll type up a summary.
Dude, look,
man,
this is what you can do. This is what I found.
You could put an audio file for it to read it back to you. Then it'll read it. But man, please, you save so much time.
You could put all your stuff in there that you want them to do, and you could be like, write me a 2-page academic essay on this.
Yep.
Give a whole and like tell them what you want to write, and they will do that for you. And on top of that, that I wouldn't turn in. I'm not telling y'all to do this. So you listen to me. Don't go saying that I told y'all to do this. But if I did that, I would tell them to write me a 2-page essay, academic essay. Then you take that, and they got a thing called a paraphraser, and you can paraphrase that whole paper into so it wouldn't be detectable. I'm not saying I've ever done that, but I'm just saying this is what is.
Well, then too. The other thing you could do too. They got this other thing called Canva on Gemini. When you hit that button, man, you can create a whole website. You can do like ad promotions on there, and you don't need because in the old days you needed Photoshop and then you needed Illustrator. Because Illustrator, anything you made on Illustrator, you can put it and it never pixelates over the size. So if you blew something up real big, it doesn't look real pixelated, or you made it a little small. So all the graphic designers use that. But that Canvas stuff, that app, man, is completely free and it does all that. And it throws in AI. Man, they just made stuff so simple for you to do a lot of different things where you can really be productive. If you figure out how to use some of this stuff, man, your life be so much easier trying to consume information and data and getting right information and getting it from different sources. And man, you can really make yourself way more efficient and more productive if you want to be.
So my question is, and I haven't used Photoshop since since 2000. I say about 2005, 6 maybe. I was using Photoshop too. But what is a good editing program? Now I just got back into doing the photo editing. What's a good editing program? Now I think Photoshop now they don't sell it anymore. They just go by subscription now. I don't think they sell the actual product.
Yeah, you have to get the photography. If you go on Adobe that sells the software, they're gonna have a photography suite, which is gonna come with Lightroom and Photoshop and Camera Raw. Those all three are different photo editing software. Photoshop is the most powerful one. Yeah. Then Lightroom, depending on which one you use, because they have 2 different versions of it, that's your least powerful one. And then the easiest one to use is Camera Raw. But that's all the Adobe suite. And then the free one, it's got that GIMP I think it's GINMP. That one is free. It's a little clunkier. It has a lot of the features that Photoshop has. Photoshop differences is that it has the plugins. So with Photoshop you can go buy like Google has a suite that you can add in on Photoshop, and it's got all these presets where you can click in, like if you want to do skin or you wanted to like blur somebody's skin out and give it that smooth effect. You buy the Google. I forgot that. I think it's I can't remember the name of it. Nikon has one, which is Nike Effects, and you can do those plugins inside of Photoshop, and now you got 2-in-1. And then now with Photoshop is the most powerful and the best, hands down. Nothing else is.
But
nothing else is close to that.
You can't own Photoshop. They only got subscription now, right?
Right. Well, most of them are. Majority of them are subscription. If they're not going to be subscription, they're going to be either one or two ways. They're going to be a Chinese app that you don't know where the heck it came from, or it's going to be open source with like GIMP, which is going to be like Linux based or something like that, which is going to be a little bit more complicated to use, but it is free. But it's open source.
What do you think is the best one that you can own? Like, what's the best?
Photoshop. Yeah, Photoshop.
But you can't own it. I'm just saying you can't own Photoshop though.
Yeah, but but they do that because they're constantly doing updates on it, and on Photoshop too. You can do video too. You can edit video, like, so if you buy, let's say you have Photoshop, you can actually edit video on there too. You can make, websites. You can do everything on that thing. It's
a phone. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, you can do video on there too. There's a video editing on there too. It's just a little different, but it's got video on there. You can edit video on there. You can do marketing stuff. Like if you want to do stuff for ads, you can do it on there. You can make website stuff on there. It's a lot of stuff you can do on there. Lightroom is the cheapest, but they usually all come bundled together, so it's kind of hard to just get one because it's all subscription based and it's all from Adobe. So they have the best stuff. So as far as that goes, they have it. Now, if you want to get something else, your phone has what it has, but it's not going to have the features of that. That's just not. That ain't going to be the same thing. That ain't going to be the same thing. And then what you got to do, you got to pick one, and you got to what you do is you pick one and you just Google workflow. And once you Google the workflow, you're going to see how people use it. Like they'll do like a shoot. Let's say they do a wedding shoot, and they'll take say they got 500 pictures. They'll dump them in there, and you'll see how they work through those pictures. And that's the workflow. So they saving time, because the time is the part that you're trying to figure out is how you can efficiently use it. And once you figure out how to do one, everything is pretty much the same, and everything works off shortcuts. So like Control plus, Control minus, everything works off shortcut keys off your keyboard. If you don't have the little, what's that thing called? The little pencil thing with the pad and stuff. You don't have all that, but you really don't need it now because the AI is really good. Like if you go in Photoshop and it's got a button where you could select and you can hit for the sky and you hit for it to select the sky, it pretty much auto selects it really good. You only got to go in there and maybe touch up a little bit. Whereas before you would have to have like a pen and you'd have to draw the thing out and like zoom in real close and like really draw out what it is. Man, you hit a button with that on that thing, say select the subject, boom, it's selected. Select the sky, boom, it's selected. It might be off a little bit. It might be you zoom in, it might be a couple little spots where you got to spread it out. But man, that thing is so good. The best one is Photoshop, obviously. It ain't even close.
Photoshop, that's what you use. You use that.
Yeah, I use Photoshop.
And what subscription you got? Like, what's the best subscription to get with that?
Well, you're gonna do a subscription. You want to do it on the holidays because they give you a discount. So the one I had, I think it was 2 years. It was $30 a month for 2 years. I bought that Thanksgiving.
That's a lot of money for stuff that you ain't gonna never own, man.
Oh no, yeah, but it's so you're gonna save so much time when you get ready to do something, man. You got every tool to do it.
I know that, man. Because I remember the Photoshop I was using back in the day. I thought it was Photoshop too, man. Like, yo, I own that. I actually I didn't.
Nah, you can't own no software no more. That's not happening. You ain't owning no more software. That's over.
If I get the software right, what if because my internet, it goes out once every couple months. My internet goes out, I can't use it. Right?
No. It's downloaded to your computer. You can still use it. No. The difference is like the update. So like most of them, what's going to happen is you're going to get a suite. It's going to come with those 3 programs, which typically if you get the photographer one, it's going to be Camera Raw, Lightroom, and Photoshop. And then if you want to be sporty, you get some storage. So you get online storage to the stuff you edit. Now you get the online storage, you get a little bit of it. When you edit a photo or you start working on a Photoshop file, if you open up your phone and you log into your account, that same file will be there. If you go on your laptop, it'll still be there. If you go on your iPad, it'll be there. If you go on your computer, it'll still be there. So it's like that seamless process where everything is just there. If you're working on it, if you're saving the stuff to the cloud, it's all there. So like you're paying for ease. Now, of course, you can use other stuff, but you're gonna waste so much time when you got a bunch of pictures. It ain't gonna be worth it. It's not. It just, to me, it ain't worth. You can try to do it, but it just ain't gonna be worth your time. But you're gonna be spinning your head trying to make that stuff work.
I got a couple more questions. Like, all right. I said I got a couple computers, so I can use it on both of my computers.
Yeah, one subscription work on no matter where you at.
Okay, all right. And another thing, so I'm looking at this thing. I'm about to get this now. I see right here they got the Photoshop and Lightroom together.
Comes with Camera Raw too. Yeah, Photoshop, Lightroom, and Camera Raw comes with it by default.
Well, Photoshop by itself is $22.99, and Photoshop with Lightroom is $19. I'm like, how is that cheaper?
Yeah, that's what you want. You want that combination with the Lightroom and the Photoshop.
But how is it cheaper than a Photoshop by itself?
I don't know, but that's what I'm saying. That's the way they force you to buy it. I've never been able to just buy straight Photoshop. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, what is this right here? I'm looking at this Adobe Premiere Pro PR. What is that? Professional video and film editing.
Premiere Pro. Yeah, that's Premiere Pro.
I need that one as well.
Yeah, so if you need that, then you got to get the whole package. So then look, this is what you do.
The whole package is the Creative Cloud all apps. That's the one with $60 a month.
Yeah, don't do that. What you do, you can try it for 30 days. We're in June. By the 4th of July, they'll have a special. On the 3rd, you're gonna come back and then you're gonna buy it. They're gonna give you 30-day free trial. Do the free trial for 30 days. And then by the 3rd, you're gonna come back and you'll see them prices be slashed.
Okay. Do I got a business, so
July the 3rd. But July the 4th, no. Students get discounts. If you're a student, you get a discount. Certain companies get a discount, but business, you don't get nothing. You just got to buy like the holidays. If you buy it on the holidays or right before or right on the holiday, they usually give you a discount. Memorial Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas, 4th of July. That's when you get those are discount days.
I see right here.
Outside of that,
I got student accounts. I got access to student accounts because I got a lot of students' emails that I be tutoring and doing and helping out, so I can use their emails.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, use that. But if you use Photoshop, you'll like it. I mean, and then as far as the training goes for the Photoshop, you can find a lot of it on YouTube. You'll find a lot of those guys that are certified from Adobe. They'll have the Adobe shirt on and all of that. It's a black guy with some thick Coke bottle glasses. He do a lot of those courses. I can't think of his name on the top of my head. He do a lot of those courses when you start seeing them. And he's authorized by him. But if you want to pay for something, you either want to do Udemy, UDEMY, do the subscription.
They got different stuff like filmmaking courses and instrument courses.
Yeah.
I know what that.
But they got a subscription on Udemy where you could pay, I think it's $20 a month, and you get access to a whole different side of their library. Not everything, but a lot of stuff you get access to. Some stuff is still paid, but majority of it, you have enough stuff where you can go in there, type Photoshop, and get enough stuff where you can go through hours and hours of that stuff figured out. Now, if you wanted to go the free route, YouTube University is there for you. That ain't gonna go nowhere. And another paid site is Kelby, which is KELBY.com. You probably seen this guy before. That's Scott Kelby, this white guy with some glasses. He always have like all these different people that are like professionals in their field, and then they come over and shoot. They go through the whole process of going out there shooting whatever they shoot. Like if they do landscape, they go out there and shoot landscape, and they'll come back with the camera, and then they'll process it and show you how they process it and what they process it in. Or if they're shooting like models, they'll show you how they set the lights up and all of that. So it's different. It's only photography. That's all he does. Photography, and he'll go through everything from the software, Photoshop, the Lightroom, to being on set to show you how to shoot different stuff. But that one is I think that's $24 a month too, and it's not like a permanent subscription. You can get that for a month or two, and just try to learn what you want to learn, and that's it. Because most people, what I know, most people don't really know how to use Photoshop like that. They know how to do what they know how to do, and that's it.
I'm about to get this Creative Cloud thing. I can get this thing for $19 a month with a college thing, man. The college
Yeah, I mean, it's dope. You like it.
Yo,
be chopping up your stuff too.
This is what I was gonna ask you all, positive. How you feel about a Timothy Bradley return to the ring?
What, he talking about returning?
He
working out.
Man.
Nah, he working out. He coming back.
Yeah.
Who can he be?
He can't beat none of them young dudes. He gonna be like Bernard Hopkins, man. He gonna be knocked out of the ring. What that white boy that knocked him all the way out the ring?
This is honestly what I think. I think that Tim Bradley is like, you remember what's the dude name, the basketball player? What's his name?
Jordan?
The bus life. Kwame Brown.
Yeah,
He like Kwame Brown. Like everybody pick on Timothy Bradley. And Timothy Bradley humble. When somebody picking on you and you humble, they're not gonna respect you. You got to show them you got teeth.
Yeah.
So Timothy Bradley showing he got teeth. This is personally what I think. What I know. Most fighters that get out the ring, they start to miss anyway. Just naturally they start to miss. The people calling you champ, going places, getting where you mean. They just started to miss it all. The women, accolade, all that stuff, right? So I think he just started training, and I think the training gave him confidence to fight again. Because Timothy Bradley never wanted to retire. Teddy Atlas convinced him to retire. Getting him CT scans and wanting him to have enjoy the rest of his life type stuff. So I don't think he ever wanted to retire. But then he started working and getting cocky. He was like, "Yo, tell Bill Haney these hands still work."
Oh my God. Get out of here. The dude that wouldn't fight Spence. Get out of here, man. Get out of here, man. He gonna get knocked out. He gonna get touched up like your boy, man, like Bernard Hopkins, man.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Timothy Bradley got a shot at this.
At what?
If by some miracle Pacquiao beat Barrios, he can get a Pacquiao rematch.
Man,
stop it, man. Nobody want to see that.
Man, so y'all wouldn't watch Timothy Bradley versus Manny Pacquiao for a title?
I don't want to watch none of them old dudes. I want them old dudes to go sit down somewhere, man, before they get hurt. Leave them young boys alone.
I don't want to see Manny get hurt.
The young boys suck.
They have saw that bad. They still, ask Bernard Hopkins what that he was talking trash. Ain't no white boy gonna do this and that. He got knocked all the way up out the rig. Yeah, that worked too good.
45 years old when that fight happened.
Man, how old Tim Bradley is?
He ain't nowhere near Bernard Hopkins. Listen.
Nah, they're the same age.
No, Bernard Hopkins, listen, me and Bernard Hopkins talk all the time. Bernard Hopkins came in the shop. I said, Bernard Hopkins, between me and you, how old is you? He said 65 years old. 65 years old.
They about to say it, man. They about to say it, man. Bernard Hopkins got dead wrong. That boy knocked him out the ring so bad, he jumped right up. That's how you know he got knocked out bad, man.
Nah.
So you think Tim Bradley got a shot? That what you trying to tell me, son?
Yeah. I don't think he left that much of himself in the ring. Bernard Hopkins kept going to the well.
I don't know, man. That ain't good. We seen what happened to Roy Jones at the end, man. Like, nah, man, that ain't. I don't. Nah, man. Them old dudes need to stay away from that stuff, man. Once
Roy
it's
Jones
gone,
still
it's
boxing.
gone,
What you
man.
talking about?
He ain't boxing nobody like that, though, man. He ain't getting in there with no contenders, nothing like that, man. He just be.
Tell him.
What?
Roy Jones still boxing. The only reason Roy Jones ain't boxing no contenders because they don't want to box him because they respect him.
Roy Jones is calling out Jake Paul, man. Jake Paul will knock Roy Jones out at this point.
Nah, he better not fight. J. Paul better not do Roy Jones like that, dog. That'd be disrespectful, man. Right? J. Paul knock him into the next dimension, man. J. Paul, what, like 190 or something, 200, something like that?
Roy Jones, where you fight at?
Nah, man, but he ain't no 20-something-year-old at that weight, man. He's 40-something-year-old man. That ain't
I don't think Roy Jones can beat Jake Paul at this point now. I don't want to see the fight, man. So
not at that age. Nah, that's bad, man.
He is 56 years old.
Yeah, that's not good, man. Yeah, that's not good. It's not good. Shit, remember Tyson had us all hamped up talking about he was taking TRT. He was taking he was taking what he was taking testosterone replacement therapy. He was doing genome. And he was doing all kind of stuff, man. That dude was too old, man. Okay, you can do all that. It don't matter.
You all positive.
Yeah.
Bo just sent to my phone, Bud sparring middleweights.
What that supposed to mean?
Yeah, what that mean?
Yo, Bo, you want me to show it?
Yeah, show it.
What's it supposed to mean, though? Clarissa Shields said she beat up men in sparring all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, what that mean?
Good shit got stretched out by that.
Yo, Bo, beam back in. I'll show it.
Clarissa got one of them big caps on, man. She be capping hard sometimes, man. That's the part I don't like about her. Still root for her.
In Pittsburgh, I'm about to do it, man. I gotta go pick one of my emails out to use, but yeah, I'm about to do this thing, man. I'm gonna do a 3-month trial first. You know what I'm saying?
See if it lets you do the trial first. Try to do the 30-day trial. Because I'm telling you, 4th of July, watch. You go back there on the 4th of July, it's gonna be cheaper. They're gonna give you a different rate.
I'm gonna do this 30-day trial right now. So just with this.
Yeah, do the 30. And then put a reminder on your calendar, on your Google calendar, for the July the 3rd, July the 4th, for you to come back and see how much it actually costs, see if it drops. You might get lucky. I think that's what, if I'm not mistaken, that's when they do it. Once you go that way, you ain't gonna want to go back, bro. It make your life easy. Once you figure out how to use it, man, you can. Because once you edit it and you figure out how to edit good, man, you edit so many pictures, so you can do a whole time, no problem.
I used to be good at it, man. Look, I had this female friend of mine. She got beat up by her boyfriend. It was a white girl I knew back in 2005 or whatever. But I made her face unbruised. I remember I did that part. It was a part to the picture of it. I made her face unbruised. You know what I'm saying? I photoshopped out the black eye and all that stuff, and I made it look normal. So I was pretty good at it, man. It was like 20 years ago, though. I was pretty good at it back then.
Oh, it's way easy now. Yeah, it's way easier now. If you was good back then, now it's walking the park, man. You was working with the old stuff, man. That new stuff easy, man.
Back then,
you can do that stuff in your man. That stuff's so easy and funny.
When you wanted to lift somebody out of a picture, like and put them somewhere, you had to trace around it, like little by little.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't got to do that no more.
You couldn't do it automatically. They didn't lift it automatically. Now, even on my phone, now they do it automatically, lift you out of the picture.
Yeah. Yeah, they do a really good job.
Your hands still work.
So what?
So you saying your hands still work? You telling Bill Haney your hands still work?
My hand? What do you mean?
That's what Tim told Bill Haney. These hands still work.
Said his hands still work.
Yeah, that's what Tim told Bill Haney. He said these hands still work.
Oh, he said these hands. Okay, yeah. Oh man, you know Bill. Even Bill Haney. You know he can't beat no Tim Bradley.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Barrios will get pieced up by Tim.
Man, Barrios will beat Tim Bradley.
Yeah,
bro, Barrios sucks.
Yeah, we know that. We know Barrio's not good, but the thing is, he's an active younger fighter. These old guys are not going to beat him, even though he sucked as a young guy. And we know that. Oh boy, I got heartburn like crazy.
Yeah, you gonna get that old man beat up, Scarlett, man. I'm be gassing that man up, man. You ain't gonna have to go out there and take them blows to the head like he is, man. You gonna get that man.
I'll be like,
Man, Tim Bradley, he coming in. Tim Bradley coming in, messing stuff up. Y'all got Tim Bradley messed up.
Man, he finna get himself messed up.
B. Norman stepped back in the ring and beat up what's the name? Greg Hackett.
Man,
And Greg Hackett was a heavyweight.
How old is Tim Bradley, bro? He gotta be 40, ain't he?
He got to be in his 40s.
He gotta be 40.
No, I don't think he's 40.
Yeah, he gotta be 40.
He got to be in his 40s.
Yeah, nah, that's done, man. He done, man. He cooked. But the youngster say he cooked. Ain't no way. They'll leave them young dudes alone. You better figure out how to be a trainer if you want to do something. But they have him over there, laid out over there, sucking his thumb, man. Flashing that light in his
he's
eye.
41. That's a good age.
Man.
But now Hopkins all the way to 49 years old.
Stop, man.
Yo, Picasso, facts. Picasso said Tim Bradley versus Bronner. Make it happen. That's the fight we never got to see. Tim Bradley a cook Bronner.
Okay, I can't really say too much about that because Bronner ain't gonna throw no punches. So, yeah.
Y'all got to stop that, man. Y'all got to start believing in y'all fellow black men. The limitation was only made for the average man to believe he was average.
Man, well, we finna find out once he get his old ass in that ring. He be laid out, man. And hey, when he get laid out, I'll be like, Scholar, this is old. You did this to this brother. You.
Hey, and what if you win? I want full credit.
Hey, B-Hop won a couple matches. Boy, he got that uppercut of a lifetime, man.
He old, buddy.
Yeah, y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta start believing. You know what I mean? Because the model believe that fighting was in the mind.
Tim Bradley ain't that, bro. And he gonna be doing in the middle of the fight. He gonna be doing like your boy talking about. He still got it. Do I still got it? He gonna be like Tio. Do I still got it? No, that dude too old, man. Just relax,
y'all gotta
man.
stop. Y'all gotta
He gonna
stop,
hurt
man.
himself. He gonna get that man hurt, man. Leave that to the professionals, man. Which he is not one no more. Even Manny, man. Why is Manny still fighting, bro? Like, man, he need to let it go, dog. Stop trying to promote all these people. That's what I'm saying. He need to let it go, man.
Oh, Manny
got to be 50 something. That's crazy.
Put it like this: wasn't Manny Timothy Bradley age when he beat Thurman?
Yeah, he was 40 when he beat Keith Thurman, but he was active though. He was active 40. He was still fighting. He didn't stay out for 4 or 5 years and come back. He was still fighting.
Yeah, I got all the excuses for the black man not to triumph.
Well, the thing about it, Keith Thurman wasn't active himself. You know, Keith Thurman, he'll fight once and take 2 years off. So Manny was more active than Keith Thurman. I actually picked Manny to win that fight. Unfortunately for me, gambling wasn't legal in North Carolina yet. We just got gambling maybe 2 years ago.
I can't believe the Bills are still trying to bounce around the boxing ring, man. They made it. They made some money. Then, man, you survived. Get on down the road, man. Let somebody else make some money, man. You got your faculty still together, man. Get on down the road, man. It's like Deontay trying to come back. I can't believe he's trying to come back, man. Like, man, let it go, man. It's over.
Hold on.
Nah, a lot of them, but that dude out.
Oh, yo. BET honored Snoop Dogg last night.
For what?
What? Not Snoop Dogg that told everybody not to perform at the inauguration. But then he went for inauguration.
So wait a minute, y'all gonna act like Snoop Dogg ain't got sexual seduction in his playlist?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying Snoop Dogg.
Bro,
Look,
but he ain't did that in I don't know how many years,
Sexual
man.
seduction is a
I'm
classic.
not saying that no one. I'm not criticizing anyone performing at any inauguration with Trump, but because Nelly and Soulja Boy and Rick Ross performed that, I'm not criticizing them for that. The only reason I'm criticizing Snoop Dogg is that he said anybody performed there is a coon. Then he went and performed it. That's why I'm criticizing him. I ain't criticizing Nelly performing because Nelly never said that.
Yeah, but you know them black celebs, man. You can't take them dudes literal, man. When they start selling you stuff, they pop up and they like, don't worry about what they do to Umar. Don't worry about what I said back there. I ain't really mean that. Look here now. Umar too, man. He got to be. He got to be the best grifter. Bro, he got to be the best grifter. He got to be He got to be the super grifter. The grifter. He got to have an award for grifter of all time, of all decade, bro. He been running that scam for about 20 years now.
Man,
people still get the money.
Man, it ain't gonna be no school, man. Anybody still donating to this, man? They are insane. It ain't no school, man.
You might as well take your money, ball it up, and just throw it in the air, man. You never go. Ain't no way, man. Ain't no way. And who would be crazy? Let's say he opened a school. Who would be crazy enough to send their kids to that school, man? You know he ain't got none of the paperwork filled out, so your kid ain't gonna get no credit for none of that.
See, our positive was talking that stuff earlier, T. I just seen it pop up on my timeline that Nakatani might be joining the Canelo versus Bud undercard. You were just talking about how Japan fighters ain't been in the knee.
There you go.
They all been in the knee.
There you go.
See, our positive was saying boxing, Turkey ain't bigger than boxing. And this is what I was trying to explain to him. Exactly. Bro, he got the money.
There he is. Remember, boxing was funded by the mob, man. Then they was kissing the ring of the mobsters, man. Boxing ain't above that. They don't have no morality in no boxing. That ain't what they doing. And the people who they be running the ground, the guy who we don't never hear nothing from, Al Heyman, that man, he must have gave some speeches or something we don't know nothing about because he done said a lot without saying anything. But the people who be saying everything, they don't say nothing about them.
Said same dude's been the waist. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
why you get quiet? You confirming the story?
Yeah, Tim Bradley.
At the end of the day, they all been in the T is what I was trying to tell him. He said, "Nah, man, Turkey ain't bigger than the program." I like, man, Turkey is the program. He got Bob Arum out there telling T.O. shut up and fall in line. It's a sad day when somebody as powerful as Bob Arum say, "Shut up, T.O., fall in line." But I'm gonna be honest with you, T. I also made a point that Turkey don't know what the hell he's doing, bro. He just a rich dude throwing a lot of money at situations, but he ain't got no experience. So he gonna lose a lot of money, if he stays in the sport. Who knows? They got it to lose though.
Yeah, he don't really care, bro. But that's how it always worked, man. Like you think the execs for Paramount and HBO and all them cats knew what they was doing. They just had a bunch of money, man. They got a bunch of money backing them. And them dudes finna run over there and kiss the ring, man. That's what that's finna be. And that probably ain't gonna never change, man. Because right now, they trying to get money, man. Because I don't know if you know, but most of them networks, they merging. Like Discovery just did a merger not too long ago.
I was wondering why Turkey now just don't make Riyadh season media platform and just license the fights to everybody.
Nah. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that.
That's what I would do because you don't have to worry about paying fighters whenever they got to come to you.
I don't know how that works now because everything now, I don't even know how that works now with the streaming stuff now. I don't even know how that works, man. I have no idea.
But even that, they could they can make people purchase it on YouTube. Like, I don't know. Like, it's a lot of money to be made in there, I feel like.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's a new way to do it because the streaming, look at Tubi, they make money strictly off of selling ads. That's what they make money off of. So I don't know how those spaces
Bro, you know
work. I think
Tubi's
it's a different setup.
owned by Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And
I heard
Hulu,
about, and I'm
yeah,
like,
Hulu owned
bro,
by Disney.
I thought it was a
Yeah.
black person. But the stuff
Nah.
they be showing,
Nah. The man tricked you again, huh, Scholar? He got you again, huh? Tricked you
no, I
again.
I looked at the content, you know what I mean, the low budget movies, and I like, you know, ain't no way.
Well, Hulu owned by Disney. What's the rest of them things, man? It's a whole bunch of them that you don't even know who own what because they all kind of like lined up together. Paramount owned. It took over Showtime.
Yeah, man. Yeah, because Showtime, the thing I used to do with the Showtime app, I never bought Showtime. So since I got about 50 emails, I would just do a free 30-day trial for every season of The Shire. And then when Paramount took over, they stopped that free 30-day trial or something.
Shire's trash too, man. I think it's horrible.
The writing is terrible.
Horrible.
The writing is pretty bad. The only reason I'm still watching because I started it and I want to finish it. But yeah, you're right. It's pretty bad, man.
No, they made the dudes. The dudes are the biggest simps in the world, bro. I don't know what kind of dudes took I never understood. I don't know what's going on though, boy, man. Or was it just me all positive? They be up tripping.
Then they brought this man back from the dead on the shot. I'm like, this man got hit with a freaking machine gun at point blank range, and he been dead for like 3-4 years, 3-4 seasons. And they brought him back. He's like, nah, I was just laying low. I was getting repaired and laying low. I'm like, dude, you got hit with a machine gun at point blank range. He's like, well, there was no body. Like, there was no friend. There was no body. So how do you know I was dead? I'm like, man, y'all don't stop this mess, man. I'm like, yo.
Well, they did the same thing with the Raising Cane thing too. The guy got shot to pieces of smithereens that he died. Like, what? How is that possible?
Yeah, it's right. It's getting pretty bad, man. It's like this is one thing. The thing about Tyler Perry, I'm not a big Tyler Perry fan. I'll explain it earlier. Tyler Perry employs a lot of black people, this and that. People will criticize Tyler Perry movies, and they are bad. Don't get me wrong, they're bad. But they will praise these Stars Network shows where it's nothing but drug dealing and killing every series. The same storylines with different people. And that's crazy. Like they get passes, but the Tyler Perry stuff don't get passes. This is what they said. Tyler Perry stuff is bad, making black people bad. But
well, did you see that new one he got on Netflix? He got some joint called Straw. Man, it's like, man, it's such a level of extremes that they got this lady at. Like, man, I couldn't even finish watching that stuff, man. It took me like a couple of days to watch it. I couldn't watch it all in too much. It was just too much sadness. Like, what is going on here, man? What are they trying to make this lady life like the worst life ever? Or what in the world is going on?
I hold a lot of black trauma, I give you that. But at the same time, Stars Network, all they got is a bunch of drug dealing shows of blacks dealing drugs and killing each other. And no one says a thing. They enjoy it. And that's not making sense to me.
That's because that's what these young folks been told to like. They don't like nothing else, man. They only want to see that kind of stuff.
I know Nas is coming out with a new series about a black chess master, a grandmaster in chess. But I'm thinking to myself, man, Nas wasting his time. Ain't nobody gonna look at that show. I would look at it. Ain't nobody gonna look at that show about no black grandmaster in chess.
But you know why they think like that, all positive. Because they think that the rappers was the ones that was leading the way. They don't know. It wasn't the rappers. It was the doughboys and it was the dudes around the way that the rappers was imitating. That's where they was getting everything from. It ain't the other way around. That's not where they got the shit from.
Rappers were not the celebrities in the hood back in the day.
No, it was not.
There's this documentary on the Supreme team, and LL Cool J, big as a star, LL Cool J, LL Cool J has always been big. But on this Supreme team, I looked at this documentary, and Supreme and Fat Cat, all of them was throwing a party. They was on stage, and LL Cool J is in the crowd. He was a big time rapper now. He was in a crowd looking at the event, trying to get close to the stage, and nobody's paying LL any mind. They was paying attention to the drug dealers on stage, and like LL was like a regular normal patron, like everybody else. That's how it was back in the 80s. Nobody cared about the rappers back then. Rappers didn't get big until like the 90s.
Yo, you know what I found out just the other day? Well, I ain't found out. I knew. I was talking. My wife was talking about Jay-Z, and I was like, you know, I like LL Cool J. Like he made some trash. And she was like, she was like, what? He old. I'm like, him and Jay-Z the same age. She like,
he's
a year apart.
He's only 1 year older than
Nah.
Jay. A lot of people don't know that.
LL Cool J got like a bunch of timeless music though, like a bunch of it.
He just started early, and this is what another thing.
Yeah.
Eminem is actually older than Nas, even though Nas came out with his first album years before Eminem. Because Eminem was 27 when his first album dropped.
But LL just changed because he went to where the money is. That's what he did. Because he came out with that radio and all that other stuff. He came out a lot harder and brasher. And then he started moving toward more of that club stuff because he figured he could make more money off of it.
And you can't.
That's what they guided him into.
Gearing your music towards the women, because like
Yeah.
so Biggie, you make your music for the women because dude's gonna buy what the women like.
Yep.
It's simple as that.
Yeah. But the LL, man, he got like, man, his first couple of albums is, man, them things is hidden, man. That's whole album classic. Like first two, I think. Definitely the second one. I don't remember the first one.
Jay-Z was in it for the long run.
I don't know about that. Jay-Z to me, he's never, during the time that he was rapping, he was never the best rapper. Never.
Hey.
Larry Holmes was never the best fighter.
Never. He was never the best. But when we talk about him, like they talk about him like he's like the best ever. Like, no, he's not Michael Jordan.
Jay-Z made some very good albums. You know what Jay-Z?
Good albums, very good.
Oh, he made some great albums.
Yeah, very good.
Jay-Z's problem is that he would pick the worst singles for the albums. And when people would hear these garbage singles, they would think like, man, Jay-Z music is garbage. But his albums are great, but he would never put out the B-sides. Like the B-sides, they were way better than the singles. Like Jay-Z did a whole concert years ago with nothing but the B-sides, ones that weren't singles. And he just did a whole show of nothing but B-sides. And I'm saying like a perfect example is In My Lifetime, Volume 1. He chose the absolute worst singles, like You Belong to the City and Always in the Sunshine. Two of the worst songs on the album. And the album,
I just think you picked the wrong time, though. I don't think there was nobody that was really going to beat DMX. When DMX was around, wasn't nobody better than DMX.
This was pre-DMX. This was a year before.
And then, no, but I'm just saying, like, when the years that he was supposed to be really hot, he just ran up against some artists. It was just their time. Like, when Nelly was hot, man. Like, when nobody, man, Nelly was hot. DMX, when he was just hot, man. And it didn't matter who was coming with what. It didn't matter.
I just think people judge Jay-Z off the singles he was picking. He made some very.
Oh, you talking about singles?
Yeah, his lead singles on the album was always like this. Not the first album, but the second album. He would always pick the weakest singles, and everybody would judge a whole album off the singles, being that they hadn't heard the album. Like Jay-Z's second album, "Imaginary Player" is one of Jay-Z's best songs ever. It was never a single.
Y'all talking boxing?
No, this was talking about everything.
Man, you know Jay-Z ain't no boxing.
Well, Rock Nation. I don't know who they sponsor in boxing. Jay Prince.
Remember, AB told him to suck his dick, bro. They ain't been back since.
That's cool. Hey,
AB told him what?
He told Jay-Z suck his dick.
I'm gonna talk about this the new rule that I approve. Yes, Prez approves of no running rule.
So you agree with Showbiz? You signed the petition?
I'm with the casual. I support the casual boxing fan because guess what? They actually buy the product. They support the product. You old heads, you old shroom purist boxing people. You don't care for boxing. You hate on boxers every day, 24/7. Oh, you don't fight nobody. Oh, you don't do this. You don't do that. You niggas are miserable. So guess what? No running for you for your favorite fighter no more. It's over. But you know what? I look at Turki Alalshikh wrong. I thought at first he was a culture vulture, came in here to run that Saudi Arabia bullshit. But when I seen that tweet, I was like, you know what?
He won you over with a tweet.
It's starting to look good. Cause I'm tired. I'm tired of you old boxing purists. I'm done. We need to kick you out of the sport because y'all have ruined this. Ruined it to a T. Now we need the casuals to take over because without the casuals, we have nothing.
How you talking about when you a boxer? You look at one fighter.
Well, I mean, but we gotta get the head grease out of the box ring. That's what we gotta do, and we gotta follow Jake Paul.
More of the boxers than Tank Davis, right? You do understand this, right?
I don't know, bro. You defending the hair grease real hard.
Y'all bring him up. Look how these people bring up Tank Davis.
We to see you flip out. Yeah, because we see you flip out about that hair grease.
I don't bring.
Yeah, but he sends you.
And this is the problem with the old boxing fan. You're literally proving my point. You're proving my point.
So you a Jake Paul fan? You a Jake Paul fan?
You're miserable.
Nah, I ain't miserable.
You're miserable.
You a Jake Paul fan? Press, you a Jake Paul fan?
When did I bring up Jake Paul?
No, I'm asking you a question. Are you a Jake Paul fan?
Jake Paul have to do with anything when I'm
because all the old heads hate him. So you must like Jake Paul.
I'm indifferent about Jake Paul. I could care less. Hey, whoa.
Why would you be indifferent about
him?
He indifferent because he's a potential tank opponent, bro.
That's why you can't say it. They can put Tank to sleep.
Let me talk. Jake Paul is doing what for women's boxing? Everything. The face of it. What have you niggas done?
So why you don't like him?
What have you niggas done for women's boxing?
I like Jake Paul. I don't have a problem. I like Jake Paul.
So you niggas
what have he done for women's boxing?
You haven't done shit for women's boxing.
Who cares? Who cares, man?
Hey, Prince, I was looking at women's boxing
clown Jake Paul?
and Jake Paul was born.
I ain't clowning Jake Paul. I like Jake Paul.
You would clown Jake Paul, but what he's doing for women's
I'm not clowning Jake Paul.
Getting them paydays they never seen before, being publicists.
Hey,
all
Virgil,
this.
I've always looked at women's boxing.
No, you have not. Not like Jake Paul has.
What?
You ain't spent the hours that Jake Paul looked at.
26
you have
years
not
old,
done.
bro.
No, I'm not trying to hear
I was
this.
looking at women's boxing.
You are not on Jake Paul's level. You
ain't on his level.
You old purist.
What year was Jake Paul born?
You old purist. Now look at the ageism. Look at the
glazed up Jake Paul.
Who cares when he was born?
Just glazed him up, boy.
He's done more for you. He's done. Bro, listen to me.
Listen to me.
I know boxing. I know boxing.
Okay, what's the first women's match?
So wait. Listen to me. Who cares when he was born? He has done more for women's boxing than all the pure boxing fans have done in over a decade, maybe a millennium.
So you a fan of him, man? So you must be a fan of Jake. Why didn't you say you a fan of Jake Paul?
I'm indifferent about Jake Paul.
I'm a fan of Jake Paul. Why you just can't say it?
I'm indifferent about Jake Paul, but I will not hate on Jake Paul like you people have.
I don't hate him. I like Jake Paul. And we all like Jake Paul. You the only one indifferent. The irony is you the only person indifferent. Why are you indifferent? Why the old people? Why the old people like him and you indifferent but calling us haters?
I'm not obligated to support any man. I don't need to support any man. I don't care.
What? But we only talk about men's boxing up here, bro. So what are you talking about?
No, we don't. No, we talk about women's boxing up here. No, yes, we do.
When?
We talk about boxing in general.
So what's your favorite woman boxer then? So you like? Okay, cool. So you like women's boxing?
Y'all not talk about Clarissa Shields? Is that not a woman boxer?
Who?
Man, that ain't pushing no boxing, bro.
I bet you can't name.
That was an incident, bro.
No. You talking about women's boxing? So don't try to move.
Man, you keep talking about women's boxing, bro.
No.
You keep talking about women's boxing. Women's boxing don't move boxing, bro. Boxing is moved by men, not by women.
So wait. when Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor had the most viewed pay-per-view ever. Ever when women's boxing, that didn't move the goal. People were talking about that on
No, for
TikTok.
women's boxing, bro. Ain't nobody,
Bro,
nobody
we don't
tuning in
care.
to watch that.
We don't
Hey,
care
Fred,
about your
Fred,
anecdotal.
since you're a historian and you claim you know boxing,
We don't
what
care about
boxing-
bro.
you know
Y'all
boxing?
know that's the
Answer
problem with
this.
these old niggas, bro.
No,
They
answer
don't
this.
listen.
Answer
You
this.
just ran with no point, man.
I want
I've
you to
been
answer
had
this
a
for me.
point.
Hey,
But
what?
I'm dissecting everything. I'm
What
dissecting
women's
everything
fight
you're
put?
talking about, bro.
What fight
Hey,
put women's
who's
boxing
talking
on the
over
map?
me? I can't
What
even
fight
get a
put
word
women's
out.
boxing on the map?
I can't even get a
I bet
word
you,
out.
I bet you
I
can't
can't
answer
get a
that.
word out. I can't
I
get a
bet you
word
can't
out.
answer it.
I can't get a word
I bet
out.
you can't answer that
I
though.
can get a word out.
Answer
I don't
that.
You
give
got
a
a lot of
fuck about
words
your
out.
question.
Hey,
I don't
You
care. I'm
got
not talking. I'm
because
talking
he
to
don't know.
I bet he don't.
He
I'm
don't
talking to
know.
Pittsburgh
What
T.
fight?
Yeah,
What
because he
fight
don't
put
know.
women's
I'm
boxing
talking to
on the map?
Pittsburgh T, not you. I don't know why
Well,
you
why
trying
you,
to
Put
be
women's boxing on the map.
ABC.
You
bro?
tell me, since you're a historian. You tell me.
What are you talking about?
What fight put women's
You don't even know
boxing
what
on the
you're
map?
talking about. It's
I know what I'm
irrelevant.
talking about. Well,
You're
You
irrelevant.
say,
I
yeah,
looked at
you
this
came before women's boxing, bro.
I looked at this fight 29
You're
years ago on the
irrelevant.
pay-per-view.
No one cares what you're talking about.
What fight put
No one
women's boxing
cares.
on the map? You said
You're bringing up
you tell
irrelevant
me.
points. It don't matter to this conversation.
No,
We're
you tell
having
Bro, why
me.
you
it.
so emotional, press, man? We have a conversation, bro. We got to get all. We got to go to 10, bro.
You know Tank Davis.
Because
You
he's
don't know
bringing
what I'm
up
talking about.
irrelevant shit.
No,
Who cares?
you said nobody
Press
up here
press
knows
wanted to
anything about
argue,
women's
man. I don't
boxing.
know if y'all
Yeah,
heard
he
it.
do, bro.
I heard
He
I
it.
don't
do.
want
I've
to
He
been
argue.
came up
watching
here
I
TV
trying
the
to
entire
argue, man.
time.
I came up
No,
here.
you tell me what
I
fight put
came up here
women's
to talk about
boxing
the
on
new
the map
boxing
if you
rules.
know everything
You
about boxing.
niggas want to
Nah,
bring
he,
up Tank Davis and Jake Paul.
nah,
I
he,
said Jake Paul's doing more for women's
So,
boxing than
so,
anything in the history
so
that you
what
niggas have
fight
nah,
put
done.
he.
women's boxing on the map?
Jake Paul is doing more for women's boxing than anything in history.
You niggas have done. Hey,
Okay,
this is true.
first of all,
Okay,
Fred,
okay.
I was looking at women's
How
boxing.
come?
You and
How
Jake
come?
Paul.
How come the number one female boxer say she don't even want to do
Number
business
one,
with Jake
so
Paul?
she's not number one no more. How's Clarissa
Who
Shields
over
number
her?
one? Who
Who
she
over?
fought?
Who over her?
Amanda Serrano.
Bro, stop.
Amanda Serrano better than her.
Bro,
Katie
stop.
Taylor is better than her.
Bro, stop.
Oh my god.
I'll even argue Alicia Bomb.
The only reason Amanda Serrano even does numbers is because
Amanda
she fights
Serrano
on
is
Jake
the
Paul's
most
undercard.
known women's boxer right now. What's Clarissa Shields done?
If
Who she
Amanda Serrano removes herself from
Amanda
Jake Paul
Serrano is
undercard,
literally the
she's not
GOAT.
gonna do numbers, bro.
She's literally the GOAT.
Hey,
She's literally the
Scholar,
GOAT.
he still
Clarissa
skipped
Shields
the
ain't gonna do
question.
more numbers than Amanda Serrano.
He doesn't. He said he knows. We don't know boxing.
Amanda Serrano will do more numbers than
Still never
Clarissa
answered the
Shields. What are you
question.
talking about?
What fight put women's
People
boxing?
are here to see Amanda Serrano.
Yo, Press, I know you hear that because I can hear it. What fight put women's boxing
I'm
on the
not
map?
trying to hear what that nigga talking about. What the fuck is
Just
that
say I
shit?
don't know.
We're talking
Just say I
about
don't
Jake Paul. We're talking about what Paul has done
What
for
fight put
women's
women's
boxing.
boxing on the map?
What is he talking about?
What fight put women's? You said we
I
don't
don't
know
give a
boxing.
fuck.
You said we don't know
Why
boxing.
you cussing, bro?
Because I
What,
can.
Press? You having a bad day, man? What's going on with you?
Freedom
Yeah,
of
you
speech.
come up here on 10, bro. Like, relax,
freedom of
man.
speech. Freedom of speech.
Yeah,
Bro, but we
yeah,
talking,
freedom of
man.
speech, but when we all talking in a normal, we even disagreed normal in com. Ain't nobody was no bitches or hoes. Or I didn't get no fucks.
He don't know. He simply don't know. Like you know Tank Davis. You don't know no boxing, man. You know
You don't know shit about boxing. I know
know
more
Tank
boxing
Davis.
than you. You don't know shit about
Press, you
boxing.
gotta stop, bro.
What is your credentials on boxing?
Hey,
what is your credentials on boxing other than sitting on the couch and talking about, well, he should laterally. Where have you done in the sport?
What have you done in the sport?
A lot more than you have. I tell you that right now. A lot more than you have.
I bet you can't name.
Press, what are you mad about, bro?
I've been
So,
in
Press,
there
you want us to mute up and you just scream bitch, hoe, pussy to everybody on the panel?
I'm not screaming ad hominems. What I'm doing is trying to tell you how. First of all, y'all try to diss Jake Paul. Y'all niggas did.
Dissing Jake Paul,
yes,
man.
you did. Yes, you did. You try to be subliminal about
Ain't
it.
nobody dissing Jake Paul, man.
You try to be subliminal about it. Subliminal dissing.
Nobody dissed Jake Paul. I think everybody up here like Jake Paul, bro. That's what you missing, bro. You ain't keeping up. You just screaming for no reason. You screaming for no reason, bro.
And I brought up Turki Alalshikh, being good for from right now, he's being being good for boxing.
Nobody said he was being good for boxing.
So, but y'all mad about this rule. This rule is perfect because your favorite fighter is not going to be doing
I don't
that
have a favorite
bullshit.
fighter. I don't have who's my favorite fighter?
It's a analogy. It's a fucking. It's
Well, who's
not,
my favorite fighter?
bro. I don't care.
Tell me who's my
It's
favorite
not, bro.
fighter.
Not every question is targeted at you. What do you?
Hold up, our favorite fighter Tank over here. Our favorite fighter Tank over here.
Nah, he rides Tank's cock all day. Nah, that's him. You got to fight him.
Nigga, you ride your fucking. Nigga, aren't you a porn addict? Aren't you a porn addict? You go on OnlyFans. You have a wife at home.
Look, I like
Stop
looking at
jacking
women.
off.
I like looking at women. You the one
Stop jacking off, you weird ass.
You want to buy Tank a gift.
You're a porn addict. You got a porn. You got lust in your heart, nigga.
You say you want to buy Tank a
Press,
gift.
You have a church. You have a wife.
Hey, Tank.
Bro, Press,
you want to buy
you
Tank a
drunk or
gift.
something, bro?
Hey,
You have a wife. You talk.
Why are you so aggressive, bro?
That doesn't
You like
scream
other
I'm gay. I don't
women.
know what that screams.
He live in one of them states where they block Pornhub, bro. He can't look at Pornhub no more. They blocked him, so he bid up anger. That's what it is.
He want to disrespect me. What's
Gay,
wrong
man.
with this
You want to
guy?
buy Tank a gift, man. Get this nigga out of here, Scholar. Get this.
He's
nigga
a
out.
hoe.
This nigga gay, man.
Talking about I'm gay.
Yeah, so nah, Press, we gonna all right, that's enough, bro. We gotta have real conversation, bro.
Yeah, I was until this nigga. Oh, what do you know with this? What do you
You gay nigga. Shut
I don't
up.
care about you, bitch ass
Shut up.
nigga. You would have said it to my face.
I bet you I would. I promise
would.
you I would. I'll go to your state and say it to your face.
Nigga, I will knock you out.
You wouldn't get a chance to.
All right, Press, I gotta put you backstage, bro. You doing too much,
You
bro.
ain't have a chance to.
Yo, Press, All Positive is the one person, bro, that don't argue with nobody, and you done pulled up argue with All Positive, bro.
I promise you, if he even comes within 3 feet of me, it'll be the last person. I'll be the last.
Yeah, we ain't gonna do that, All Positive.
I think he knows
So
that.
we're gonna take a deep breath. Like I said, episode probably gonna go on private anyway, and we're gonna try this all over again.
I don't mind talking that John. Nigga, I'll go to your state and meet up with you. I promise you won't do nothing. Scholar, get that nigga out of here.
Yeah,
but that's the YN, bro. He ain't doing that. He just pulled up with a bunch of energy for no reason. I was trying to figure out where it was going. I thought it was an act at first. I didn't know what he was doing. He'd be all right. You just need to calm down.
Get that nigga my number, man. You gay. Talking about you gonna do somebody. You ain't gonna do nothing to nobody.
Yeah. So yeah, that was.
Come here,
Press, you
talking
kind
all
of
that
killed the
junk,
vibe,
you
bro.
little boy, man. You little boy talking all this junk.
Press, you kind of killed the vibe, bro. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, we was vibing, man. He came up here with all that unnecessary stuff, man.
All that cock riding, what he always do. Get out of here, man.
Scott, I'm surprised you did an episode on the immigration stuff, bro. So you ain't trying to touch that.
Nah, that'll be the next one. I'll do the next one on that. I'll talk about immigration.
Yeah,
I've been
immigration.
I'm about to finish school, so I've been like I ain't really been able to prepare like I normally do. I just been doing sporadic episodes. So yeah.
They might still be going on with that at the rate they going.
Yeah, I ain't Press, you all apologize. You owe All Positive an apology, bro.
Yeah, you do, though. He's tripping, man. He's tripping, man.
Like I said, eventually we'll run into each other to fight at one of these fights. And I'm holding to what he say he's gonna do too. I'm gonna hold you to that.
He done went all left with it.
We'll meet up, and it ain't gonna be too much talking. As soon as I see him, there's gonna be some dental work.
Man, I can't. Hey, Scholar, was that Press that was X that we got the rage quit about the hair grease? Was that X or that was Press? Who was that?
It was probably Press.
It was one of them, man. We got on about that hair grease. He flipped out and rage quit and jumped off real quick about that hair grease. That whole match was crazy, man. That whole last match that Tank had was nuts, man. From the hair grease to the taking it to stopping the fight, the wiping it, that whole thing was crazy, man. That's what's wrong with boxing. They talking about who's gonna be the person to determine if you run it or not? That's my question. Let's just say you got this rule. Who is the person that determines that you run it? Who is this person?
Because, like, what determines if you're running or not? And the ref, like, you could have a guy that's winning the fight and dominating, And if he gets hurt and he has to take steps back, he loses a point because he gets hurt and he's trying to recover. Even though he's dominated the whole fight. And he could possibly get DQ'd.
I mean, we could have the same ref that let that guy take a knee and go in the corner and do all that stuff he did. So who's going to determine this whole running stuff? Who's the determiner of this? That's the stupid part about it. I don't get it. That's why I think the whole thing is stupid. And you know, unfortunately, when they make rules in sports, black people, unfortunately, we get the worst of that stuff, man. And unfortunately, we be doing it to each other worse than we do it to anybody else. Look at Keyshawn's stupid ass. He was the guy sitting up there talking cable for Ryan, and look at him now. Look at him now.
Keyshawn messed his career up, man.
Yeah, he can't do like them other boys, man. You can't do that. And it's funny because the crazy thing about it, Ryan and Tio done said all kind of crazy stuff, and they ain't gonna have no real backlash behind it, and they gonna try to ruin that dude's career behind that. So that's gonna be the difference. You're gonna find out real quick. It just don't make a lot of sense, man. I don't understand these youngsters, man. They just all out of order, man. It's crazy that they even think like this. I don't know where they getting this stuff from. And they was all copping for Ryan, man. They was trying to climb inside his brain and let you know he wasn't racist and everything else. Like, I just never seen him jump to all the theatrics they was doing.
Ryan's a racist cheater, man. I don't know how he has anybody support him at this point.
Crazy, man. Yeah, I didn't get it, man. They were sure going out their way to try to take the leap and make him not be a cheater. Look at Ben Johnson when he won the Canadian track and field guy when he got caught cheating. They didn't say, oh man, but he only run by a 10th of a second. He couldn't have helped. Like, man, idiots.
Yeah, man. But everybody was cheating in the Olympics, man. And they couldn't prove on FloJo was cheating, but she did retire after the testing started getting more strict, and she left.
She had won a couple times though already at that point though.
No one's come close to breaking her record, like getting that getting that record in the 100 meters. No one's come close to breaking that.
Yeah, she had won a couple times, but they said the same thing about Bolt. They talk about his trainer and this and that with Bolt too. So like, if you ain't got no proof, man, same thing about Manny. I mean, if you ain't got no proof, I mean, it's kind of hard to stick that on somebody.
Can't prove it, so I mean,
yeah, I mean, you can just make a bunch of conclusions, but when you get caught red, it's funny how they're sticking on the guy who never got caught, but the guys who get caught, they got every excuse in the world why it don't matter and this and that. Like, it's just craziness. We in crazy town. A lot of them dudes are making excuses for that, and fighters too, man. That's the funny thing. Yeah, fighters and fans making excuses for that dude. And even right now today, they still trying to be cool with him, which is crazy. I don't get it. Make a lot of sense. Yeah, but you can't use AI to use that. You have a lot of fun with that. All you gotta do really is get your camera gear together for that photography stuff, and you'll be good with that Photoshop stuff, man.
Oh yeah, man. I got a couple lenses, man.
Yeah, that's all you need.
I bought this device and I shouldn't, because I wanted to try see what it was like, but I got a Sony adapter, and I got a mirrorless camera. I got a mirrorless R3, and I got an adapter to use a regular DSLR lens, and I got the adapter on the Sony camera to use the regular DSLR lens. I'm like, oh yo, it's crazy, man. I didn't know they made those.
Yeah, but the problem with those lenses, this is the problem with those adapters, rather. When you get those adapters, you lose the stop of light.
Yeah, you do.
So you don't let light in. You lose some of them too.
Yeah, I noticed the ISO, if you use the same ISO on each one, is not the same.
No, it's not. And each adapter is different because it's the glass.
Yes, very different. And I noticed that because I was like, yo, I wonder if this ISO of this 400 is the same on this camera with this lens is the same as that 400 ISO on this one. And it's not the same.
Nah, it's not the same, bro. And matter of fact, you better off getting expensive glass and then getting an old DSLR it's not a mirrorless. You'll have better results than getting a mirrorless because depending on what you're going to do, you won't need no flash, you won't need no reflectors, you won't need nothing. All you got is straight camera because the lens is that good. But by you putting that adapter on there, you're losing the thing that makes that lens important, which is the light. Yeah, you're losing the light.
Yeah, I was just trying it out, but no, I got a lens for my mirrorless one. I do have a lens I use for that. The only reason I use two cameras, because when I'm shooting, I use a 70-200 on the DSLR, and I use the what is it? I don't even know what this is. 2070. Now 24-70. I use a 24-70 on the mirrorless and a 70-200 on the DSLR. So when it goes far away, I got to keep changing the lens out and zooming. I got one for the far away, one for up close. That's the only reason I keep two cameras on.
I mean, you keep two, but just get the ones that go with the lens.
Yeah, I got the right ones that go. Yeah, I just use that.
Yeah, without the adapter. Yeah, without the adapter.
Use the adapter to see how it works, but no, I wouldn't use it out in public. I wouldn't do that. No way. No way.
Yeah, because when I bought that mirrorless that I have now from Nikon, and I put that adapter on there. Yeah, it works. It's cool, but it take away from the power of the lens. You have to bump everything up. And then the ones that go with those mirrorless, those are better anyways. They just because they're smaller lenses, but they cost way more money. They don't cost you more because it's more technology in that crap. You're gonna spend way more money. So it's a catch-22. Depending on what you're doing. If you're in a well-lit area, it don't really work. If you at night or early in the morning, then all that stuff matter. If you're in well-lit, it don't really matter what you do. It don't matter. But you'll be once you get rocking with that, you can really get moving with some stuff anyways, man. But what do you do, landscape or what you doing? Portrait?
I do a lot of sports, man. I shoot people training and sporting events and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, so yeah, definitely you don't want. So you can be out there in the daytime anyways, right?
I know I'll be in controlled environments inside.
Oh yeah, like in the gyms and stuff. Gyms is different, man.
Yeah. In the gyms and under lights, like boxing events.
Yeah, but don't put no filters on there. Just use straight lens.
No. I don't use the filters under the lights. Now I use the filters like the ND filters. I use it outside.
Don't use the filters. Even them ND filters, man. I some of those things is hit and miss, man, and you don't know till you take them things off, man. I remember I was using it for a while, for some months, and I thought it was working. Then one day I left it, and I'm like, damn, this look better without that crap. I ain't using that junk no more. Like I didn't even know it's a trick because you can spend money on it. So sometimes you don't know till you know. Yeah, but now you'll be good with that. You got the money on it.
My bad, I had to go. Trying to put the baby to sleep. But what I'm gonna say is, damn, what were we talking about? Dang, I was gonna add to something earlier. Dang, man. Oh yeah, Turki Alalshikh ain't shit. This rule that he implemented in boxing is not gonna work. You know, all it's gonna do is add for more corruption to the referees if they do comply with it. You know, and if they implement it, it's just boxers is gonna find a way around it. Just like it's illegal to leave your probe and jab out there.
Yeah,
they still do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's illegal to pull a fighter by the back of the neck. They still do it.
Well, I mean, it was illegal for that guy to go in the corner and take a break and get his eyes wiped. That was literally turned his back to him. I mean, that was all a whole bunch of illegal stuff. And nobody.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That's the only reason that press like the rule is because it's gonna favor Tank. People can't go. But to be honest with you, Lamar roasting box Tank. He stood right in front of him to beat the shit out of him.
Tank was the one that was running towards the end of the fight.
Yo, to be honest with you, you can make an argument with that Turki Alalshikh rule. That's gonna favor Lamar Roach in the Tank rematch. Tank, like you say, Tank turned to the corner, did a sprint. They talk about Shakur running. That man, and you know how you come out the blocks in track. That man came out the blocks. He took a knee and came out the blocks of that corner. I don't know, man. Stand back and
Yeah, I
stand by,
don't know
but
about
I'm
that. Yeah, and then he tried to gas up the hairdresser talking about some hair grease, and she jumped on the internet immediately like, "Oh no, you ain't finna put that on me. You got that butt whooping all by yourself."
He cut his hair, so maybe there's some truth to that.
Man, so the whole sparring sessions, all the other fights, just this one fight where he was getting his butt whooped. All of a sudden, grease jumped in his eye, and it was only for a blink of an eye because once they just passed by with the towel, the grease mysteriously jumped out his eye. Like, man, I mean, you get some grease in your eye, ain't no one rub finna get that out, man. I ain't never seen that before.
A dry towel wasn't even wet.
Didn't even hit his eye.
Yeah. That's crazy. I don't know what's press going through some things, man. I don't know what's up.
August 16th or July 16th? I forgot the date.
The
rematch.
I don't know. I think it's the 16th or it might be the 17th because I remember what you call it? T.O. versus Dev was supposed to be like a day before.
Man,
So I think one was 16, one 17, which would have made, if T.O. wasn't scared, it would have been a good fight night. Fight week, I mean. But T.O. got scared at the last second. Pulled out. It's so funny because, if Turki Alalshikh talk about no more time and Jerry running, wouldn't that favor T.O.? T.O.'s hilarious. Because remember when T.O.
was running his last fight.
That's what I was going to say. T.O. fought Jermaine Ortiz. Remember after the fight, he was like, wait a minute. I stood right in front of him. He ran the entire fight. Then he said, what happened to the days when people knew boxing? Where really Pep could win a whole round without throwing a punch and just running. He's like, wait a minute, T.O., did you run after Ortiz and beat him? Or did you run from him and beat him? Because you can't do both. But yeah, I remember T.O., and it's funny because T.O. T.O. ain't tweeted. I'm surprised nobody ain't sent me T.O. tweeting saying that.
Silent, man. He been silent after he turned down that 11 million.
Nah, he did a video. He did a video in the car.
Well, I
So that's what he did.
remember him saying that what he said something about he doesn't deserve to fight him. I'm like, dude, that'll be a big payday for you. Your biggest payday. He complained about he ain't got no money. So at one point he's like, he only had $20,000 in the bank. I remember doing a fight. I'm like, dang. I mean, now he's turned down 11 million. I'm like, dude, there's no way.
He did a video and hinted that he was gonna fight Tank. That's how lame this guy is. Tank got 2 fights scheduled, and neither one of them got your name in it. You're not even a big enough attraction for them to even want to fight you, to be all the way honest. So I just thought that was hilarious that he was like hinting that because he wore a PBC cap and winked and hinted that he's open to a Tank fight. Everybody open to a Tank fight. That's why Frank Martin got stretched for the bag.
For the money.
But at the end of the day, if Tank make it past what's the old dude name? Roach.
Yeah.
Bro, he gonna fight Jake Paul.
I don't know what that fight would mean, but I mean, what weight is Jake Paul allowed to come in at? Because Jake Paul ain't making 135. I can assure you that.
My bad. I don't know what weight he coming in at. 205, 190. I don't know. I know what weight Tank coming in at.
What?
I say 47 maybe.
I think he'll be higher than that.
You think? I would hope not.
Yeah, if you want to maintain his speed, he won't want to be any higher than 50.
Yeah, because then he got to come down to back to 35. So you got to keep that in mind.
Yeah, because if he do that, he stay up there. If he go in the highway and then he pulls that
comes down to the 135, it's gonna be a Roy Jones all over again. That's why Bud is at the point now where this is dangerous for him because now he's in a bad position regardless. If he wins, he's got to stay at 68. Now the guy's gonna be coming for him. If he loses,
nah, he retiring. He either gonna do a rematch with Canelo or just retire. But he's not gonna continue at 68.
47. There's no way he's gonna make 47 ever again. And I seriously doubt he wants to go back to 54 because it's a murderer's row at 54 right now. So what does he do? But I heard him say that he wanted to have a couple more fights after this. I heard him say that.
But he ain't having no more fights.
Ain't no more couple more fights, bro. He was how old is Bud, man? He ain't got no couple more fights left, man.
38.
Nah, he ain't got no couple more. He don't fight but once a year, so what's a couple more? You gonna do this one and do another one at 39, 40? Like, nah, man, he ain't got no couple more fights. That's it. Maybe a rematch. If he's smart, that's how you go out.
If he win, he'll definitely entertain the rematch, but that's about it.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna win, but I think that's suicide to begin with. I think that's kind of insane anyway. He going up a lot of weight, man. That's like and that's funny because Tank will fight he'll fight Jake Paul at damn near 200 pounds, but he'll argue with somebody over 5 or 6 pounds. Like it don't I don't be getting it, man. It don't make sense.
And then we'll tweak Bill Haney back and forth, but get mad when somebody mention Devin Haney versus him.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Can't make it up.
What Tank weigh? He fight at what, 135? So he gonna go all the way up 60-something pounds to fight somebody, but you gonna haggle somebody over 5 pounds? Like, this don't make no sense, man.
Tank, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. Tank. Sometimes when you think you're taking an easy route, you really taking a hard route. And that's what Tank doing. He really like harming himself by going this route because Lamont Roach. You look at past Lamont Roach, which is very dangerous. You know, I think Lamont Roach gonna piece you up in the second fight, but that's just me. You know, and let's just say you do make it past there, and then you fighting Jake Paul, who's a big man. You know what I mean? And if Jake, depending on how the fight go with what you call it look awful in training. Chavez Jr. He looked horrible. If Jake Paul could beat him, depending on how he beats him, if he knocks him out, Tank, beware your next 2 fights. You think they 2 easy fights? They're gonna be the toughest fights of your career, in my personal opinion.
I don't know, bro. I'm kind of over the Tank thing, man, because he never really. His fights is like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. And then the problem is his fans are annoying, bro. They got more excuses than anything. They made more excuses than, man, I just don't even know, man. It's crazy, man. Just listening to that stuff.
Hey, there'll be no more Tank slander on this panel.
Sorry, I got some hair grease over there. Anybody got some problems, man? We pull out hair grease and get it cracking over here.
Man, that couldn't have been. That had to been a burner account. That wasn't press. They done clone
Yeah,
press.
he came in real hot, man. I ain't know. Well, he came in that one morning when me and Reggie and them was up there and we was telling him he need to get some. And you was like, no, y'all can't say that. And at the end, he finally admitted he needed to get some.
And Cat could cure that. I don't know what that was, man. Press. Maybe we said something early in the show that tipped him off, and I don't know.
Talking about his boyfriend.
But we didn't even bring Tank up.
He came in bringing him up.
We didn't bring up Tank the whole show. It couldn't have been that.
I didn't say anything about him. I didn't say anything about him. But
I'm trying to think. Did we say something about? No, we ain't said nothing about Tank.
We've been talking about Bud and Canelo all night. That dude always got his mind, man. If that ain't the sound, if that ain't the sign of gayness, then I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I don't know what press. So hopefully he have a better day tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope he do, man, because I'm gonna hold him to that what he said. If I run up on him, I'm gonna hold him to that.
Man, press just talking.
No, you don't talk to him. You don't talk that with me. Yeah, make no threats. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna hold him to that. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about we have to, one of us going to that ER.
Man, press is tripping, man. I don't know what he on. Hopefully he have a better day tomorrow. What have we contributed to boxing? Turkey done contributed more than us. Jake Paul. Jake Paul is, I don't know, bro. Press crazy, man. But yeah, hopefully he have a better day. Hopefully, Press, you gotta get in the ring, man. That's what it is. You got all this aggression, man. You either gotta get in the ring and relieve it, brother. You gotta get your son, man. Like either way, bro. Like this route you going, man. You too aggressive, dude. We all family over here, man. That ain't no way you should have. Now look, when you and X was going back and forth, now that was the funniest thing in the world, right? Because y'all was like, you said you was gonna weight drain them, and that was funny, right? But you go all positive is the one person on the panel who be calling for peace. Like, how you get into it with all positive? That's crazy.
We have to, like I said, I'll let him know. I'll let him know when I'm in the city.
Man, it's a waste of time, dude. I think Press mainly do a character, but he normally do it with people. He got like a list of people that he do it with. That's why I say this is weird. I
don't play with nobody's kids, man. You know what I'm saying? You better cut that out. I don't know what this is. You better cut that out real fast. It's going to end very badly. You gotta talk to your mans, yo. So you gotta talk to your boy.
The YNs, but I don't even know if I can talk to him. I mean, you see, I asked him a couple of times, like, man, you just want us to mute up and you just start cussing. I tried to reel it back a whole bunch of times, man. I don't know what he was on, man. Press. I'm gonna pray for you, Press. Yeah, I'm gonna pray for him. I'm positive. Hopefully, he has better day.
Man, I'm just up here, man. Look at this Titanic right here on TV.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna go ahead and end this and put it on private and hope water under the bridge get flushed.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing else to say to him. I'm good, man. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no problem, man. You know what I'm saying? ain't got no problem, Joe. I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm ever in the city, I'm gonna tell him where I'm at and just come holler at me. Bring how many people you want to bring.
No need for that. Yeah, we gotta be more respectful to the elders too, man. Come on, bro. You gotta do better than that, Press. You and X the same age, so it's understandable. But yeah, that was uncalled for, man. I'm glad I make these videos private afterwards.
You ain't gotta make this private, man.
Nah, I ain't. I mean, I don't like free smoke anyway. So you already know. I tell you, I'm trying to move in another direction. It just, I mean, that align with everything anyway. Yeah, I don't want that up.
Yeah, man, I'm about to go and look at this friends. Look at this Titanic movie, man.
Titanic.
Yeah, man, I'm looking at Titanic, man.
Ain't that an 8-hour movie?
3 hours, 3.5.
Yeah, I'm finna go ahead and end it up. I'm gonna do non-boxing tomorrow.
Yeah.
The non-boxing be lit, and I got more non-boxing. That's crazy, I got more non-boxing subscribers than I got boxing.
That's crazy.
I do boxing breakdowns.
I got heartburn like crazy. You know what the hot topic is right now?
What? Trump.
None of them riots. Immigrants, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna cover it, but it's gonna be a little brief. I'm gonna get to the meat and potato. That ain't nothing but a distraction.
Yeah, that's it.
They didn't have to do. ISIS already deporting people.
Already been doing it. It ain't no secret. They're just making it public now. So I don't. I believe it's a distraction, but I don't know what for what. Wow, I believe it's a distraction for something.
I know what it's a distraction from.
What?
Epstein Island. As soon as Elon Musk said Trump didn't release it because he was on the Epstein list, all of a sudden.
Didn't Elon Musk apologize, man? Was that
Oh, yeah, he apologized, but he already said it.
Yeah.
Yo, I'll probably if somebody get into it with they uncle and say, you know, that's why you've been a pedo over the last 5 years, they can come back and apologize, but they didn't already said it.
Damage is done. They ain't saying anything like that.
And that Epstein is a big jacket too.
It's a very big jacket. You don't put that on nobody. I mean, they said Chris Tucker was in that.
So that's why Trump is deploying people, and they talk about sending. Has there been any deaths or arrests or any of that?
We're on the riots. I don't know.
If not, then you know it's a show. I'm gonna do my due diligence to research all that stuff. But that's a show. But yeah, you got any last word?
All I can say is tip your bartenders and peace and blessings to everybody.
All right, man. Appreciate everybody that pulled up and rocked with us. To the ones that missed it and didn't, or just tuning in, we'll catch you on the next one. Anyway, it's the Box Scholar, and I'm out.
Superstar, wish to have a fancy car, wish to have $1 million bucks. Well, I wish I don't be in love. So feel me, pretty baby. I make one wish and I wish it all on you. Making love to the break of dawn, me and you to the baby's born, till my baby's born.